The Keys to the Unknown, the Great Qur'an Commentary by Imam Fakhr ad-Din al-Razi. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Chapter 1. Surah al Fatihah. The opening. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. All praise is due to God alone, the sustainer of all the worlds, the most compassionate, the most merciful, master of the day of judgment. Thee alone do we worship, and unto Thee alone do we turn for aid. Guide us the straight way, the way of those upon whom Thou hast bestowed Thy blessings, not of those who have earned Thy wrath, nor of those who have gone astray. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. All praise is due to God, who has granted us the grace to perform the most excellent acts of devotion, and has guided us in the manner of attaining the most perfect of felicities, and has led us to our utterance. I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed, from all sins and abominations. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, we commence the performance of all that is good and all that is commanded. All praise is due to God, to whom belongs all that is in the heavens, the sustainer of all the worlds, in accordance with all essences and attributes, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace, unto all who are in need and all who are in dire necessity, Master of the day of judgment, in bringing the righteous to their lofty stations and casting the wicked into the lowest depths. Thee alone do we worship, and unto Thee alone do we turn for aid in the fulfillment of all our obligations. Guide us the straight way, in harmony with all the modes of guidance, the way of those upon whom Thou hast bestowed Thy blessings, in all states and stations, not of those who have earned Thy wrath, nor of those who have gone astray from among the people of ignorance and error. And may blessings be upon Muhammad, who was confirmed by the most excellent of miracles and signs, and upon his family and his companions, according to the succession of the verses, and grant them peace in abundance. And now to proceed. This is a book that comprises an exposition of some of the sciences which God, the Most High, has bestowed upon us from Surah al Fatihah. And we beseech God, the Almighty, to grant us the grace to complete it, and to make us worthy in both worlds of His honour and His bounty. Verily, He is the best of guides and helpers, and most worthy to answer the call of those who seek. And this book is arranged into an introduction and several books. Surah al Fatihah. Surah al Fatihah, Chapter 1, verses 1 to 7. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. 1. All praise is due to God alone, the sustainer of all the worlds. 2. The most compassionate, the most merciful. 3. Master of the day of judgment. 4. Thee alone do we worship, and unto Thee alone do we turn for aid. 5. Guide us the straight way. 6. The way of those upon whom Thou hast bestowed Thy blessings, not of those who have earned Thy wrath, nor of those who have gone astray. 7. An introduction comprising several chapters. The first chapter, on pointing to the sciences of this surah in a general manner. The sciences of Al-Fatihah. Know, then, that it once passed my lips at a certain time that from this noble surah, from its benefits and its treasures, it is possible to derive 10,000 points of inquiry. This was deemed improbable by some of the envious, and by a people steeped in ignorance, error, and obstinacy. They judged this claim by what they were accustomed to in themselves, of attachments bereft of meaning and words, devoid of the verification of tenets and principles. Thus, when I commenced the composition of this book, I set forth this introduction that it might serve as an indication that what we have mentioned is a matter possible to achieve and near to attain. And so we say, and in God is our success, the exposition of seeking refuge. Verily, our saying, I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed, there is no doubt that what is intended by it is seeking refuge in God from all that is forbidden and prescribed. And there is no doubt that the forbidden things are either of the domain of beliefs or of the domain of the actions of the limbs. As for beliefs, it has come in the well-known report, the saying of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, my community shall split into 73 sects. All of them are destined for the fire, save for one. This indicates that the 72 are described by corrupt creeds and false doctrines. Furthermore, the error of each one of those sects is not confined to a single issue, but rather is found in many issues from the inquiries related to the essence of God, the Most High, and to his attributes, and to his decrees, and to his actions, and to his names, and to the questions of predestination and free will, of justice and permission, of reward, of the return, of the promise and the threat, of the names and the rulings, and of the imamat. Thus, if we distribute the number of the errant sects, which is 72, over these many issues, the resulting sum reaches a mighty figure. And all of these are types of error found among the sects of this community. Moreover, it is well known that the errant sects from outside this community number close to 700. If the types of their errors are added to the types of errors present in the sects of this community across all the rational inquiries related to theology and related to the rulings on essences and attributes, the sum total reaches a magnificent number. And there is no doubt that our saying, I seek refuge in God, encompasses seeking refuge from all of those types. And seeking refuge from a thing is not possible save after knowing that from which refuge is sought, and after knowing that that thing is false and odious. It is thus made manifest by this path that our saying, I seek refuge in God, comprises thousands of true and certain points of inquiry. As for false actions, they are an expression for all that has been prohibited, whether in the Qur'an, or in the reports of mass transmission, or in the reports of single transmission, or in the consensus of the community, or in sound analogies. And there is no doubt that those prohibitions exceed the thousands, and our saying, I seek refuge in God, encompasses all of them in their entirety and sum. It is thus established by this path that our saying, I seek refuge in God, comprises 10,000 issues, or more or less, of the most important and considerable matters. Surah al Fatihah, the exposition of the Basmala. And as for his saying, glorious is his majesty. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, within it are two modes of inquiry. The first mode, it has become well known among the learned that God, the Most High, has 1,001 sacred and pure names, and they are found in the Book and the Sunnah. There is no doubt that the inquiry into each one of those names is a noble and lofty matter. Moreover, knowledge of the name is not obtained save if it is preceded by knowledge of the named, and in the inquiry concerning the establishment of those named things, and the proofs indicating their establishment, and the answers to the specious arguments that are mentioned in their negation, there are many issues, and their sum exceeds the thousands. The second mode of the inquiries of this verse is that the letter Ba, in his saying Bismillah, in the name of God, is the Ba of attachment, and it relates to an action, the meaning being, in the name of God I commence the performance of acts of devotion. And this meaning does not become summarized and known save after being acquainted with the categories of acts of devotion, which are the true creeds and the pure deeds, along with their proofs and evidences, and with the answers to the specious arguments. And this sum may well exceed 10,000 issues. And among the subtleties is that the saying, "I seek refuge in God," is an allusion to the negation of what is unbefitting of creeds and deeds, and the saying, "In the name of God," is an allusion to what is befitting of beliefs and actions. Thus his saying, "In the name of God," does not become known save after being acquainted with all true creeds and pure deeds. And this is the arrangement to which sound reason and clear truth bear witness. The innumerable bounties of God, the Most High. As for his saying, "Glorious is his majesty, all praise is due to God," know then that praise is only praise for a blessing, and praise for a blessing is not possible save after knowledge of that blessing. Yet the categories of God's blessings are beyond limit and enumeration, as he, the Most High, has said. And should you attempt to count God's blessings, you could not enumerate them. Ibrahim 34. Let us speak of a single example, which is that the intelligent man must reflect upon his own self, for he is composed of a soul and a body. And there is no doubt that the lesser of the two parts, and the one with less virtue and benefit, is the body. Then the masters of anatomy found close to 5,000 types of benefits and purposes, which God, exalted and glorious is he, ordained with his wisdom in the creation of the human body. Then, whoever becomes acquainted with these categories mentioned in the books of anatomy knows that the ratio of this known and mentioned portion to that which is not known and not mentioned is like a drop in the encircling ocean. And at this point it becomes manifest that knowledge of the categories of the Ar-Rahmans, the most gracious wisdom in the creation of man, comprises 10,000 issues or more. Then, if one were to add to this sum the effects of the wisdom of God, the Most High, in the creation of the throne and the footstool and the layers of the heavens and the bodies of the luminaries, both the fixed and the moving stars, and the assigning to each one of them a specific measure and a specific colour and a non-specific one, and then add to it the effects of the wisdom of God, the Most High, in the creation of the primary elements and the generated things, from the inanimate, the plants, and the animals, and the kinds of their categories and their states, it would be known that this sum comprises 1,000,000 issues, or more or less. Then he, the Most High, has indicated that most of them are created for the benefit of man, as he, the Most High, has said, and has made subservient to you all that is in the heavens and on the earth. Al-Jathiyah 13. And at that point it becomes manifest that his saying, "Glorious is his majesty, all praise is due to God," comprises 1,000,000 issues, or more or less. The types of the world and the possibility of other worlds. And as for his saying, "Glorious is his majesty, sustainer of all the worlds," know then that his saying, "sustainer," is in a state of annexation, and his saying, "of all the worlds," is that to which it is annexed. And knowledge of the annexation of one thing to another is impossible save after obtaining knowledge of the two things so related. It is thus impossible to obtain knowledge of his being, the Most High, the sustainer of all the worlds, save after knowing the sustainer and the worlds. Then the worlds is an expression for every existent thing besides God, the Most High, and they are of 3 categories: the corporeal, the incorporeal, and the attributes. As for the corporeal, they are either simple or composite. The simple are the celestial spheres, the stars, and the primary elements. And as for the composite, they are the 3 kingdoms of nature. And know then that no proof has been established that there are no bodies save for these three categories. This is because it has been established by demonstration that beyond this world there exists a void without end, and it has been established by demonstration that He, the Most High, is capable of all possibilities. Thus is He, the Most High, able to create 1,000,000 worlds beyond this world, such that each one of those worlds is mightier and more immense than this world, and in each one of them is found the like of what is found in this world of the throne, the footstool, the heavens and the earths, the sun and the moon. And the arguments of the philosophers in proving that the world is one are feeble, flimsy arguments built upon weak premises. Abu al-Ala al-Ma'ari said, "O people, how many a sphere has God, wherein the stars do course, and the sun and moon? Trivial unto God is our past and our future, for in realms beyond we have no consequence. And it is known that the inquiry into these categories, which we have mentioned for the corporeal, comprises thousands of issues. Nay, if a man were to leave all else and wish to encompass with his knowledge the wonders of the minerals generated in the wombs of the mountains, of the metals and the pure stones, and the kinds of sulphurs and arsenics and salts, and to know the wonders of the states of plants, with their flowers and blossoms and fruits, and the wonders of the categories of animals, of the beasts and the wild creatures, and the birds and the insects, his life would be exhausted in the least of these pursuits, and he would not reach their depths, as He, the Most High, has said. And if all the trees on earth were pens, and the sea were ink, with 7 more seas to add to it, the words of God would not be exhausted, Luqman." 27. And all of this in its entirety is included under His saying, "Sustainer of all the worlds." The types of the mercy of God, the Most High, are uncountable. And as for His saying, "The Most High, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace," know then that mercy is an expression for the deliverance from the kinds of afflictions and for the conveyance of good things to those who have needs. As for the deliverance from the categories of afflictions, knowledge of it is not possible save after knowledge of the categories of afflictions, and they are many. None knows them save God, the Most High. And whoever wishes to be acquainted with a little of them, let him study the books of medicine until his intellect stands upon the categories of illnesses that can be generated in each of the organs and parts. Then let him reflect upon how He, the Most High, guided the intellects of creation to the knowledge of the categories of foods and remedies from minerals, plants and animals, for if he were to venture into this domain, he would find it a shoreless sea. And Galen related that when he composed his book on the benefits of the organs of the eye, he said, "I was miserly with the people concerning the mention of the wisdom of God, the Most High, in the creation of the 2 hollow nerves meeting at a single point. Then I saw in a dream as if an angel had descended from the sky and said, 'O Galen, verily your God says, why were you miserly with my servants concerning the mention of my wisdom?' He said, 'So I awoke and composed a book on it.' And he also said, 'My spleen had become hardened, and I treated it with all that I knew, but it did not avail. Then I saw in the temple as if an angel had descended from the sky and commanded me to let blood from the vein that is between the little finger and the ring finger. And most of the signs of medicine in their beginnings culminate in such indications and inspirations. Thus, if a man stands upon such inquiries, he knows that the categories of the mercy of God, the Most High, upon His servants are beyond governance and enumeration. The states of the hereafter and their division into the rational and the revealed. And as for His saying, the Most High, Master of the Day of Judgment, know then that man is like a traveller in this world, and his years are like leagues, and his months like miles, and his breaths like footsteps, and his purpose is to arrive in the world of his hereafter, for it is there that one attains triumph with the enduring good deeds. Thus, if he witnesses on the path the kinds of these wonders in the dominion of the earth and the heavens, then let him consider how wondrous will be the state of the world of the hereafter in its bliss, its splendour, and its felicity. If you have known this, then we say, his saying, Master of the Day of Judgment, is an allusion to the issues of the return, the gathering, and the resurrection, and they are of two parts. Some of them are purely rational, and some are based on revelation. As for the purely rational, it is as when we say, this world can be ruined and brought to naught, then it can be brought back once more, and this man after his death can be brought back. And this domain is not complete save through inquiry into the reality of the essence of the soul, and the nature of its states and attributes, and the manner of its permanence after the body, and the manner of its felicity and its wretchedness, and the clarification of the power of God. Exalted and glorious is he to bring it back. And these inquiries are not complete save with what amounts to close to 500 issues of subtle, rational inquiry. And as for the revealed matters, they are of three categories. The first, the states that will occur at the advent of the resurrection. And of those signs, some are minor and some are major, and they are the 10 signs which we shall mention and whose states we shall describe. The second, the states that will occur at the time of the resurrection, which is the manner of the blowing of the trumpet, and the death of all creatures, and the ruin of the heavens and the stars, and the death of the spiritual and the corporeal beings. The third, the states that will occur after the resurrection, and the exposition of the states of the people of the standing place. And they are many, and they include the manner of the standing of creation, and the manner of the states which they will witness, and the manner of the presence of the angels and the prophets. Upon them be peace, and the manner of the reckoning, and the manner of the weighing of deeds, and the departure of one group to paradise, and another to the fire, and the manner of the description of the people of paradise, and the description of the people of the fire. And of this domain is the exposition of the states of the people of paradise and the people of the fire after their arrival therein, and the exposition of the words which they will utter, and the deeds which they will perform. And perhaps the sum of these rational and transmitted issues reaches the thousands of issues, and all of them are included under his saying, Master of the Day of Judgment. And as for his saying, the Most High, Thee alone do we worship, and unto Thee alone do we turn for aid. Know, then, that worship is an expression for performing the commanded act in a manner of veneration for the commander. Thus, so long as it is not established by proof that this world has a single God, powerful over possibilities without end, knowing of knowable things without end, rich beyond all needs, and that he has commanded his servants with certain things and forbidden them from others, and that it is incumbent upon all creatures to obey him and submit to his charges. Then it is not possible to fulfill the requisites of his saying, The Most High, Thee alone do we worship. Then, after completing the aforementioned station, it is necessary to detail the categories of those charges, and to clarify the types of those commands and prohibitions. And all that has been composed in religion of the books of jurisprudence is included within the charges of God. Then, just as the charges of God according to this law are included therein, so too are included the charges of God according to the laws which God, the Most High, had sent down upon the preceding prophets. and also included therein are the laws with which God has charged his angels in the heavens, since he created the angels and commanded them to be occupied with worship and acts of devotion. And also the books of jurisprudence comprise an exposition of the charges directed towards the actions of the limbs. As for the categories of charges present in the actions of the heart, they are greater and mightier and more glorious, and they are those which the books of ethics comprise, and the books of statecraft, according to the various religions and the disparate nations. And if a man considers the sum of these inquiries, and knows that all of them are included under his saying, "The Most High, Thee alone do we worship," he will know then that the issues which this verse comprises are like an encircling ocean, to which the intellects and thoughts reach but a little. As for his saying, "Glorious is his majesty, guide us the straight way," know then that it is an expression for the seeking of guidance. And to attain guidance there are two paths. The first is the seeking of knowledge by way of proof and argument, and the second is by the purification of the inner self and spiritual discipline. As for the paths of demonstration, they are indeed without end, for there is not an atom from the atoms of the higher and the lower world, but that atom is a witness to the perfection of his divinity, and to the might of his majesty, and to the glory of his self-sufficiency, as it has been said. And in everything there is a sign for him that points to his being one. And its demonstration is that the bodies of the world are equal in the quiddity of corporeality, yet they differ in attributes, which are colours, places, and states. And it is impossible that the assignation of each body with its specific attribute be due to corporeality or the concomitance of corporeality, for otherwise uniformity would be necessitated. Thus it must be due to the specification of a specifier and the ordainment of an ordainer. And if that specifier is a body, the argument returns to it, and if it is not a body, then it is what is sought. Then, if that existent is not living, knowing, and powerful, but rather its effect is by emanation and nature, the necessity of uniformity returns, and if it is living, knowing, and powerful, then it is what is sought. If you have known this, then it has become manifest that every single one of the atoms of the heavens and the earth is a truthful witness and a speaking informant of the existence of the powerful, wise, all-knowing God. And the Sheikh, the Imam, my father, Dia al-Din Umar, may God have mercy upon him, used to say, "Verily God, the Most High, has in every single atom unending types of proofs pointing to his power, wisdom, and mercy. And that is because every single atom can exist in unending locations by way of substitution, and it can also be described with unending attributes by way of substitution. And every single one of those imagined states, were it to occur, would indicate the need for the existence of the wise, merciful Maker. It is thus established by what we have mentioned that this type of inquiry is without end. And as for the attainment of guidance by the path of spiritual discipline and purification, that is a shoreless sea, and for each of the wayfarers to God, the Most High, there is a distinct path and a specific fount, as he has said. For each one there is a direction towards which he turns. Al-Baqarah 148. And there is no standing for the intellects upon those secrets, and no report for the understandings from the beginnings of the fields of those lights. And the verifying Gnostics have observed therein profound inquiries and subtle secrets, to which the understandings of the majority seldom ascend. And as for his saying, "Glorious is his majesty, the way of those upon whom thou hast bestowed thy blessings, not of those who have earned thy wrath, nor of those who have gone astray. How majestic are these stations, and how magnificent are the ranks of these degrees. and whoever stands upon what we have mentioned of clarifications, it is possible for him to perceive the beginnings of these states. For it has become manifest by the clarification which has preceded that this surah comprises inquiries that have no end, and secrets that have no limit, and that the saying of one who says, "This surah comprises 10,000 issues," is a statement uttered in a manner befitting the understandings of the listeners. The second chapter, in setting forth another course that indicates the possibility of deriving many issues from a few words. Let us speak of our saying, "A'udhu billah," I seek refuge in God. We say a'udhu is a type from among the types of the imperfect verb, and the imperfect verb is a type from among the types of the verb. And as for the ba in his saying billah, it is the ba of attachment, and it is a type from among the types of the prepositions, and the prepositions are a type from among the types of particles. And as for our saying Allah, it is a specific noun, either from among the proper nouns or from the derived nouns, according to the two differing opinions on it. And the proper noun and the derived noun are each a type from among the types of the absolute noun. And it has been established in the rational sciences that knowledge of the species is impossible to obtain save after knowledge of the genus, because the genus is a part of the quiddity of the species, and knowledge of the simple precedes knowledge of the composite without a doubt. Thus our saying, "A'udhu billah," it is not possible to attain knowledge of it as is befitting, save after knowing the noun, the verb, and the particle first. And this knowledge is not obtained save after mentioning their definitions and their properties. Then, after completing this, it is necessary to divide the noun into the proper noun and the derived noun and the generic noun, and to define each one of these categories by its definition, its description, and its properties. Then, after completing this, it is necessary to speak on whether the word Allah is a proper noun or a derived noun, and if it is derived, from what is it derived. And the many views which have been held on each are to be mentioned. And also it is necessary to inquire into the reality of the absolute verb, then to mention after it the categories of the verb, among them the imperfect verb, and to mention its definition, its properties, and its categories. Then to mention after that the inquiries related to our saying a'udhu specifically. And also it is necessary to inquire into the reality of the absolute particle, then to mention after it the preposition and its definition, its properties, and its rulings. Then to mention after it the ba of attachment and its definition and its properties. And upon standing on the completion of these inquiries, one attains a standing on the completion of the linguistic inquiries related to the saying A'udhu billah. And it is known that the inquiries to whose points we have alluded are very many indeed. Then we say, and the fourth order from among the orders of inquiry is that we say, the noun, the verb, and the particle are three types falling under the genus of the word, kalima. Thus it is also necessary to inquire into the quiddity of the word, its definition, and its properties. And also there are other terms here similar to the word, and they are speech, kalam, utterance, call, expression, lafz, language, lugha, and phraseology, ibara. Thus it is necessary to inquire into each one of them. Then it is necessary to inquire as to whether they are synonymous terms or disparate terms. And if they are disparate terms, then it is necessary to mention those differences in detail and with exactitude. Then we say, and the fifth order of inquiry is that we say, there is no doubt that these words are only formed from sounds and letters. And at that point it is necessary to inquire into the reality of sound and into the causes of its existence. And there is no doubt that the production of sound in a living being is only by cause of the exhalation of breath from the chest. And at that point it is necessary to inquire into the reality of breath, and what is the wisdom in man's breathing by way of necessity, and whether this sound is produced by cause of inhalation of breath or by its exhalation. And at this point these inquiries require knowledge of the states of the heart and the lungs, and knowledge of the diaphragm, which is the first principle of the movement of sound, and knowledge of the rest of the muscles that move the abdomen, the larynx, the tongue, and the lips. And as for the letter, it is necessary to inquire whether it is the sound itself, or a state existing in the sound that is different from it. And also there is no doubt that these letters are only generated at the articulation of the sound, and they are specific points of articulation in the throat, the tongue, the teeth, and the lips. Thus it is necessary to inquire into the states of those constrictions, and it is also necessary to inquire into the states of the muscles by virtue of which living beings are able to bring the many types of the genus into existence. And these inquiries, their demonstration is not complete, save upon standing on the science of anatomy. Then we say, and the sixth order of inquiry is that the letter and the sound are qualities perceived by the sense of hearing. And as for colours and lights, they are qualities perceived by the sense of sight, and tastes are qualities perceived by the sense of taste, and so forth for the rest of the perceived qualities. Is it then correct to say, these qualities are species falling under a single genus, and are they entirely disparate in their quiddity, and that there is no sharing between them save in external concomitants, or not? Then we say, and the seventh order of inquiry is that the perceived qualities are a single species from among the species of the genus of quality, according to the common view. Thus it is necessary to inquire into the definition of the category of quality. Then it is necessary to inquire whether its application to what falls under it is the application of a genus to its species or not. Then we say, and the eighth order is that the category of quality, and the category of quantity, and the category of relation are accidents. Thus it is necessary to inquire into the category of accident and its divisions, and into its rulings, its concomitants, and its subsidiaries. Then we say, and the ninth order is that accident and substance share in falling under the possible, and the necessary and the possible share in falling under the existent. Thus it is necessary to inquire into the concomitants of existence and non-existence, and they are the manner of the application of the existent to the necessary and the possible, whether it is the application of a genus to its species, or the application of concomitants to their subjects, and the rest of the inquiries related to this domain. Then we say, and the tenth order is that we say, there is no doubt that the known, the mentioned, and that which is reported upon includes the existent and the non-existent. So how can one conceive of the existence of a matter more general than the existent? And among the people are those who say the imagined is more general than the known. And also grant that the most general of considerations is the known. And there is no doubt that the known is opposed by the not known. Yet a thing, so long as its reality is not known, it is impossible to judge it as being opposed to another. Thus, when we have judged the not known as being opposed to the known, it is necessary that the not known be known. And at that point, that which is opposed to the known would be known, and that is impossible. And know that whoever considers these 10 orders in every single particular of the existence, there have been opened to him the gates of inquiries without end, and his intellect cannot encompass the least of them. It has thus become manifest by this how the numerous sciences are derived from the few words. The third chapter. In setting forth another course to validate. What we have mentioned of deriving many issues from this surah know, then that if we were to mention a single issue in this book and prove its validity by 10 arguments, then each one of those arguments and proofs is an issue in itself. Then, if we were to relate regarding it, for example, 5 specious arguments, then each one of them is also an independent issue in itself. Then, if we were to answer each one of them with 2 or 3 answers, then those 3 answers are also 3 issues. And if we were to say, for example, the terms that occur in the speech of the Arabs come in 60 forms, and we were to detail those forms, then this statement is in reality 60 issues. And that is because an issue has no meaning save as a place of question and demonstration. Thus, since each one of these forms is so, each one of them is an issue in its own right. And if you stand upon this subtlety, then we say, if we were to consider the inquiries related to the noun and the verb, then descend from them to the inquiries related to the division of actions into the known and the mentioned, and the inquiries related to the existent and the non-existent, and the inquiries related to the necessary and the possible, and the inquiries related to substance and accident, and the inquiries related to the category of quality and the manner of its division into the perceived quality and the non-perceived, and the inquiries related to sound and the manner of its production and the manner of the muscles that produce the sounds and the letters, the matter would become grave and the domain would widen. But we shall begin in this book with the inquiries related to the word, speech, utterance, expression, and phraseology. Then we shall descend from them to the inquiries related to the noun, the verb, and the particle. Then we shall descend from them to the inquiries related to the divisions of nouns, verbs, and particles, until we reach the 3 types found in the saying, A'udhu Billah. And we hope from the encompassing grace of God that He will grant us success in reaching this noble objective. The first book, on the sciences derived from the saying, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed. Know then that the sciences derived from this statement are of 2 types. The first of them, the inquiries related to language and grammar, and the second, the inquiries related to the science of the principles of jurisprudence and its branches. The first section of this book, on the literary inquiries, related to this statement, and in it are several doors. The first door, on the inquiries related to the word, kalima, and what follows its course, and in it are several issues. The first issue, know then that the most perfect of ways in defining the significations of terms is the way of etymology. Then etymology is of 2 types, the lesser etymology and the greater etymology. As for the lesser etymology, it is like the derivation of the past and future tense forms from the verbal noun, and like the derivation of the active participle and the passive participle and others from it. And as for the greater etymology, it is that when a word is composed of letters, it is capable of permutations without a doubt. Thus we say, the first order of this composition is that the word be composed of 2 letters, and a word such as this does not accept save 2 types of permutation, like our saying man, who, and its permutation name, sleep. And after this order is that the word be composed of 3 letters, like our saying hamd, praise. and this word accepts 6 types of permutations. And that is because it is possible to make each one of those 3 letters the beginning of that word, and for each one of the 3 possibilities it is possible for the remaining 2 letters to occur in 2 ways. But the product of 3 and 2 is 6. Thus, these permutations that occur in triliteral words can occur in 6 ways. Then, after this order, is that the word be quadriliteral, like our saying akrab, scorpion, and thalab, fox, and it accepts 24 ways of permutations. And that is because it is possible to make each one of those 4 letters the beginning of that word, and for each one of those 4 possibilities it is possible for the remaining 3 letters to occur in 6 types of permutations. And the product of 4 and 6 yields 24 ways. Then, after this order, is that the word be quintiliteral, like our saying saphajal, quince, and it accepts 120 types of permutations. And that is because it is possible to make each one of those 5 letters the beginning of that word, and for each one of these possibilities it is possible for the remaining 4 letters to occur in 24 ways, according to what has been previously demonstrated. And the product of 5 and 24 is 120. And the guiding principle in this domain is that if you know the possible permutations in the lesser number, then you wish to know the number of possible permutations in the number above it. Then you multiply the higher number by the number obtained from the possible permutations in the higher number. And God knows best. The second issue: know then that consideration of the state of the lesser etymology is easy, customary, and familiar. As for the greater etymology, its observance is difficult, and it is as if it is not possible to observe it save in triliteral words, because their permutations do not exceed 6. As for quadriliterals and quintiliterals, they are very numerous, and most of those combinations are unused. So it is not possible to observe this type of etymology in them save on rare occasion. And also, triliteral words are seldom found, in which all of their possible permutations are considered. Rather, for the most part, some of them are used and some are unused. And despite that, the possible extent of it is the ultimate goal in the verification of speech in linguistic inquiries. The third issue: in the exposition of the word kalima, know, then, that the combination of the letters kaf, lam, and mim, according to their 6 possible permutations, signifies strength and intensity. 5 of them are considered, and 1 is lost. The first is klm, from which is kalam, speech, because it strikes the hearing and affects it, and also it affects the mind by way of conveying meaning. And from it is kalm, for a wound, and in it is intensity. And al-kulam is what is rough of the earth, and that is due to its hardness. The second, kml, because the complete is stronger than the incomplete. The third, lkm, and the meaning of intensity in a punch, lakiem, is manifest. The fourth, mkl, and from it is a well that is makul if its water is little, and if it is so, then approaching it is disliked, so a kind of hardship occurs upon approaching it. The fifth, mlk, it is said, you have mastered malakta the dough, if you have kneaded it thoroughly so it became hard and strong. And from it is a man rules malaka, because it is a type of power. And the maiden was given in marriage, umlikat, because her husband has power over her. The fourth issue. The term kalima, word, may be used for a single expression while intending by it much speech, some of which is connected to other parts, like their naming of an entire ode, a kalima. And from this it is said, the word of testimony, kalimat ash-shahada, and it is said, a good word is charity. And since metaphor is more fitting than polysemy, we know that applying the term kalima to a composite is a metaphor, and that is for two reasons. The first, that the composite is only composed of singulars, so applying the term kalima to composite speech would be an application of the name of the part to the whole. And the second, that when much speech is connected, part to part, a unity is achieved for it, so it becomes similar to the singular in those aspects. And similitude is one of the causes of the beauty of metaphor. Thus the term kalima was applied to long speech for this reason. The fifth issue. The term kalima has come in the Qur'an with two other concepts. The first of them, Jesus is called the Word of God, kalimatullah, either because he came into being by his saying, "Be," or because he came into being in a short time, just as a word comes into being so. And the second, that he, the Most High, named his actions words, kalimat, as he, the Most High, said in the noble verse, "Say, if the sea were ink for the words of my sustainer, the sea would indeed be exhausted ere the words of my sustainer are exhausted." Al-Kahf 109. And the reason for it is the two aspects mentioned in what has preceded. And God knows best. The sixth issue. On the utterance, call. This combination, according to its 6 permutations, indicates movement and lightness. The first, QWL, from which is call, utterance, because that is a matter easy for the tongue. The second, QLW, and from it is al-Kilv, which is the wild ass, and that is for its lightness in movement. And from it is I roasted, kalautu, the wheat and the parched grain, so they are makluwan, roasted, because when a thing is roasted it becomes dry and light, so it is quicker in movement. And from it is al-Kalaula, which is the light and flighty one. The third, WQL, al-Wakil, is the mountain goat, and that is for its movement. And it is said he ascended, Tawakkala, the mountain, if he climbed it. The fourth, WLQ, it is said walakayalik, if one hastens, and it is recited when you receive it, talaqawnahu, with your tongues, An-Nur 15, that is, you are light and hasty. The fifth, LWQ, as it has come in the hadith, I do not eat food except what has been prepared, luwika, for me. That is, the hand has been worked in its stirring and softening until it is ready. And from it is al-Luka, which is butter. It was called that for its lightness and the speed of its movement, because it does not have the firmness of cheese and whey. The sixth, LQW, and from it is al-Laqwa, which is the eagle. It was called that for its lightness and the speed of its flight. And from it is Laqwa in the face, because the face's form has been disturbed, so it is as if there is a lightness and flightiness in it. And al-Liqwa is the she-camel that is quick to conceive. The seventh issue, Ibn Jinni, may God the Most High have mercy upon him, said, language, luga, is on the pattern of fulah from lagatu, that is, I spoke. And its origin is lugwa, like kura, ball, and kula, ball used in a game. For their final letters are all war, as evidenced by their saying karotu with the ball and kalautu with the ball. And it is said of it, laga yalga, if one babbles. And from it is his saying, the Most High. And when they pass by senseless chatter, they pass by with dignity. Al-Furqan 72. I say, Ibn Jinni indeed considered the greater etymology in the word, kalima, and the utterance we, call, but did not consider it here, though it is present. The first, LQW, and from it is luga, language, and from it also is idle speech, kalam lagwa, an idle action. The second, El-Buga, and it is to be researched. The third, Gah LW, and from it is said so-and-so has an excess, gulua, in such and such, and from it is the bow shot, galwa. The fourth, Gah El, and from it is his saying, the Most High, wherein there is no murkiness, Gaul, as Safat 47. The fifth, W-Ga-L, and from it is said, so-and-so has penetrated deeply, or Gala, into such and such. The sixth, W-L-G, and from it is said, the dog lapped Walaga in the vessel. And it appears that the common measure among all is immersion in a thing, and complete delving into it. The eighth issue, on the expression, lafz, and I say, I believe that the application of lafz to these sounds and letters is by way of metaphor, and that is because they are only produced upon the exhalation of breath from within the chest to the outside. For man, upon exhaling the breath from within the chest to the outside, contains it in specific constrictions. Then he removes that constriction, and those letters are generated at the last moment of containing the breath and the first moment of releasing it. And the result is that lafz means to cast out. And this meaning is present in these sounds and letters in two ways. The first, that man casts that breath from within the chest to its outside and expels it, yalfizuhu, and that is the exhalation. And the lafz is a cause for the production of these words. So the name lafz was applied to these words for this reason. And the second, that since the generation of letters was by cause of the casting out, lafz, of that air from the inside to the outside, it became similar to man's casting out, yalfizu, those letters and throwing them from the inside to the outside. And similitude is one of the causes of metaphor. The ninth issue, phraseology, ibara, and its composition is from br, and in its 6 permutations it signifies passage and transition. The first, br, and from it is ibara, phraseology, because man cannot speak it save if he transitions from one letter to another. And also, it is as if, by cause of that phraseology, the meaning transitions from his own mind to the mind of the listener. And from it is abra, tear, because that teardrop transitions from within the eye to the outside. And from it is ibar, lessons, because in them man transitions from the seen to the unseen. And from it is marbar, crossing point, because by its means man transitions from one side of the sea to the other. And from it is tabir, interpretation, because one transitions from what one sees in a dream to the hidden meanings. The second, erb, and from it is the naming of the Arabs as Arabs for the frequency of their transitions due to the winter and summer journeys. And from it is so-and-so has expressed himself clearly, Araba, in his speech, because the expression before inflection is unknown, so when inflection enters it, it transitions to being known and clear. The third, br, and from it is so-and-so has excelled, bara'a, in such and such, if he has become complete and has increased. The fourth, br, and from it is bar dung, for its being transitioned from the inside to the outside. The fifth, arabi, and from it is said of fear rub, because man, upon its occurrence, transitions from one state to another. The sixth, rb, and from it is rab, dwelling, because people transition from it and to it. The difference between the word, kalima, and speech, kalam. The 10th issue, the difference between the word, kalima, and speech, kalam. Most grammarians have said the kalima is other than the kalam. The kalima is the single expression, and the kalam is the meaningful sentence. And most legal theorists have said that there is no difference between them, for each of them encompasses the singular and the composite. And Ibn Jinni agreed with the grammarians and found the saying of the theologians improbable. And I have not seen in his words a strong argument for the difference, save that he transmitted from Sibawayh a statement indicating that the term kalam is specific to the meaningful sentence. And he mentioned other words, but they are extremely weak. As for the legal theorists, they have argued for the validity of their saying with several arguments. The first, that the intelligent have agreed that kalam is what is opposite to muteness and silence, and speaking a single word, kalima, is opposite to muteness and silence, so it is kalam. The second, that the etymology of kalima is from kalm, which is wounding and affecting. And it is known that whoever hears a single word understands its meaning, so here the meaning of affecting has been achieved. Thus it must be kalam. The third, it is correct to say, so-and-so spoke, takalama, this single word. And it is also correct to say, he did not speak, takalama, save with this single word. And all of that indicates that the single word is kalam, for otherwise it would not be correct to say he spoke, takalama, with the single word. The fourth, it is correct to say so-and-so spoke with incomplete speech, kalam ghair tam, and that indicates that the achievement of complete meaning is not a consideration in the name of kalam. A juristic issue in divorce. The 11th issue. A juristic issue in divorce. A juristic issue branches from the aforementioned difference, and it is the first of the issues of oaths in Al-Jami al-Kabir by Muhammad ibn al-Hassan. May God, the Most High, have mercy upon him. It is that if a man says to his wife, with whom he has not consummated the marriage, "If I speak to you in kalamtuki, then you are divorced 3 times, they said. Upon the mention of this speech a second time, she is divorced a single time. But does this second instance count as a divorce? Abu Hanifa and his 2 companions said it counts, and Zufar said it does not count. And Zufar's argument is that when he said for the second time, "If I speak to you," at this point of the speech the condition has been met, because the name kalam, speech, is a name for all that imparts something, whether it imparts a complete meaning or not. And when the condition is met, the consequence is met, and she is divorced at his saying, "If I speak to you." Thus the completion of his saying, "You are divorced," falls outside the full possession of the marriage bond, and is not connected to it, so it must not count. And Abu Hanifa's argument is that the condition, which is his saying, "If I speak to you," is incomplete, and kalam is a name for the complete sentence, so the divorce does not occur save at the completion of his saying, "If I speak to you, then you are divorced." And the essence of the matter is that if we say that the name kalam encompasses the single word, then the opinion is that of Zufar. And if we say that it does not encompass save the sentence, then the opinion is that of Abu Hanifa. And what strengthens Zufar's opinion is that if he had said for the second time, "If I speak to you," and stopped there and did not mention after it his saying, "Then you are divorced," she would be divorced. Were it not that this amount is kalam, she would not be divorced. And what strengthens Abu Hanifa's opinion is that if he had said, "Whenever I speak to you, kulama kalamtuki, you are divorced," then mention this phrase for the second time, the word whenever necessitates repetition. So if speaking a single word were kalam, it would be necessary for the 3 divorces to occur upon his saying for the second time, "Whenever I speak to you," and stopping there and not mentioning after it his saying, "Then you are divorced," because this whole utterance comprises the mention of many words, and each one of them necessitates the occurrence of a divorce. And I say, Perhaps Zufar would commit to that. The 12th issue. The locus of the aforementioned dispute between Abu Hanifa and Zufar should be specific to when he says, "If I speak to you, then you are divorced." As for if he were to say, "If I speak with a word, kalima, then you are divorced." Or he said, "If I utter nataktu." Or he said, "If I express talafastu, an expression." Or he said, "If I make an utterance, kultu colon, then you are divorced." It would be necessary that the truth in all of these issues be the opinion of Zufar as a single opinion. And God knows best. Does speech apply to the unused? The 13th issue. Does speech apply to the unused? Does the term kalima and kalam encompass the unused or not? Some of them have said it encompasses it, because it is correct to say speech is of two kinds, used and unused, and because it is correct to say he spoke with incomprehensible speech, and because the unused affects the hearing, so the meaning of affecting and kalam is present in it. And some of them have said the kalima and kalam are specific to the meaningful, since if this restriction were not considered, it would necessitate permitting the naming of the sounds of birds as kalima and kalam. Are natural sounds called speech? The 14th issue. Are natural sounds called speech? If sounds occur that are composed in a composition that indicates meanings, except that that composition was a natural composition, not a conventional one, are such sounds called kalima and kalam? For instance, that man, upon being at ease or in pain, may say ach, and upon coughing may say ah, ah. These are composed sounds and arranged letters, and they are indicative of specific meanings, but their indication of their significations is by nature, not by convention. Are their likes called words, kalimat? And likewise, the sound of the sandgrouse resembles its saying kata, and the sound of the stork resembles its saying lak-lak. Are such sounds called words? They have differed on it, and I have not seen on either side a considerable argument. And the benefit of this inquiry appears in the case where one says, "If I hear a word, kalima, then my slave is free." Does the breaking of the oath and its fulfillment depend on hearing these terms or not? The 15th issue. Ibn Jinni said, "The term qawl, utterance, applies to complete speech and to the single word by way of reality. As for the term kalam, speech, it is specific to the complete sentence, and the term kalima, word, is specific to the singular. And the essence of his words on the difference between the two domains is that if we clarify that the composition of qawl indicates lightness and ease, it must encompass the single word. As for the composition of kalam, it signifies affecting, and that does not occur save from the complete sentence, except that this is problematic with the term kalima. And what strengthens this is the saying of the poet, "I said to her, 'Stop,' and she uttered, 'Kaf.'" He called her enunciation of a mere kaf a qawl. The 16th issue. He also said that the term qawl may correctly be made a metaphor for beliefs and opinions, as in your saying, "So-and-so holds the opinion, qawl, of Abu Hanifa," and "he inclines to the opinion, qawl, of Malik," that is, he believes what they used to hold and say. Do you not see that if you were to ask a man about the validity of the vision of God, the Most High, and he said his vision is not permissible, you would say, "This is the opinion, qawl, of the Mutazilites," and you would not say, "This is the speech, kalam, of the Mutazilites, save by way of affectation." And he mentioned that the reason for the beauty of this metaphor is that a belief is not understood save through another, So since similitude was achieved from this aspect, it is no wonder that it became a cause for making it a metaphor for it. The utterance is used for more than speech. The 17th issue. The utterance is used for more than speech. The term kala, he said, may be used for other than speech. Abu an-Najm said, "The bird said to him, 'Proceed, rightly guided, for you shall not return save praised.' And another said, 'And the two eyes said to him, To hear is to obey. And they shed tears like pearls, yet unpierced. And he said, The basin filled up and said, Enough for me. Gently, slowly, you have filled my belly.' And it is said in the proverb, The wall said to the peg, Why do you split me? It said, Ask the one who hammers me, for the one behind me has not left me to my own devices. And from it is his saying, The Most High, our only word to a thing, when we intend it, is that we say to it, Be, and it is an-Nahl. 40. And his saying, The Most High, then he said to it, and to the earth, Come willingly or unwillingly. They said, We come in willing obedience. Fusilat. 11. The 18th issue. Those who deny speech of the soul have agreed that kalam and qawl are names for these expressions and words. As for the affirmers of speech of the soul, they have agreed that that psychic meaning is called kalam and qawl, and they have argued for it with the Qur'an, tradition and poetry. As for the Qur'an, it is his saying, the Most High, and God bears witness that the hypocrites are indeed liars, al-Munafiqun. 1. And it is manifest that they were not lying in their expression, because they reported that Muhammad was the messenger of God, and they were truthful in that. Thus it must be said that they were lying in other speech, besides the expression, and what is it but the speech of the soul? And one could say, we do not concede that they were not lying in the speech of the tongue. His saying, they reported that Muhammad was the messenger of God, we say, we do not concede this. Rather, they reported there being witnesses that Muhammad was the messenger of God, because they had said, we bear witness that you are indeed the messenger of God, al-Munafiqun. 1. And testimony does not occur save with knowledge, and they did not have knowledge of it. Thus it is established that they were lying in what they reported with the speech of the tongue. And as for tradition, it is what has been transmitted that Umar said on the day of the Saqifa, I had prepared in my soul a speech, but Abu Bakr preceded me to it. And as for the poet, it is the saying of Al-Akhtal, Verily speech is in the heart, and only was the tongue made a guide to the heart. And as for those who denied that the meaning subsisting in the soul is called speech, they have argued against it that whoever does not speak and does not utter the letters, it is said of him that he has not spoken. And also the breaking and fulfillment of an oath relates to these expressions. And among our companions are those who have said, the name qawl and kalam is shared between the psychic meaning and the verbal expression. The 19th issue, these words and phrases may be called reports, ahadith. God, the Most High, said, then let them produce a report like it, At-Tur 34. And the reason for this naming is that these words are only composed of successive sequential letters, so each one of those letters occurs after its companion. For this reason it was named a report, hadith. And it is also possible that the reason for this naming is that hearing them brings forth in the hearts sciences and meanings, and God knows best. The 20th issue. Here there are many terms. The first of them, the word, kalima. The second of them, speech, kalam. The third of them, the utterance, qawl. The fourth of them, the expression, lafz. The fifth of them, the phraseology, ibara. The sixth of them, the report, hadith. and we have explained all of them. The seventh of them, enunciation, nu, tu, q, and it is necessary to inquire into the manner of its etymology and whether it is synonymous with some of those mentioned terms or disparate from them. And if it is disparate, then what is the difference? The 21st issue, on the definition of the word kalima. Az-Zamakhshari said at the beginning of Al-Mufassal, the word is the expression that indicates a singular meaning by convention. And this definition is not good, because the past tense form is a word, yet it does not indicate a singular meaning by convention. Thus, this definition is an error, because it indicates two things, an event and a time. And the same is said of the names of verbs, like our saying mach and sar. And the cause of the error is that he should have made singular an attribute of the expression, but he erred and made it an attribute of the meaning. The expression is unused and used, and its categories. The 22nd issue. The expression is unused and used, and its categories. The expression is either unused, and that is known, or used, and it is of three categories. The first of them, that no part of it indicates any part of the meanings at all. And this is the singular expression, like our saying Faraz, horse, and Jamal, camel. The second of them, that no part of it indicates anything at all while it is its part. But by another consideration, its parts do acquire an indication of meanings, like our saying Abdullah. For if we consider this whole a proper name, no part of it acquires an indication of anything at all. But if we make it an annexed, and that to which it is annexed, then each of its two parts acquires an indication of something else. And this category we call the composite. The third of them, that each one of its two parts acquires an indication of another signification in all considerations, and that is like our saying the world is contingent, and the sky is a sphere, and Zayd is departing, and this we call the constructed. The meaningful herd and its categories. The 23rd issue. The meaningful herd and its categories. The meaningful herd is divided into four categories, for either the expression is constructed and the meaning is constructed, like our saying, man is an animal, and the slave of Zayd. Or the herd is singular, and the meaning is singular, and that is like our saying, unity, and the point. Nay, our saying, God, glorified and exalted, is he. Or the expression is singular, and the meaning is constructed, and that is like your saying, man, for the expression is singular and the meaning is a quiddity composed of many things. Or the expression is composite and the meaning is singular, and that is impossible. The 24th issue, the word is the singular expression that indicates by convention a meaning, and this definition is composed of four restrictions. The first restriction is its being an expression. The second, its being singular, and you have known them. The third, its being indicative, and that is to exclude the unused. And the fourth, its being indicative by convention, and we shall establish the proof that the indications of expressions are conventional, not intrinsic. The 25th issue, it has been said, the word is a singular sound indicative of a meaning by convention. Abu Ali ibn Sina said in the book Al-Awsat, and this is not permissible, because sound is matter and expression is a genus, and mentioning the genus is more fitting than mentioning the matter. And he has subtle words on the difference between matter and genus, and despite their subtlety, they are weak, and we have shown the aspect of their weakness in the rational sciences. And I say, the reason, in my view, that it is not permissible to mention sound is that sound is divided into the sound of a living being, and other than it, and the sound of man is divided into what is produced from his throat and other than it. And the sound produced from the throat is divided into that whose production is specific to specific states, like these letters, and that which is not so, like the sounds produced at times of pain and ease and coughing and others. Thus, sound is a remote genus, and expression is a near genus, and adducing the near genus is more fitting than the remote genus. The 26th issue. The Mutazilites have said, the condition for a word to be meaningful is that it be composed of 2 letters or more. They refuted this with their saying ki and I, and it was answered that it is composite in estimation, for the origin is that one says ki and I, as evidenced by the fact that in the dual it is said kia and iya. And it was answered to this answer that that is estimated, but the reality is a single letter. And also they refuted it with the lam of definition, and with the nun of nunation, and with annexation, for all of them are meaningful letters, and the particle is a species falling under the genus of the word. And whenever the species is true, the genus is true. Thus these letters are words, even though they are not composite. The 27th issue. It is more fitting to say, every enunciated thing that imparts something by convention is a word. And upon this estimation, the singular and the composite are included in it. And by our saying enunciated, there is an exclusion of writing and gesture. The indication of an expression of its meaning is not intrinsic. The 28th issue. The indication of expressions of their significations is not intrinsic and real, contrary to abad. We hold that they change with the difference of places and times, and intrinsic things are not so. Abad's argument is that if there were not specific affinities between the specific expressions and the specific meanings, then the assignation of each one of them to its named thing would be a preference of the possible without a preferer, which is impossible. And our answer is that this is contradicted by the assignation of the world's coming into being to a specific time, rather than before it or after it, for otherwise it would not be preferred. And it is also problematic with the assignation of each person to his specific proper name. The 29th issue. And it may happen in some expressions that it is suitable for its meaning, like their naming of the sandgrouse by this name, because this expression resembles its sound. And the same is said of the stork. And also they established the expression al-khadm for the eating of moist things like watermelon and cucumber, and the expression al-kadm for the eating of dry things like the beasts gnawing kadamat, its barley, because the letter ka resembles the sound of eating a moist thing, and the letter kaf resembles the sound of eating a dry thing. And for this domain there are many examples which Ibn Jinni mentioned in Al-Qasaiz. Language is inspiration. The 30th issue. Language is inspiration. We cannot be certain that the indication of expressions is by divine decree, and some have been certain of it and have argued for it with reason and transmission. As for reason, it is that the establishment of specific expressions for specific meanings is not possible save by utterance. So if that utterance were by another establishment on their part, it would necessitate that every establishment be preceded by another establishment without end, which is impossible. Thus it is necessary to end at what was achieved by the decree of God, the Most High. And as for transmission, it is his saying, the Most High. And he taught Adam the names, all of them Al-Baqarah, 31. And it was answered to the first that why is it not permissible that the establishment of expressions for meanings be achieved by gesture? And to the second, why is it not permissible that what is meant by teaching is inspiration. And also, perhaps, these languages were established by peoples who were before Adam, upon him be peace, then God, the Most High, taught them to Adam, upon him be peace. The 31st issue. It is not possible to be certain that it was achieved by convention, contrary to the Mu'tazilites. And they argued that if knowledge of an attribute is necessary, then knowledge of the subject is also necessary. So if God, the Most High, were to create knowledge in the heart of the intelligent, that this expression was established for this meaning, it would necessitate that knowledge of God be necessary, and that would detract from the validity of moral obligation. And it was answered to this that why is it not permissible to say that He, the Most High, creates a necessary knowledge in the heart, that an establisher established this expression for this meaning, without creating the knowledge that that establisher is God, the Most High. And upon this estimation, the problem is removed. The 32nd issue. Since these proofs are weak, we have permitted that all languages may be by divine decree, and that all may be by convention, and that some may be by divine decree, and some by convention. The 33rd issue. The singular expression does not at all impart its named thing, because so long as it is not known that that expression is established for that meaning, it imparts nothing. But knowledge of its being established for that meaning is knowledge of a specific relation between that expression and that meaning. And knowledge of a specific relation between two things is preceded by each one of them. So, if knowledge of that meaning were derived from that expression, a circularity would be necessitated, which is impossible. And it was answered to this that it is possible that if a correspondence is established in the imagination between the specific expression and the specific meaning, then, upon the occurrence of the perception of the expression, the imagination transitions to the meaning, and at that point the circularity is repelled. The 34th issue. And the problem mentioned in the singular is not present in the composite, because the imparting of singular expressions of their meanings is a conventional imparting, but the compositions are rational. So it is no wonder that upon hearing those singulars, the intellect considers their compositions. Then it arrives through those rational compositions at the knowledge of those composites. Thus the difference is manifest. The expression indicates the mental meaning, not the external. The 35th issue. The expression indicates the mental meaning, not the external. Expressions have indications of what is in the minds, not of what is in external reality. And for this reason, it is said, expressions indicate meanings, because meanings are what the intender intended, and they are mental matters. And the proof for what we have mentioned is from two aspects. The first is that if we see a body from a distance and think it is a rock, we say it is a rock. Then, if we approach it and witness its movement and think it is a bird, we say it is a bird. Then, if the proximity increases and we know that it is a man, we say it is a man. The difference of names upon the difference of mental conceptions indicates that the signification of expressions is the mental forms, not the external realities. The second is that if the expression indicated the external existent, then when one person says the world is eternal and another says the world is contingent, it would necessitate that the world be eternal and contingent at once, which is impossible. But if we say that they are indicative of mental meanings, then these two statements would be indicative of the occurrence of these two judgments from these two people, and that is not contradictory. The 36th issue. It is not possible that all quiddities be named by expressions, because quiddities are without end, and what has no end is not perceived in detail. and what is not perceived, it is impossible to establish a name opposite it. The 37th issue, every meaning, the need to express which was more important, the establishment of an expression opposite it was more fitting, like the forms of commands and prohibitions, and of the general and the specific. And the proof for it is that the need to express them is pressing, so the incentive for that establishment would be complete, and the impediment removed. And if the incentive is strong and the impediment is removed, the act thereby becomes necessary to occur. The 38th issue. The meaning which is hidden from the majority, it is impossible for it to be named by the well-known expression. Its example is the expression of movement. It is a well-known expression, and the body's transitioning from one side to another is a matter known to everyone. But that which some theologians say, which is the meaning that necessitates that transition, is a hidden matter which none conceives save the elite among the people. And if it is so, it is necessary to say movement is a name for this transition itself, not for the meaning that necessitates the transition. And likewise it is necessary that knowledge be a name for knowingness itself, and power a name for powerfulness, not for the meaning that necessitates knowingness and powerfulness. Meaning is a name for the mental form. The 39th issue. Meaning is a name for the mental form. On meaning, meaning is a name for the mental form, not for the external existence, because meaning is an expression for the thing which the intender intended and the purposer purposed. And that, in its essence, is the mental matters, and by accident the external things. So if it is said the speaker intended by this expression this meaning, then what is meant is that he purposed by the mention of that expression to define that conceived matter. The 40th issue. It may be said of some meanings that it is not possible to define them with expressions, for instance, that we perceive by necessity a distinction between the sweetness perceived from sugar cane and the sweetness perceived from rock candy. It is said there is no way to define this distinction by way of expression. And also it may happen that states occur in the soul of some people, and he cannot define that state by way of verbal definitions. If you have known this, then we say, as for the first category, the reason for it is that by which the sweetness of sugar cane is distinguished from the sweetness of rock candy, they have not established for it in the language a specific expression. Rather, it is not possible to mention it save by way of annexation, such as when it is said, the sweetness of sugar cane, and the sweetness of rock candy. So since a specific expression was not established for that distinction, it is no wonder that it is not possible to define it with an expression. And if they had established an expression for it, it would have been possible to define it with the expression on that estimation. And as for the second category, which is that if a man perceives in himself a specific state, and the rest of the people have not perceived that specific state, it is impossible for this perceiver to establish an expression to define it, because the listener, so long as he does not know the named thing first, it is not possible for him to understand that this expression is established for it. So, since the conception of those meanings has not occurred for the listeners, it is impossible for them to conceive that these expressions are established for them, so it is no wonder that it is impossible to define them. But if we were to suppose that a group of people conceived those meanings, then established for them specific expressions, then on this estimation it would have been possible to define those states with verbal clarifications. Thus should be conceived the meaning of what is said, that many of the meanings cannot be defined with expressions. The wisdom in establishing expressions for meanings. The 41st issue. The wisdom in establishing expressions for meanings. on the wisdom in establishing expressions for meanings. And it is that man was created such that he is not independent in achieving all of his important matters, so he needed to inform others of what is in his conscience, so that he could use it as a means to seek the aid of others. And for that informing there must be a way. And the ways are many, like writing, gesturing, clapping with the hand, and movement with the rest of the limbs, except that the easiest and best of them is to inform of what is in the hearts and consciences with these expressions. And what indicates this are several aspects. The first of them is that the breath upon exhalation is a cause for the production of sound, and sounds upon their articulations are causes for the production of the different letters. And these meanings are achieved without effort and aid, contrary to writing and gesturing and others. And the second is that these sounds, just as they exist, they perish immediately after. So when there is a need for it, it occurs, and when the need ceases, it perishes and ends. And the third is that sounds, according to the many articulations in the points of articulation of the letters, there are generated from them the many letters. And those many letters, according to their many compositions, there are generated from them words that are almost without end. So, if we assign for each one of the meanings one of those words, the expressions are distributed over the meanings without confusion and ambiguity. And the like of this is not found in gesturing and clapping. For these three reasons, sound intellects have judged that the best of definitions for what is in the hearts are expressions. For his essence is the knowledge of the truth. The 42nd issue. For his essence is the knowledge of the truth. The perfection of man is in knowing the truth for its own sake, and the good for the sake of acting upon it. And the essence of the soul in its original creation is bare of these two perfections, and it is not possible for it to acquire these perfections save by means of this body. So the creation of this body became sought for this wisdom. Then the well-being of this body was not complete, save if the heart were a fount for the innate heat. And since this heat was strong, it needed ventilation for the sake of balance. So the merciful, wise Creator ordained this purpose by giving the heart a power of expansion, by which it draws the cold air from outside the body to itself. Then, when that air remains in the heart for a moment, it becomes heated and intensified, and its heat strengthens, so the heart needs to expel it once again, and that is the contraction. For when the heart contracts, what is in it of air is squeezed and exits to the outside. This, then, is the wisdom in making the living being breathe. And the purpose intended in the first instance is the perfection of the essence of the soul with knowledge and action. So the creation of the body occurred in the second order of what is sought, and the creation of the heart and making it a source for the innate heat occurred in the third order, and empowering the heart to expand, which necessitates the drawing of good air from the outside for the sake of ventilation, occurred in the fourth order, and empowering the heart to contract, which necessitates the exit of that burnt air, occurred in the fifth order, and the directing of that exiting air upon the contraction of the heart to the matter of sound occurred in the sixth order. Then the wise ordainer and the merciful governor made this matter, sought by way of a purpose occurring in the seventh order, a matter for sound. And he created constrictions and articulations for the sound in the throat, the tongue, the teeth, and the lips. And at that point, by that cause, these different letters are produced, and from their compositions are produced the words that have no end. Then he deposited in this enunciation and speech lofty wisdoms and dazzling secrets, before which the intellects of the first and the last have been unable to encompass a drop from its sea and a ray from its sun. So glorified be the Creator, the Governor, with dazzling wisdom and unending power. Verbal Speech, the 43rd issue. Verbal speech. It has become manifest from what we have said that verbal speech has no meaning save the convention of the people upon making these articulated sounds and composed letters definers of what is in the consciences. And if we were to suppose that they had agreed upon making other things definers of what is in the consciences, then those things would be speech also. And if it is so, then speech is not a real attribute like knowledge, power, and will, but rather a conventional, agreed-upon matter. And the verification in this domain is that speech is an expression for a specific action, which the living, powerful one does for the sake of informing another of what is in his conscience of wills and beliefs. And at this point it becomes manifest that what is meant by man's being a speaker of these letters is merely his being a doer of them for this specific purpose. And as for the speech, which is an attribute subsisting in the soul, it is a real attribute like science's powers and wills. Psychic and mental speech, the 44th issue. Psychic and mental speech. Since it has been established that expressions are indicators of what is in the consciences and the hearts, is what is indicated by these expressions the wills and beliefs, or another type? The Mutazilites have said the form do is an expression established for the will of the action, and the declarative form is an expression established to define that that speaker believes that the matter for so-and-so is such and such. And our companions have said, the psychic request is different from the will, and the mental judgment is a matter different from belief. As for the clarification that the psychic request is different from the will, the proof for it is that he, the Most High, commanded the disbeliever to believe, and this is agreed upon, but he did not will faith from him, for had he willed it, it would have occurred. And what indicates this are two aspects. The first is that the power of the disbeliever, if it necessitates disbelief, then the creator of that power willed disbelief, because the willer of the cause is the willer of the effect. And if it is capable of both disbelief and faith, then the preponderance of one of them over the other is impossible, save with a preferer. And if that preferer is from the servant, the first division returns to it. And if it is from God, the Most High, then at that point the sum of the power with the incentive necessitates disbelief, and the willer of the cause is the willer of the effect. Thus it is established that he, the Most High, wills disbelief from the disbeliever, and the second is that he, the Most High, knows that the disbeliever will disbelieve, and the occurrence of this knowledge is the opposite of the occurrence of faith, and the joining of two opposites is impossible. And the one who knows that a thing is impossible to occur does not will it. Thus it is established that he, the Most High, commanded the disbeliever to believe, and it is established that he does not will faith from him, so it is necessary that the signification of the command of God, the Most High, be the action of something other than the will, and that is what is sought. And as for the clarification that the mental judgment is different from belief and knowledge, the proof for it is that if a speaker says, "The world is eternal," then the signification of this expression is the judgment of this speaker of the eternity of the world. And a speaker may say this with his tongue while he believes that the world is not eternal. So we know that the mental judgment is present, and the belief is not present, so the mental judgment is different from the belief. Significations of expressions. The 45th issue. Significations of expressions. The significations of expressions may be things different from the expressions, like the expression of the sky and the earth. And their significations may also be expressions, like our saying noun, verb, particle, general, specific, ambiguous, and clear. For these expressions are names, and their named things are also expressions. Ways of knowing a language. The 46th issue. Ways of knowing a language. The way of knowing languages is either reason alone, which is impossible, or transmitted reports, whether of mass transmission or of single transmission, which is correct, or what is composed of them. As, when it is said, it has been established by transmission the permissibility of introducing an exception to the form of man, whoever. And it has been established by transmission that the ruling of an exception is to exclude what would otherwise have been included in it. From the sum of these two, by the judgment of reason, it follows that that form is established for generality, and upon this way rely the majority in proving most languages. And it is weak, because this demonstration is only valid if we say that the establisher of those two premises must have been an acknowledger of this concomitance, for otherwise a contradiction would be necessitated. But if the establisher of languages is established to be God, the Most High, it is necessary to deem him free from contradiction. But if it is the people, then that is not necessary. And since this principle is doubtful, that proof is likewise. Some of a language has reached us by mass transmission. The 47th issue. Some of a language has reached us by mass transmission. The languages transmitted to us, some of them are transmitted by mass transmission, and some are transmitted by single transmission. And some have challenged their being of mass transmission, saying, the most famous of expressions is our saying Allah, and they have differed on it. It has been said that it is not Arabic, but rather Hebrew, and it has been said that it is a proper noun, and it has been said that it is from the derived nouns, and they mentioned in its derivation 10 arguments, and the matter in these differences has remained undecided until now. And also the expression of faith and disbelief, they have differed on them with a severe difference. And likewise the forms of commands and prohibitions, and of the general and the specific, even though they are the most famous of expressions. And if the case is so in the most manifest and the strongest, then what is your thought of what is other than it? And the truth is that the occurrence of these expressions in the origins of these instances is known by mass transmission. As for their quiddities and considerations, it is in them that they have differed, and that does not detract from the achievement of mass transmission in the origin. The 48th issue. Some of them have conceded the achievement of mass transmission in some of these expressions at this time, but he has claimed that the state of past eras is unknown, so perhaps the transmission ends in some of the past eras at single transmission. And it is not for one to say, if that had occurred, it would have become famous and reached the limit of mass transmission, because this premise, if it is valid, is only valid for great events. As for the usages in expressions, they are trivial events. And the truth is that necessary knowledge has been achieved that the expression of the sky and the earth and the wall and the house, their state and the state of their likes in past times, was like their state in this time. The 49th issue. There is no doubt that most languages are transmitted by single transmission, and the report of one only imparts probability upon considering the states of the reporters and examining their states with disparagement and validation. Then the people have stipulated these conditions for the reporters of hadith, and have not considered them for the reporters of languages, even though languages are like principles for the hadiths. And what confirms this question is that the literati have disparaged one another, sometimes with accusations of ignorance, and at other times with accusations of impiety. And the enmity that existed between the Kufans and the Basrans is well known. And the attribution by most of the hadith scholars of most of the literati to what is unbefitting is well known. And if it is so, their reports have become unacceptable. And by this path most languages fall from the degrees of acceptance. And the truth is that most languages are close to mass transmission, and by this path this challenge is dropped. The indication of expressions of their meanings is probable. The 50th issue. The indication of expressions of their meanings is probable. The indication of expressions of their meanings is probable because it is dependent upon the transmission of languages and the transmission of grammatical inflections and conjugations, while the initial state of those transmitters was that they were single individuals, and the report of a single individual does not impart save probability. And also, those indications are dependent upon the absence of polysemy, and the absence of metaphor, and the absence of semantic shift, and the absence of ambiguity, and the absence of specification, and the absence of a rational counterargument. For if it were to occur, it would be necessary to divert the expression to metaphor. And there is no doubt that the belief in these premises is pure probability, and what is dependent upon probability is more fitting to be probable, and God knows best. The second door, on the inquiries derived from the sound and the letters and their rulings, and in it are several issues, the manner of the production of sound. The first issue. The manner of the production of sound. The chief master Abu Ali ibn Sina mentioned in the definition of sound that it is a quality that is produced from the undulation of air compressed between a striking and a struck object. And I say, the quiddity of sound is perceived by the sense of hearing, and there is nothing in existence more manifest than the perceived, that the perceived should be defined by it. Rather, this which he has mentioned, if it must be so, is an allusion to the cause of its production, not to the definition of its quiddity. Sound is not a body. The second issue. Sound is not a body. It is said that An-Nazam the theologian used to claim that sound is a body, and they invalidated this with several arguments. Among them is that bodies share in corporeality and do not share in sound. And among them is that bodies are seen and touched, first and second, and sound is not so. And among them is that the body is enduring and sound is not so. And I say, An-Nazam was one of the most intelligent of people, and it is improbable that his doctrine was that sound is the body itself, except that when he held that the cause of the production of sound is the undulation of air, the ignorant thought of him that he was saying that it is the very same as that air. The third issue. Some of them have said sound is the collision of solid bodies, and this is false because collision is an expression for contact, and it is seen and sound is not so. And it has been said, sound is the striking itself, or the plucking, and it has been said that it is the undulation of movement, and all of that is false, because these states are seen, and sound is not seen, and God knows best. The fourth issue. It has been said its proximate cause is the undulation of air. And we do not mean by undulation a transitional movement from a single specific beginning to a single specific end, but rather a state similar to the undulation of air, for it is a matter that occurs bit by bit, for a blow after a blow and a stillness after a stillness. And as for the cause of the undulation, it is a violent contact, which is striking, or a violent separation, which is plucking. And for the verification of this, one should refer to our rational books. The definition of the letter. The fifth issue. The definition of the letter. The Chief Master said in the definition of the letter, "It is a state accidental to the sound by which it is distinguished from another sound like it in lightness and heaviness, a distinction in what is heard." The vowels and semi-vowels. The sixth issue. The vowels and semi-vowels. The letters are either sonorous, which are what are called in grammar the letters of extension and softness, and it is not possible to begin with them, or they are silent, which are what are other than them. As for the sonorous, there is no doubt that they are from the states accidental to the sound, and as for the silent, among them are those which cannot be extended, like the ba, the ta, the dal, and the ta. And they are not found save in the instant, which is the last moment of containing the breath and the first moment of releasing it. And they are to sound as the point is to the line, and the instant is to time. And these letters are not sounds nor accidents of sounds, but rather they are matters that occur at the beginning of the production of sounds. And naming them letters is good, because the letter, half, is the edge, and these letters are the edges of sounds and their beginnings. And of the silent are those which can be extended according to what is apparent. Then these are of two categories. Among them are those of which the prevailing belief is that they are of instantaneous existence in reality, even if they are temporal according to the sense, like the ha and the kha. For the belief is that these came as instantaneous, sequential, each one of them of instantaneous existence in reality, but the sense does not perceive the distinction of one from another, so it thinks them a single temporal letter. And among them are those of which the prevailing belief is that they are temporal in reality, like the sin and the shin, for they are states accidental to the sound, enduring with its endurance. The seventh issue. The letter must either be quiescent or vowelled, and we do not mean by it the inherence of motion and rest in it, because they are attributes of bodies. Rather, what is meant is that it occurs after the silent with a specific sound. The eighth issue. The vowels are parts of the sonorous letters, and the proof for it is that these sonorous letters are capable of increase and decrease, and there is no extremity on the side of decrease save these vowels. And because these vowels, if they are extended, the sonorous letters are produced, and that indicates our saying. The ninth issue. The silent precedes the shortened sonorous, which is called the vowel, as evidenced by the fact that the enunciation of these vowels is dependent upon the enunciation of the silent. So, if these vowels were to precede these silents, a circularity would be necessitated, which is impossible. Speech is contingent, not eternal. The 10th issue. Speech is contingent, not eternal. Speech, which is composed of letters and sounds, it is impossible, in the self-evident judgment of the intellect, for it to be eternal, for two reasons. The first, that a word is not a word save if its letters are sequential. So the preceding, which has passed, is created, because what is established to be non-existent, its eternity is impossible. And the coming, which is created after the passing of the first, there is no doubt that it is created. And the second, that the letters from which the word is composed, if they were to occur at a single instant, the word would not occur, because a triliteral word can occur in 6 permutations. So, if the letters were to occur together, its occurrence in some of those ways would not be more fitting than its occurrence in the rest of them. And if they were to occur in sequence, they would be created. and those who hold to the eternity of the letters have argued with reason and transmission. As for reason, it is that each one of these letters has a specific quiddity by virtue of which it is distinguished from what is other than it. And quiddities do not accept perishing nor non-existence, so they are eternal. And as for transmission, it is that the speech of God is eternal, and the speech of God is none other than these letters. Thus it is necessary to hold to the eternity of these letters. As for the speech of God being eternal, it is because speech is an attribute of perfection, and its absence is an attribute of deficiency. So if the speech of God were not eternal, it would be necessary to say that He, the Most High, was in pre-eternity deficient, then became in post-eternity perfect, and that, by the consensus of the Muslims, is false. And we only said that the speech of God, the Most High, is none other than these letters for several reasons. The first of them, His saying, the Most High. And if any one of the polytheists seeks your protection, then grant him protection so that he may hear the speech of God, at-Tawbah. 6. And it is known that what is heard is none other than these letters. This, then, indicates that these letters are the speech of God. And the second of them, that whoever swears an oath to hear the speech of God, the Most High, the fulfillment and breaking of the oath relates to the hearing of these letters. And the third of them, that it has been transmitted to us by mass transmission that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, used to say, "Verily, this Qur'an which is heard and recited is the speech of God." So he who denies it is a denier of what is known by mass transmission from the religion of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, so disbelief is necessitated for him. And the answer to the first is that what you have mentioned is not specific to one quiddity without another. So the eternity of all is necessitated for you. And to the second, that what you have mentioned of demonstration is obscure in the face of the self-evident, so it is false. Describing the speech of God with eternity. The 11th issue. Describing the speech of God with eternity. If we say of these sequential letters and successive sounds that they are the speech of God, the Most High, then what is meant is that they are expressions indicative of the attribute subsisting in the essence of God, the Most High. So the name of speech was applied to them by way of metaphor. And as for the matter of the breaking and fulfillment of an oath, that is because the foundation of faith is upon custom. And if we say, the speech of God is eternal, we do not mean by it save that eternal attribute which is the signification of these expressions and phrases. And if we say, the speech of God is a miracle for Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, we mean by it these letters and these sounds which are created, for the eternal existed before Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, so how could it be a miracle for him? And if we say, the speech of God is surahs and verses, we mean by it these letters. And if we say, the speech of God is eloquent, we mean by it these expressions. And if we commence the exposition of the speech of God, the Most High, we also mean by it these expressions. The sounds which we recite are not the speech of God. The 12th issue. The sounds which we recite are not the speech of God. The corporealists have claimed that these sounds which we hear from this man are the very speech of God, the Most High. And this is false, because we know by self-evident judgment that these letters and sounds which we hear from this man are an attribute subsisting in his tongue and his vocal cords. So if we were to say that they are the very speech of God, the Most High, it would be necessary for us to hold that the single attribute itself subsists in the essence of God, the Most High, and inheres in the body of this man. And this is known to be corrupt by necessity. And also, this is the very thing that the Christians say, that the hypostasis of the Word inhered in a clear human nature, and they claimed that it inheres in the human nature of Jesus. Upon him be peace, and despite that, it is an attribute of God, the Most High, and not separate from him. And this is the very thing that the corporealists say, that the speech of God, the Most High, inheres in the tongue of this man, while it is not separate from the essence of God, the Most High. And there is no difference between the two sayings, except that the Christians said this saying in the right of Jesus alone, and these fools said this vile saying in the right of all people from the east to the west. The 13th issue. The Karamites have said, speech is a name for the power to utter, as evidenced by the fact that he who is able to enunciate is said to be a speaker, even if he is not at the moment occupied with uttering. And also, the opposite of speech is muteness. But muteness is an expression for the inability to utter, so it is necessary that speech be an expression for the power to utter. And if this is established, then they say, verily, the speech of God, the Most High, is eternal, in the sense that his power to utter is eternal. As for the utterance, it is created. This is the detail of their saying, and we have invalidated it. The dispute of the corporealists and the Ash'arites on the attribute of the Qur'an. The 14th issue. The dispute of the corporealists and the Ash'arites on the attribute of the Qur'an. The corporealists have said to the Ash'arites, if what you mean by your saying the Qur'an is eternal is that this Qur'an is indicative of an eternal attribute related to all that is commanded and forbidden, then it would be necessary that every book composed in the world be eternal, because that book has a signification and a concept. And the speech of God, glorified and exalted, is he. Since its relation is general to all related things, it is a report of the significations of that book. So, on this estimation, there is no difference between the Qur'an and all the books of obscenity and satire in its being eternal by this interpretation. And if what is meant by its being eternal is another aspect besides that, then it must be clarified. And the answer is that we do not commit to his speech, the Most High, being related to all that is reported upon. And on this estimation, this question is dropped. And know that we do not say, his speech is not related to all that is reported upon because of its being a lie. And lying in the speech of God is impossible, because when he, the Most High, reported that peoples reported of those lies and obscenities, this is not a lie. Rather, it is prevented for a matter that returns to deeming God, the Most High, free from deficiencies. And reporting on these obscenities and inanities runs the course of a deficiency, and that is impossible for God. And know that the inquiries of the letter and the sound, and the anatomy of the muscles that produce the letters, and the mention of the problems mentioned in the eternity of the Qur'an are difficult, subtle matters. So it is more fitting to be content with what we have mentioned, and God knows best what is correct. The third door, on the inquiries. Related to the noun, the verb, and the particle, and in it are several issues. The first issue. Know, then, that the division of the word into these three types can be presented in two ways. The first, that the word is either that of which it is correct to report, and by which it is correct to report, and that is the noun. Or it is that of which it is not correct to report, but by which it is correct to report, and that is the verb. Or it is that of which it is not correct to report, and not by which, and that is the particle. And know, then, that this division is built upon the premise that it is not correct to report of the particle and the verb, and that it is correct to report of the noun. So let us mention the two inquiries in two issues. The word is noun, verb, and particle. The second issue. The word is noun, verb, and particle. The grammarians have agreed that it is not correct to report of the verb and the particle. They said because it is not permissible to say daraba katala, he struck, he killed. And one could say a single example is not sufficient in establishing a general rule. And also it is not correct to say a wall, a sky, and that does not indicate that it is not correct to report of the noun and by it, because a single example is not sufficient in establishing a general rule. So likewise here. Then it has been said what indicates the correctness of reporting of the verb and the particle are several aspects. The first, that when we report of daraba, yadribu, idrib, that they are verbs, then that which is reported upon in this report is either a noun or a verb or a particle. If it is the first, then this report is a lie, which it is not. And if it is the second, then the verb, insofar as it is a verb, has been reported upon. If they say, what is reported upon by this report is these forms, and they are nouns, we say, this question is flimsy, because on this estimation, that which is reported upon as being a verb would be a noun. So the result of this question returns to the first category of the two categories mentioned at the beginning of this problem, and we have invalidated it. The second, if we report of the verb and the particle that it is not a noun, then the estimation is the very same as what has preceded. The third, that our saying the verb is not reported upon is a report about it that it is not reported upon, and that is contradictory. If they say that which is reported upon as not being reported upon is this expression, then we say we have already answered this question. For we say that which is reported upon as not being reported upon, if it is a noun, then it is false, because every noun is reported upon, and the least of its degrees is that it is reported upon as being a noun. And if it is a verb, then the verb has become reported upon. The fourth, the verb, insofar as it is a verb, and the particle, insofar as it is a particle, is a known quiddity, distinguished from what is other than it. And everything that is so, it is correct to report of it that it is distinguished from another. So if we report of the verb, insofar as it is a verb, that it is a quiddity distinguished from the noun, then we have reported of it this distinction. The fifth, the verb is either an expression for the form that indicates the specific meaning, or it is an expression for that specific meaning which is the signification of this form. If it is the first, then we have reported of it that it is an indicator of the meaning. And if it is the second, then we have reported of it that it is signified by that form. These, then, are difficult questions in this matter. The third issue. A group of people have challenged their saying, the noun is that of which it is correct to report, by saying that the expressions aina, kaifa, ida, where, how, when are nouns, yet it is not correct to report of them. And Abd al-Qahir the grammarian answered this by saying that when we say the noun is what is permissible to report of, we mean by it what is permissible to report of its meaning. And it is correct to report of the meaning of idha, because when you say, I will come to you when, idiha, the sun rises, the meaning is, I will come to you at the time of the sun's rising. And the time, it is correct to report of it, as evidenced by your saying, the time was pleasant. And I say this excuse is weak, because idha does not mean only the time, but rather its meaning is the time when you make it a circumstance for something else. And the time when it is made a circumstance for another event, it is not possible to report of it at all. If they say, since one of the parts of its quiddity is a noun, it must be a noun, then we say this is false, because if this amount is sufficient for its being a noun, it would be necessary for the verb to be a noun, because one of the parts of the verb's quiddity is the verbal noun, which is a noun. And since this is false, so too is what they have said. The fourth issue. In demonstrating the second type of the division of the word, you should say, the word, either its meaning is independent in being known, or it is not, and the second is the particle. As for the first, either that expression indicates the specific time of its meaning, which is the verb, or it does not indicate it, which is the noun. And in this division are questions which we shall mention in the definition of the noun and the verb. Definition of the noun, the fifth issue. Definition of the noun. On the definition of the noun, the people have mentioned several views on it. The first definition, that the noun is that of whose meaning it is correct to report. And know then that the correctness of reporting of the quiddity of a thing is a ruling that occurs for it after the completion of its quiddity. So this definition would be of the category of descriptions, not of the category of definitions. And the problem with it is from two aspects. The first, that it is correct to report of the verb and the particle. The second, that it is not correct to report of idha, kaifa, aina. And the demonstration of these two questions has proceeded. The second definition, that the noun is that which may correctly come as a subject or an object or in an annexation. And know then that its result returns to the fact that the noun is that of which it is correct to report. And the third definition, that the noun is a word that is entitled to inflection in its original establishment. And this is also a description, because the correctness of inflection is a state that befalls the noun after the completion of its quiddity. And our saying, in its original establishment, is to exclude two things. The first of them, the indeclinable words, for they do not accept inflection due to an affinity between them and the particles. And, were it not for this affinity, they would accept inflection. And the second, that the imperfect verb is inflected, but not for its own sake, but rather due to its resembling the noun. And this definition is also weak. The fourth definition, as Zamakhshari said in Al-Mufassal, the noun is what indicates a meaning in itself, an indication divested of temporal association. And know, then, that this definition is flawed from several aspects. The first, that he said in the definition of the word that it is the expression that indicates a singular meaning by convention. Then he mentioned in what he wrote of the glosses of Al-Mufassal that it was only necessary to mention the expression because if we were to say, the word is that which indicates the meaning, it would be contradicted by gesture, writing, and sign language likewise, while they are not nouns. And the second, that the pronoun in his saying, in itself, either returns to the indicator or to the indicated or to a third thing. If it returns to the indicator, the estimation becomes, the noun is what indicates a meaning that has occurred in the noun. So the meaning becomes, the noun is what indicates a meaning which is its signification, and this is absurd. Then, despite that, it is contradicted by the particle and the verb, for it is an expression that indicates its signification. And if it returns to the indicated, the estimation becomes, the noun is what indicates a meaning that has occurred in that meaning itself, and that necessitates a thing's having occurred in itself, which is impossible. If they say the meaning of its having occurred in itself is that it has not occurred in another, then we say, on this interpretation, the definition is contradicted by the names of attributes and relations, for those named things occur in others. The fifth definition, that it be said, the noun is a word indicative of a meaning independent in being known, without indicating the specific time in which that meaning occurred. And we only mention the word to exclude writing, gesture, and sign language. If they say, why did they not say an expression indicative of such and such? We say, because we have made the expression a genus for the word, and the word is a genus for the noun, and what is mentioned in the definition is the near genus, not the remote one. And as for the condition of independence in being known, it has been said that it is false, both in extension and in intention. As for the extension, it is from several aspects. The first, that everything that is known, it must be independent in being known, because a thing, so long as its quiddity is not conceived, it is impossible for it to be conceived with another. And if its conception in itself precedes its conception with another, it is independent in being known. The second, that the concept of the particle is independent in that it is known to be not independent in being known, and that is an independence. The third, that the grammarians have agreed that the bayar signifies attachment, and min signifies partition. So, if the meaning of attachment is independent in being known, it is necessary that what is understood from the bayar be independent in being known, so the particle becomes a noun. And if it is not independent in being known, then what is understood from attachment is not independent in being known, so the noun becomes a particle. And as for the intention, it is that our saying, kam, kaifa, mata, idha, how many, how, when, and the interrogative and conditional ma are all nouns, while their concepts are not independent, and likewise the relatives. The third, that our saying, without indication of the time of that meaning, is problematic with the expression of time and of tomorrow and of today and of the morning drink and of the evening drink. And the answer to the first question, that we perceive a distinction between our saying attachment and the letter bar in our saying I wrote with the pen. So we mean by independence this amount. As for the expression of time, today and tomorrow, its answer is that the named thing of these expressions is time itself, and there is no indication from them of another time for its named thing. And as for the morning drink and the evening drink, time is a part of it, and the verb is that which indicates a time external to the named thing. And what indicates what has preceded is their saying, Iktabaka yagtabiku, he drank in the evening, he drinks in the evening. So they introduce the past and the future to the morning drink and the evening drink. Signs of the noun. The sixth issue. Signs of the noun. The signs of the noun are either verbal or conceptual. The verbal are either those that occur at the beginning of the noun, which is the article of definition, or a preposition, or in its middle, like the ya of diminution and the letter of the broken plural, or at its end, like the two letters of the dual and the plural. And as for the conceptual, it is its being described, and an attribute, and a subject, and an object, and that to which something is annexed, and that which is reported upon, and its being entitled to inflection by original establishment. Definitions of the verb. The seventh issue. Definitions of the verb. They have set forth for the verb several definitions. The first definition, Sibawai has said that they are exemplars taken from the expression of the events of the nouns. and this is rendered problematic by the expression of the active and the passive participle. The second definition, that it is that which is predicated of something, but of which nothing is predicated, and this is rendered problematic by idisha, when, and kaifa, how, for these nouns must be predicated of something else, and it is impossible for something else to be predicated of them. The third definition, Az-Zamakhshari has said, the verb is that which indicates the association of an event with time. And this is flawed from two aspects. The first, that it ought to be said, a word indicative of the association of an event with time. And the mention of the word is necessary for several reasons. One of them, that were we not to say so, it would be rendered problematic by our saying the association of an event with time. For the sum of these expressions is indicative of the association of an event with time, even though this sum is not a verb. But if we restrict it with the word, this question is repelled, because the sum of these expressions is not a single word. And the second of them, that were we not to mention that, it would be rendered problematic by writing, gesture, and sign language. And the third of them, that since the word is like the proximate genus for these three, the proximate genus must be mentioned in the definition. The second aspect is what we shall mention hereinafter. The fourth definition, the verb is a word indicative of the establishment of the verbal noun for something unspecified in a specified time. And we have said a word because it is the proximate genus, and we have said indicative of the establishment of the verbal noun, and we have not said indicative of the establishment of a thing, because the verbal noun may be an established matter, like our saying, he struck and he killed, and it may be a privative matter, like he perished and he was not, for their verbal nouns are perishing and non-existence. And we have said for something unspecified because we shall establish the proof that this measure is to be considered. And we have said in a specified time to exclude the nouns. And know then that in these restrictions are to be found several points of inquiry. The first restriction is our saying it indicates the establishment of the verbal noun for something. In it are several problems. The first, that when we say God created the world, then our saying created either indicates the establishment of creation for God, glorified and exalted is He, or it does not. If it does not indicate it, that restriction is void. And if it does, then that creation must be other than the created thing. And if it is created, it requires another creation, and an infinite regress is necessitated. And if it is eternal, the eternity of the created thing is necessitated. And the second, that when we say the thing existed, does that indicate the occurrence of existence for a thing, or does it not? If it does not indicate it, this restriction is void. And if it does, it is necessitated that existence has occurred for something other than it, and that other must be existent in itself, because that which has no existence in itself, it is impossible for another to occur for it. Thus, it is necessitated that the occurrence of existence for it be preceded by another occurrence unto no end, which is impossible. And the third, if we say the thing was not, and it perished, this necessitates the occurrence of non-existence and the occurrence of perishing for that quiddity, and that is impossible, because non-existence and perishing are pure negation, so how can their occurrence for another be conceived? And the fourth, that on the estimation that existence is additional to the quiddity, then our saying that existence occurred for this quiddity is validated. Thus, the occurrence of another existence for that existence is necessitated unto no end, which is impossible. And as for the estimation that existence is the quiddity itself, then our saying, the thing came to be and it occurred, does not necessitate the occurrence of an existence for that thing, for otherwise it would be necessitated that existence be additional to the quiddity, and we are now speaking only on the estimation that existence is the quiddity itself. And as for the second restriction, which is our saying, in a specified time, in it are several questions. One of them, that if we say, time came to be, or we say, time perished, this necessitates the occurrence of time in another time, and an infinite regress is necessitated. If they say, it is sufficient for the validity of this definition for time to have occurred in another time according to a false fancy, we say the people have unanimously agreed that our saying time came to be and occurred after it had been non-existent is a true statement, in which there is no falsehood nor lie. And if the matter were as you have said, it would be necessitated that it be false and a lie. And the second of them, that if we say the world was non-existent in pre-eternity, then our saying is a verb behind them, parvis. So if that were to imply the occurrence of time in pre-eternity would be necessitated, which is impossible. If they say that time is imagined, not real, we say, if the mental imagining corresponds to the external, the question returns, and if it does not correspond, it is a lie, and the corruption of the definition is necessitated. And the third of them, that if we say God was existent in pre-eternity, this necessitates God's being temporal, which is impossible. And the fourth of them, that it is rendered problematic by the defective verbs, for the defective kana was either indicates the occurrence of an event in time, or it does not. If it does, then it is complete, not defective, because whenever the expression indicates the occurrence of an event in a specified time, this is a complete statement, not a defective one. And if it does not, it is necessary that it not be a verb. And the fifth of them, that it is invalidated by the names of verbs, for they indicate expressions indicative of the specified time, and that which indicates the indicator of a thing is an indicator of that thing. Thus these names are indicative of the specified time. And the sixth of them, that the active participle encompasses either the present or the future, and does not encompass the past at all. Thus it is indicative of the specified time. And the answer? As for the four questions mentioned concerning our saying, the verb indicates the establishment of the verbal noun for something, and the three mentioned concerning our saying, the verb indicates time. Their answer is that it is sufficient for the linguist in his science to conceive the concept, whether it be true or false. And as for his saying this definition is problematic with the defective verbs, we say, that which I hold and to which I incline is that the expression kana is absolutely complete, except that the noun which is predicated of the expression kana may be a singular quiddity, independent in itself, like our saying the thing was kana, with the meaning of it came to be and occurred. And that quiddity may be an expression for the description of one thing by another, like our saying Zaid was departing. For its meaning is the coming to be of Zaid's being described with departing. Thus the expression kana here also means coming to be and occurrence, except that since this quiddity is of the category of relations, and a relation, it is impossible to mention it save after mentioning the two related things, it is no wonder that it is necessary to mention them both here. Thus, just as our saying Zaid was means that he occurred and existed, so too our saying Zaid was departing means that Zaid's being described with departing occurred. And this is a profound, wondrous, subtle inquiry of which the ancients were heedless. And his saying, fifth, what you have mentioned is invalidated by the names of verbs. We say, what is considered in an expression's being a verb is its indication of time in the first instance, not by an intermediary. And his saying, sixth, the active participle is specific to the present and the future. We say, we do not concede this, as evidenced by their saying, if it has the meaning of the past, it does not act as a verb, and if it has the meaning of the present, then it does act as a verb. The eighth issue, the word, either its meaning is independent in being known, or it is not, and this latter is the particle. Thus, the distinction of the particle from the noun and the verb is by a privative restriction. Then we say, and that which is independent in being known, either it indicates the specified time for that named thing, or it does not, and that which does not is the noun. Thus, the noun is distinguished from the verb by a privative restriction, and as for the verb, its quiddity is composed of existential restrictions. Does the verb indicate the vague subject? The ninth issue. Does the verb indicate the vague subject? When we say daraba, he struck, it indicates the issuance of the striking from something, except that that thing is not mentioned specifically according to this expression. If they say this is impossible, and what indicates it are two aspects. The first is that if it were so, then the form of the verb alone would be susceptible to confirmation and denial. The second is that if it indicated the predication of the striking to something vague in reality, it would be necessary that its predication to a specified thing be impossible, for otherwise a contradiction would be necessitated. And if it indicated the predication of the striking to a specified thing, then that is false, because we know by necessity that the mere saying daraba was not established for the predication of the striking to Zaid specifically or Amr specifically. And the answer to these two questions is a single answer, which is that daraba is a form not established for the predication of the striking to something vague in reality, but rather it was established for its predication to a specified thing which that speaker will mention. So, before the speaker mentions it, the statement is not complete nor susceptible to confirmation and denial. And on this estimation, the question is removed. The 10th issue. They have said the particle is that which has come for a meaning in another. And this is a vague expression, because if they mean by the meaning of the particle that the particle is that which indicates a meaning, that the meaning would be occurring in another and occurring in another, it would be necessary for them that the names of accidents and attributes all be particles. And if they mean by it that which indicates a meaning, that the signification of that expression is other than that meaning, then this is manifestly corrupt. And if they mean by it a third meaning, then it must be clarified. The 11th issue. The possible compositions from these three are 6. The noun with the noun, which is the sentence formed from the subject and the predicate, and the noun with the verb, which is the sentence formed from the verb and the agent. And these two sentences are meaningful by consensus. And as for the third, which is the noun with the particle, it has been said that it is meaningful in 2 forms. The first form, you're saying, O Zaid. It has been said that this is only meaningful because our saying, O Zaid, is in the estimation of I call. And they have argued for the validity of their saying with 2 aspects. The first is that the expression Yama, O, can undergo imala, vowel inclination, and the entry of imala does not occur save in a noun or a verb. And the second is that the lam of preposition is attached to it, So it is said, Ya li Zayd, O for Zayd. For this lamb is the lamb of seeking aid, and it is a preposition. And if our saying Ya were not standing in the place of the verb, then it would not be permissible for a preposition to be attached to it, because a particle does not enter upon a particle. And some of them have denied that Ya has the meaning of I call, and have argued against it with several aspects. The first is that his saying I call is a report of the calling, and a report of a thing is other than that which is reported upon. Thus it is necessary that our saying I call Zayd be other than our saying O Zayd. The second is that our saying I call Zayd is a statement susceptible to confirmation and denial, and our saying O Zayd is not susceptible to them. The third is that our saying O Zayd is not a form of address save with the one being called, and our saying I call Zayd is not specific to the one being called. The fourth is that our saying O Zayd indicates the occurrence of the calling in the present, and our saying I call Zayd does not indicate its specificity to the present. The fifth is that it is correct to say I call Zayd, he being standing, and it is not correct to say O Zayd standing. These five aspects have indicated the occurrence of a distinction between these two expressions. The second form, our saying Zayd is in the house. Our saying Zayd is the subject, and the predicate is what is indicated by our saying in, except that what is understood from the meaning of location may be in the house or in the mosque. Thus, this location was annexed to the house so that this location might be distinguished from the rest of its types. If they say this statement is only meaningful because the estimation is Zayd has settled in the house and Zayd is a settler in the house, then we say this is false, because our saying he has settled means he has occurred in the settling. So our saying in it would signify another occurrence, which is that in it has occurred the occurrence of that settling, and that leads to an infinite regress, which is impossible. It is thus established that our saying Zayd is in the house is a complete statement, and it is not possible to attach it to an estimated implicit verb. The 12th issue. The composite sentence is either composed in a primary composition or a secondary one. As for that which is composed in a primary composition, it is the nominal sentence or the verbal sentence. And it is more probable that the nominal sentence is prior in rank to the verbal sentence, because the noun is simple and the verb is composite, and the simple precedes the composite. Thus, the nominal sentence must be prior to the verbal sentence. And it is possible to say, nay, the verbal is prior, because the noun is not original in being predicated of another. Thus, the verbal sentence is prior to the nominal sentence. And as for that which is composed in a secondary composition, it is the conditional sentence, like your saying, if the sun is rising, then the day is present. Because your saying the sun is rising is a sentence, and your saying the day is present is another sentence. Then you have introduced the particle of condition into one of the two sentences, and the particle of consequence into the other sentence. Thus, from their sum, a single sentence is formed, and God, glorified and exalted, is He, knows best. The fourth door. On the divisions of the noun into its types, and this is from several aspects. Types of the noun, the first division types of the noun. Either the very conception of its meaning prevents participation, or it does not. If it is the first, then it is either manifest, which is the proper noun, or it is a pronoun, which is known. And as for when it does not prevent participation, then what is understood from it is either a specified quiddity, which is the names of genera, or its concept is that it is something described with such and such an attribute, which is the derived noun, like our saying black, for its concept is that it is something that has blackness. It is thus established by what we have mentioned that the noun is a genus under which are three species: proper nouns, generic nouns, and derived nouns. So let us mention the rulings of these categories. Rulings of proper nouns. The first type, rulings of proper nouns, and they are many. The first ruling. The theologians have said, the proper noun does not impart any benefit at all. And I say, it is true that the proper noun does not impart an attribute in the named thing. But it is not true that it does not impart anything. And how so when it imparts the definition of that specific essence? The second ruling, they have agreed that the genera have proper nouns. So our saying lion is a generic noun for this reality, and our saying Usama is a proper noun for this reality. And likewise our saying fox is a generic noun for this reality, and our saying Thuala is a proper noun for it. And I say, the difference between the generic noun and the proper noun of the genus is from two aspects. The first, that the proper noun is that which imparts the specified individual insofar as it is that specified individual. So if we name many individuals with the name Zaid, that is not because our saying Zaid is established to impart the common measure between those individuals, but rather because the expression Zaid was established to define this essence insofar as it is this, and to define that insofar as it is that, by way of homonymy. If you have known this, then we say, if the establisher says, I have established the expression Usama to impart the essence of each one of the individuals of the lion, specifically insofar as it is it, by way of verbal homonymy. That would be the proper noun of the genus. And if he says, I have established the expression lion to impart the quiddity which is the common measure between these individuals only, without there being in it an indication of the specified individual. This would be the generic noun. The difference between the generic noun and the proper noun of the genus has thus become manifest. The second, that they found Usama to be a diptote noun, and it has been established with them that unless two things are present in the noun, it does not become a diptote. Then they found in this expression the feminine gender, and they did not find anything else besides its being a proper noun. So they believed it to be a proper noun for this meaning. The wisdom that calls for the establishment of proper nouns, the third ruling. The wisdom that calls for the establishment of proper nouns. Know, then, that the wisdom that calls for the establishment of proper nouns is that a species may be distinguished by a ruling, and there is a need to report of it that specific ruling. And it is known that that reporting by way of specification is not possible, save after mentioning that which is reported upon by way of specificity. Thus there was a need to establish proper nouns for this wisdom. The fourth ruling, that since the various needs are established for the individuals of mankind more than their establishment for the rest of the animals, it is no wonder that the establishment of proper nouns for human individuals is more than their establishment for the rest of the essences. The proper noun is a name, a title, and a kunya. The fifth ruling. The proper noun is a name, a title, and a kunya. On the divisions of proper nouns, and they are from several aspects. The first, the proper noun, is either a name, like Ibrahim, Musa, and Isa, or a title, like Israel, or a kunya, agnomen, like Abu Lahab. And know, then, that upon this division branch several rulings. The first ruling, a thing either has only a name, or only a title, or only a kunya, or a name with a title, or a name with a kunya, or a title with a kunya. And know then that Sibawayh has singled out examples of the mentioned categories from the composition of the kunya and the name, and they are three. The first of them, that which has a name and a kunya, like the hyena, for its name is Hadajir, and its kunya is Amir. And likewise it is said of the lion, Usama and Abu al-Harith, and of the fox, Thuala and Abu al-Hussein, and of the scorpion, Shabwa and Iryat. And the second of them, that it has a name without a kunya, like our saying, Kutham, for the male hyena, and it has no kunya. And the third of them, that which has a kunya and no name, like our saying of the specific animal, Abu Barakish. The third ruling, the kunya may be through annexation to fathers, and to mothers, and to sons, and to daughters. The kunyas by fathers are, as is said of the wolf, Abu Jada, for the white one, and Abu al-Jawn. And as for mothers, it is, as is said of calamity, Habawkara, and of wine, Layla. And as for sons, it is, as is said of the crow, Ibn Daya, and of the man whose state is exposed, Ibn Jala. And as for daughters, it is, as is said of the echo, Ibnat al-Jabal, daughter of the mountain, and of the pebble, Bint al-Ard, daughter of the earth. The fourth ruling, the annexation in the kunya may be of unknown lineage, like Ibn Irs, weasel, and Himar Kaban, a type of beetle. And it may be of known lineage, like Ibn Labun and Bint Labun, and Ibn Makhad and Bint Makhad. For when a she-camel gives birth to a young one, then is mounted after her delivery, she does not become pregnant, Makhad, save after a year, and Makhad is a pregnant one, near to giving birth. So her young one, if it is a male, is Ibn Makhad, and if it is a female, she is Bint Makhad. Then, when she gives birth and has milk, she becomes a Labun. So the young one is annexed to her with a known annexation. The fifth ruling. If the name and the title are combined, then the name is either annexed or not. If it is not annexed, the name is annexed to the title. It is said this is Sa'id of Kurds and Qais of Batar, because the sum becomes like a single name. And as for if the name is annexed, then they single out the title, saying, this is Abdullah Batar. The secret in establishing the kunya. The sixth ruling, the secret in establishing the kunya. What necessitates the occurrence of the kunya are several matters. The first of them, reporting of the matter itself, like our saying Abu Talib, for he was given the kunya after his son Talib. And the second of them, optimism and hope, like their saying Abu Amr, for one who hopes for a son who will live long, and Abu al-Fadl, for one who hopes for a son who combines virtues. And the third of them, alluding to the opposite, like Abu Yahya, for death. And the fourth of them, that a man be a famous person and have a famous father, so they exchange kunyas. For Yusuf's kunya was Abu Yaqub, and Yaqub's kunya was Abu Yusuf. And the fifth of them, a man's being famous for a quality, so he is given a kunya by it, either due to his being described by it, or his being related to it in a near or distant way. The second division of proper nouns. The second division of proper nouns. The proper noun is either singular, like Zaid, or composed of two words with no relation between them, like Balabak, or with a relation between them which is either the relation of annexation, like Abdullah and Abu Zaid, or the relation of predication, which is either a nominal sentence or a verbal one. And from the branches of this domain is that if you make a sentence, a proper name, you do not change it at all, but rather you leave it in its state, like Ta'abata Sharon and Baraka Nahruhu. The third division of proper nouns. The third division. The proper noun is either transferred or original. As for the transferred, it is either transferred from a meaningful expression or a non-meaningful one. And the transferred from the meaningful is either transferred from a noun or a verb or a particle or what is composed of them. As for the transferred from the noun, it is either from the name of a substance, like Asad and Thor, or from the name of a meaning, like Fadl and Nasr, or a real attribute, like Al-Husn, or from a relative attribute, like Al-Madhkur and Al-Mardud. And the transferred from the verb is either transferred from the past tense form, like Shamar, or from the imperfect tense form, like Yahya, or from the imperative, like Itruka. And the transferred from the particle is like a man whom you name with a form from the forms of the particles. And as for the transferred from the composite of these three, if the composite is meaningful, it is what was mentioned in the second division. And if it is not meaningful, then it is meaningful. And as for the transferred from a sound, it is like the naming of some of the Alawites with Tabataba. And as for the original, it may be analogical, like Imran and Hamdan, for they are from the generic nouns, like Sarhan and Nadman. And it may be irregular, for which a parallel is seldom found, like Muhabab and Mawhib. The fourth division of proper nouns. The fourth division. Proper nouns are either for essences or for meanings, and on both estimations the proper noun is either the proper noun of the individual or the proper noun of the genus. Here, then, are four categories, and before delving into the explanation of these categories, it is necessary that you know that the establishment of proper nouns for essences is more than their establishment for meanings, because the individuals of essences are those concerning whose states it is the purpose to report by way of specification. As for the individuals of attributes, they are not so for the most part. Let us return to the rulings of the four categories. The first category, the proper noun for essences, and the condition in it is that the named thing be familiar to the establisher. And the origin in familiar things is man, because the user of proper nouns is man, and a thing's familiarity with its own kind is more complete than its familiarity with another kind. And after man are the things which man needs frequently, and which he witnesses frequently. For this reason they established Awaj and Lahik as proper nouns for 2 horses, and Shadkam and Ali for 2 stallions, and Damran for a dog, and Kasab for a bitch. And as for the things which man does not find familiar, they seldom establish proper nouns for their individuals. As for the second category, it is the proper noun of the genus for essences, and it is like Usama for the lion, and Thuala for the fox. And as for the third category, it is the establishment of proper nouns for the specified individuals of attributes, and it is lacking due to the absence of benefit. And as for the fourth category, it is the proper noun of the genus for meanings, and the guiding principle in it is that if we see the occurrence of a single cause from the 9 causes that prevent inflection, and then they prevent it from inflection, we know that they have made it a proper noun, for it has been established that the prevention of inflection does not occur save upon the combination of 2 causes. And Ibn Jinni mentioned examples for this domain, and they are their naming of glorification as Subhan, and of going in the morning as Kaisan, because they are diptotes. So the single cause, which is the alif and the nun, is present, and the occurrence of its being a proper noun is necessary for the 2 causes to be complete. The fifth division of proper nouns. The fifth division of proper nouns. Know, then, that the generic noun may be transformed into a proper noun. As when what is understood from the expression is a universal matter suitable for many to share in, then in custom it becomes specific to a particular individual. like the star, for it is in origin a name for every star. Then it became specific in custom to the Pleiades. And likewise, as Simak is a derived noun from elevation, then it became specific to a particular star. The fifth door, on the rulings of generic nouns and derived nouns, and they are many rulings of the generic noun. As for the rulings of generic nouns, they are several matters. The first ruling, the quiddity may be composite, and it may be simple. And it has been established in the rational sciences that the composite precedes the simple in the genus, and that the simple precedes the composite in the specific difference. And it has been established by way of induction that the power of the genus precedes the power of the specific difference in intensity and strength. Thus, it is necessary that the names of composite quiddities precede the names of simple quiddities. The second ruling on the generic noun. The second ruling. Generic nouns precede in rank the derived nouns, because the derived noun is branched from that from which it is derived. So, if its name were also derived, either an infinite regress or a circularity would be necessitated, and they are both impossible. Thus it is necessary to end in the derivations at established, non-derived names. So the established is independent of the derived, and the derived is in need of the established. Thus it is necessary for the established to precede in rank the derived. And it becomes manifest by this that this which the linguists and grammarians are accustomed to, of diligent striving to make every expression derive from something else, is a false striving and a wasted effort. The third ruling on the generic noun. The third ruling. The existent is either necessary or possible, and the possible is either corporeal or subsisting in the corporeal, or neither corporeal nor subsisting in the corporeal. As for this third category, the perception of it is little, and perception only occurs of the first two categories. Then it has been established by demonstration that the corporeal things are equal in their entire essences, and that the difference between them only occurs due to the attributes subsisting in them. Thus, the names that apply to each one of the types of bodies, that which is named by them, is the sum of the essence, with the specific attributes subsisting in it. This is the ruling in the vast majority of cases. Rulings of derived nouns. And as for the rulings of derived nouns, they are four. The first ruling. It is not a condition of the derived noun that the essence be described by that from which it is derived, as evidenced by the fact that the known is derived from knowledge, while knowledge does not subsist in the known. And the same is said of the mentioned, the seen, and the heard. And likewise the same is said of the fitting and the throwing. The second ruling. The condition for the truth of the derived is the occurrence of that from which it is derived in the present, as evidenced by the fact that he who was a disbeliever, then he embraces Islam. It is true of him that he is not a disbeliever. And that indicates that the permanence of that from which it is derived is a condition for the truth of the derived name. The third ruling. If that from which it is derived is a composite quiddity, whose parts cannot occur in conjunction, like speech, utterance, and prayer, then the derived name is only true by way of reality upon the occurrence of the last part of those parts. The fourth ruling. What is understood from the striker is something that has striking. As for whether that thing is a body or not, that is external to the concept and is not known save by an indication of concomitance. The sixth door, on the division of the noun into the inflected and the indeclinable, and the mention of the rulings branched from these two categories, and in it are several issues. The first issue. On the expression of inflection, Irab, There are two aspects. One of them, that it be taken from their saying, he expressed Araba himself, when he clarified what was in his conscience, for inflection is the clarification of the meaning. And the second, that Araba be transferred from their saying, the man's stomach became corrupt, Aribat. So what is meant by inflection is the removal of corruption and the lifting of ambiguity, like Ajamtu the book, with the meaning of I removed its foreignness. The second issue. When an expression is established for a quiddity, and that quiddity is a locus for various states, it is necessary that the expression be a locus for various states, so that the various verbal states may be indicative of the various conceptual states. Just as the essence of the expression, since it was indicative of the origin of the quiddity, the difference of its states was indicative of the difference of the conceptual states. Thus, those various verbal states that are indicative of the various conceptual states are the inflection. The third issue. Verbs and particles are states accidental to quiddities, and to accidents other accidents do not befall. This is the most frequent ruling, rather that to which the various states befall are the essences, and the expressions indicative of them are the nouns. Thus, what is entitled to inflection by original establishment are the nouns. The fourth issue. Inflection is specific to the last letter of the word for two reasons. The first, that the states accidental to the essence are not found save after the existence of the essence, and the expression is not found save after the existence of the last letter of it. Thus, it is necessary that the signs indicative of the various conceptual states not occur save after the completion of the word. The second, that the difference of the state of the first and second letter of the word is to indicate the difference of the patterns of the word. Thus, nothing remains for the acceptance of the states of inflection save the last letter of the word. The fifth issue. Inflection is not an expression for the vowels and quiescences found at the ends of words, as evidenced by their being present in the indeclinables, while inflection is not present in them. Rather, inflection is an expression for their being entitled to these vowels due to the perceived governing agents. And that entitlement is conceptual, not perceived. And inflection is a conceptual need, not a perceived one. The sixth issue. If we say of a letter that it is vowelled or quiescent, it is a metaphor, because motion and rest are attributes of bodies, and the letter is not a body. Rather, what is meant by the vowel of a letter is a specific sound that occurs after the enunciation of the letter. And quiescence is an expression for the letters occurring without being followed by that specific sound called the vowel. The seventh issue. The vowels are either clear or elided, and the clear are either singular or not singular. The singular are three, which are the fatha, the kasra, and the dhamma. And the not singular is what is between, and they are six, for each one has two categories. For the fatha, there is what is between it and the kasra, or what is between it and the dhamma. And for the kasra, what is between it and the dhamma, or what is between it and the fatha. And the dhamma is on this standard, so the sum is 9, and they are either full or not full, so they are 18. And the 19th is the elided, which is what is a vowel, even if it has no distinct beginning in what is perceived, and it is called the unknown vowel. And with it Abu Amr recited, "So turn in repentance to your Maker al-Baqarah," 54, with an elided vowel of bari'ikum, and it is not manifest therein. The eighth issue. Since the reference for the vowel and the quiescence in this domain is to specific sounds, it is not necessary to be certain of the confinement of the vowels to the mentioned number. Ibn Jinni said the name of the key in Persian, which is kulad. It is not known whether its beginning is vowelled or quiescent. He said, and Abu Ali related to me, he said, I entered a town and I heard its people enunciating a strange fatah, which I had not heard before. So I marvelled at it, and I stayed there for some days, and I also spoke with it. Then, when I departed from that town, I forgot it. The 9th issue. The inflectional vowel is posterior to the letter with a posteriority in time. And what indicates this are two aspects. The first, that the hard letters like the ba, the te, the dal, and their likes are only produced at the last moment of containing the breath and the first of releasing it. And that is because the separator between the two times is not divisible, and the vowel is a sound that is produced upon the release of the breath, and it is known that that instant precedes that time, so the letter precedes the vowel. The second, that the hard letters do not accept extension, and the vowel is capable of extension. So the letter and the vowel are not found together, but the vowel does not precede the letter. So it remains that the letter precedes the vowel. The 10th issue. The vowels are parts of the letters of extension and softness, and what indicates this are several aspects. The first, that the letters of extension and softness are capable of increase and decrease, and everything that is so has two extremities, and they have no extremity in decrease save these vowels. The second, that these vowels, if we extend them, the letters of extension and softness appear. So we know that these vowels are none other than the beginnings of those letters. The third, if the vowels were not parts of these letters, then being content with them would not be permissible, because if they were contrary to them, they would not stand in their place. So being content with them instead of them would not be correct, as evidenced by an induction of the Qur'an, prose and poetry. And in sum, grant that the substitution of a thing for its contrary that is near to it is permissible, except that the substitution of a thing for a part of it is more fitting, so it is necessary to interpret the speech accordingly. Proceeding with a DA QA cent letter, the 11th issue. Begin sending with a QA cent letter. Beginning with a quiescent letter is impossible according to one group, and permissible according to others, because the vowel is an expression for the sound that is enunciated after the enunciation of the letter, and making a thing dependent on what occurs after it is impossible. The 12th issue. The heaviest of the vowels is the dhamma, because it is not complete save with the rounding of the lips, and that is not complete save with the action of the two hard muscles that reach the two ends of the lip. And as for the kasra, it is sufficient for its achievement the single flowing muscle. Then the fatha, a weak action of that muscle, is sufficient for it. And just as these anatomical signs have indicated what we have mentioned, so too does experience show it. And know, then, that the state in what we have mentioned differs according to the temperaments of the lands. For the people of Azerbaijan, an inclination towards the Dhamma prevails in all their expressions, and many of the lands, an inclination towards the Kasra prevails in their languages, and God knows best. The 13th issue. The three vowels with the quiescence, if they are inflectional, are named Rafa, nominative, Nasb, accusative, and Jar, genitive, or Khaft, and Jazm, jussive, and if they are of indeclinability, they are named Fatah, Dam, Kasr, and Waqf. The 14th issue. Qutb held that the indeclinable vowels are like the inflectional ones, and the rest have opposed him, and this difference is verbal. For if what is meant by similarity is similarity in quiddity, then the sense bears witness that the matter is so. And if what is meant is the occurrence of similarity in their being entitled according to the various governing agents, then the intellect bears witness that it is not so. The 15th issue. Whoever wishes to enunciate the Dhamma, he must round his lips first, then raise them second. And whoever wishes to enunciate the Fatha, he must open his mouth such that the upper lip is raised upon that opening. And whoever wishes to enunciate the Kasra, he must open his mouth with a strong opening. And a strong opening does not occur save with the drawing and lowering of the lower jaw. It is no wonder, then, that that is called a drawing, jar, and a lowering, khaft, and a breaking, kasr, because the drawing of the forces necessitates a breaking. And as for the jussive, yazm, it is the cutting off. And as for why it is called a stopping, waqf, and a quiescence, sukun, its cause is manifest. The 16th issue. Some of them have claimed that the Fatha, Dhamma, Kasra, and Waqf are names for the indeclinable states, just as the second four are names for the inflectional states. And some of them have made the first four names of those states, whether they be indeclinable or inflectional, and have made the second four names for the inflectional states. So the first four are to the second four as the genus is to the species. The 17th issue, that Sibawayh calls them courses, majar, and says they're 8. And in this are 2 questions. The first, why did he name the vowels courses? For the vowel itself is the coursing, and the course, majra, is the place of the coursing. So the vowel cannot be a course. And its answer is that we have shown that that which is called here a vowel is not in itself a vowel, but rather it is a sound that is enunciated after the enunciation of the first letter. So since the speaker has transitioned from the silent letter to this letter, this sonorous letter has only been produced due to the coursing of his breath and its extension. For this reason, its being named a course is correct. The second question, Al-Mazini said, Sibawayh erred in his naming of the indeclinable vowels as courses, because the coursing is only for that which exists at one time and is absent at another. And the indeclinable does not depart from its state, so it is not permissible to name it with courses. Rather, it was necessary to say the courses are 4, and they are the inflectional states. And the answer is that the indeclinables may be vowelled in connected speech and not vowelled when pausing. So those states were not absolutely necessary for them. The 18th issue, inflection is the variation of the end of the word with the variation of the governing agents, with a vowel or a letter, either in reality or in estimation. As for the variation, it is an expression for the end of that word's being described with a vowel or a quiescence after it had been described with another. And there is no doubt that that description is a conceptual state, not a perceived one. For this meaning, Abd al-Kahir the grammarian said, inflection is a conceptual state, not a perceived one. And as for his saying, with the variation of the governing agents, know, then, that the expression which necessitates a single state forever is the indeclinable. And as for that whose end varies, it is of 2 categories. The first of them, that its meaning not be capable of the various states, like you're saying, I took the money from Zaid. So min is quiescent. Then you say, I took the money from the man, min ar-rajul. So you give the nun a fatah. Then you say, I took the money from your son, min ibnuka. So it has a kasra. Here the end of this word has varied. except that it is not inflection, because what is understood from the word min does not accept the various states in meaning. And as for the second category, which is that where the end of the word varies upon the variation of the states of its meaning, that is inflection. The 19th issue. The categories of inflection are three. The first, inflection by a vowel, and it is in three matters. The first of them, the noun whose end is not a letter from the letters of weakness, whether its beginning or its middle be weak or not, like rajul, wad, and thob. And the second of them, that the end of the word be a war or a ya, and what is before it be quiescent. This, then, is like the sound in the succession of vowels upon it. You say, this is a zabyun and a gazwun, and of this domain is that which is geminated in them, like your saying kusiyun and aduwun, because the geminated is quiescent. So the quiescence of the ya of kusiyun and the war of aduwun is like the quiescence of the ba of zabyun and the zai of gazwun. And the third of them, that the vowel preceding the last letter of the word be a kasra, and at that point the last letter will be a ya. And when the end of the word is a ya, before which is a kasra, it is in the nominative and the genitive in a single form, which is quiescence. And as for the accusative, the ya is vowelled with the fatha. God the Most High said, answer the caller of God, Al-Ahqaf, 31. The second category of inflection, that which is by a letter, and it is in three matters. The first of them, in the 6 nouns, when annexed, and that is Ja'an abuhu wa akhuhu wa hamuhu wa hanuhu wa fuhu wa dhu malin, and Ra'aytu abahu and marartu bi abhi, and likewise in the rest. And the second of them, kila, annexed to a pronoun. You say Ja'an kilahuma and marartu bi kilayhima and Ra'aytu kilayhima. And the third of them, the dual and the plural. You say Ja'an muslimani wa muslimuna and Ra'aytu muslimaini wa muslimana and marartu bi muslimaini wa muslimana. And the third category, estimated inflection, and it is in the word whose end is an aleph and the vowel before it is a fatha. The inflection of this word in the three states is in a single form. You say, this is a rahan, and I saw a rahan, and I passed by a rahan. Principles of inflection. The 20th issue. Principles of inflection. The origin of inflection is that it be by means of a vowel, for we have mentioned that the origin in inflection is to make the states accidental to the expression indications of the states accidental to the meaning. And what is accidental to the letter is the vowel, not the second letter. And as for the forms whose inflection has come by means of letters, that is to call attention to the fact that these letters are of the same genus as those vowels. Types of the inflected noun. The 21st issue. Types of the inflected noun. The inflected noun, which is also called the fully declinable, mutamakin, is of two types. The first of them, what fulfills the vowels of inflection and nunation, and it is the triptote, munsarif, and the more fully declinable, amkan. And the second, what is not so, but rather the genitive case and nunation are omitted from it, and it is given a fatha vowel in the place of the genitive, except if it is annexed or the lam of definition enters it, and it is called the diptote, gair munsarif. And the causes that prevent inflection are 9. So whenever 2 of them are present in the noun, or a single cause is repeated in it, it is prevented from inflection. And they are, being a proper noun, the necessary feminine gender in expression and meaning, the verbal pattern specific to it or prevalent in it, its being descriptive adl, a specific type of morphological deviation, the plural that is not on a single pattern, composition, foreignness in proper nouns specifically, and the alif and nun that are similar to the two alifs of the feminine. The cause of preventing inflection. The 22nd issue. The cause of preventing inflection. The combination of two of these 9 has become a preventative of inflection because each one of them is a branch, and the verb is a branch of the noun. So when 2 causes from these 9 are present in the noun, that noun becomes similar to the verb in being a branch, and that similarity necessitates the prevention of inflection. These, then, are 4 premises. The first premise, in clarifying that each one of these 9 is a branch. As for the clarification that being a proper noun is a branch, it is because the establishment of a name for a thing is not possible save after its becoming known. And a thing in its origin is not known, then it becomes known. And as for the feminine gender being a branch, its clarification is sometimes according to the expression and at other times according to the meaning. As for according to the expression, it is because every expression that has been established for a quiddity applies to the masculine of that quiddity without an addition, and to the feminine with the addition of a sign of the feminine. And as for according to the meaning, it is because the masculine is more complete than the feminine, and the complete is intended for its own sake, and the incomplete is intended by accident. And as for the pattern specific to the verb, or prevalent in it being a branch, it is because the verbal pattern is a branch of the verb, and the verb is a branch of the noun, and the branch of a branch is a branch. And as for the description being a branch, it is because the description is a branch of the described. And as for adl being a branch, it is because the deviation from a thing to another is preceded by the existence of that origin, and is a branch of it. And as for the plural that does not have a singular on its pattern being a branch, it is because that pattern is a branch of the existence of the plural, because it is not found save in it, and the plural is a branch of the singular, because multiplicity is a branch of unity, and the branch of a branch is a branch, and by this path it becomes manifest that composition is a branch. And as for the foreign being a branch, it is because the speech of every group in their own language is an origin, and in the language of others is a branch. And as for the alif and the nun in sakran, drunk, and its likes imparting the state of being a branch, it is because the alif and the nun are additional to the essence of the word, and the additional is a branch. It is thus established by what we have mentioned that these 9 causes necessitate the state of being a branch. The second premise, in clarifying that the verb is a branch. And the proof for it is that the verb is an expression for the expression that indicates the occurrence of the verbal noun in a specified time. Thus, it is necessary for it to be a branch of the verbal noun. The third premise, that since what we have mentioned has been established, it is established that the noun described by 2 matters from those 9 matters is similar to the verb in being a branch, and is different from it in being a noun in its essence. And the origin in the verb is the absence of inflection, as we have mentioned. Thus it is necessary that there occur in such a noun 2 effects according to each one of the 2 mentioned considerations. And its way is that its inflection remain in most aspects, and it be prevented from its inflection in some aspects, so that each one of the 2 considerations may be given what is befitting it. The 23rd issue. This effect has appeared in the prevention of nunation and the genitive, because nunation indicates the completeness of the state of the noun. So when the noun is weakened by the occurrence of this state of being a branch, that which indicates the completeness of its state is removed from it. And as for the genitive, it is because the verb has the nominative and the accusative, but the genitive is not present in it. So when the nouns became similar to the verb, it is no wonder that the genitive, which is from the properties of the nouns, was stripped from them. The 24th issue. These nouns, after the genitive has been stripped from them, are either left quiescent in the state of the genitive, or they are vowelled. And vowelling is more fitting as a call to attention that the preventative of this vowel is accidental, not essential. Then the accusative is the first of the vowels, because we have seen that the accusative has been assimilated to the genitive in the dual and the sound plural. Thus it is necessary here to assimilate the genitive to the accusative in realization of the correspondence. The 25th issue. They have agreed that when the alif and the lam enter upon that which is a diptote, or it is annexed, it becomes a triptote, like his saying, I pass by the red one, al-Ahmar, and the mosques, al-Masajid, and your Umar. Then it has been said, the reason for it is that the alif and the lam and annexation do not enter upon the verb. So upon their entering upon the noun has departed from the similarity to the verb. Abd al-Qahir said, this is weak, because these nouns have only become similar to the verbs due to what has occurred in them of descriptiveness and the verbal pattern. And these meanings remain upon the entry of the alif and the lam and annexation into them. Thus, their saying that the similarity has ceased is void. And also the prepositions and the agency and the objecthood are from the properties of the nouns, then they enter upon the nouns while they remain diptotes. And the answer to the first, that annexation and the lam of definition are from the properties of the nouns. So when they occur in these nouns, then even though they are weakened in their nounness due to their being similar to the verb, yet they are strengthened due to the occurrence of the properties of the nouns in them. If you have known this, then we say, the origin of nounness necessitates the acceptance of inflection in all aspects, except that the similarity to the verb has become a counter-argument to what is necessitated. So when this counter-argument is countered by something else, the counter-argument is weakened, so what is necessitated returns to its action. And as for the second question, its answer is that the lam of definition and annexation are stronger than agency and objecthood, because the lam of definition and annexation are opposites to nunation, and two opposites are equal in strength. So since nunation is a proof of the completeness of strength, so too are annexation and the article of definition. The 26th issue. If you were to name a man Ammar, red, you would not make it a triptote by agreement, due to the combination of its being a proper noun and the verbal pattern. As for when you make it indefinite, Sibawayh said, I would not make it a triptote, and Al-Akhfash said, I would make it a triptote. And know, then, that the majority say, in demonstrating the doctrine of Sibawayh, according to what is related, that Al-Mazini said, I said to Al-Akhfash, how is it that you said, I passed by 4 Arba'in women, and you made it a triptote despite the presence of the description and the verbal pattern? He said, because its origin is nounness. I said, then likewise do not make Ammar, the name of a man, a triptote when you make it indefinite, because its origin is descriptiveness. Al-Mazini said, so Al-Akhfash did not come with a convincing argument. And I say Al-Mazini's words are weak, because the inflection was established in accordance with the origin in his saying, I pass by 4 women, because it is sufficient for a thing's return to the ruling of the origin the slightest cause, contrary to the prevention of inflection, for it is contrary to the origin, so nothing suffices in it, save a strong cause. And I say, the proof for the validity of the doctrine of Sibawayh is that in it there has occurred the verbal pattern and the original descriptiveness, Thus, it is necessary for it to be a diptote. As for the first premise, it is only complete by the demonstration of three things. The first, the establishment of the verbal pattern, and it is manifest. And the second, the descriptiveness. And the proof for it is that when a proper noun is made indefinite, its meaning becomes the thing which is named by that name. So if it is said, "Many a Zaid have I seen," its meaning is, many a person named with the name Zaid have I seen. And it is known that a person's being named with that name is an attribute, not an essence. And the third, that the descriptiveness is original. And the proof for it is that the expression al-Ahmar, the red one, when it was a description, its meaning was the being described with redness. So if it is made a proper noun, then made indefinite, its meaning is its being named with this name. And its being so is a relative attribute accidental to it. So the two concepts have shared in each one of them's being an attribute, except that the first imparts a real attribute, and the second imparts a relative attribute. And the common measure between them is its being an attribute. It is thus established by what we have mentioned that in it there has occurred the verbal pattern and the original descriptiveness. Thus it is necessary for it to be a diptote for what we have mentioned. If it is said, "What you have mentioned is problematic with the proper noun," which was not a description, for upon being made indefinite it becomes a triptote, even though upon being made indefinite it imparts descriptiveness by the clarification which you have mentioned. We say that even if it becomes a description upon being made indefinite, yet its descriptiveness is not original, because it was not an attribute before that, contrary to al-Ahmar, for it was an attribute before that. And the thing which is at the moment an attribute, while it was before that an attribute, is stronger in descriptiveness than that which is not so. Thus the difference is manifest, and Al-Akfash has argued that what necessitates the inflection is present, which is nounness, and the existing accidental is not a valid counter-argument, because it is an indefinite proper noun, and the indefinite proper noun is described with the description of being indefinite, and the described remains upon the existence of the attribute. So the state of being a proper noun is present in this state, and the state of being a proper noun is contrary to descriptiveness. So the descriptiveness has ceased, and nothing remains save the verbal pattern, and a single cause does not prevent inflection. And the answer is that we have shown with rational proof that when a proper noun is made indefinite, it becomes a description in reality. So this statement is dropped. The 27th issue. Sibawai said, "A single cause does not prevent inflection," contrary to the Kufans. Sibawai's argument is that what necessitates the inflection is present, which is nounness, and two causes are stronger than one. So upon the occurrence of a single cause, it is necessary to remain upon the origin. And the argument of the Kufans is their aforementioned saying. And it has also been said, "And neither Hisn nor Habis surpass Mirdas in an assembly." And its answer is that the correct version of this line is "surpass my sheikh in an assembly." The 28th issue. Sibawai said that which is a diptote is given a fatha in the place of the genitive. And they have objected to him that the fatha is of the category of indeclinability, and that which is a diptote is not indeclinable. And his answer is that the fatha is a name for the vowel itself, without a clarification of whether it is inflectional or of indeclinability. The 29th issue. The inflections of the nouns are three: the nominative, the accusative, and the genitive. and each one of them is a sign for a meaning. The nominative is the sign of agency, and the accusative is the sign of objecthood, and the genitive is the sign of annexation. And as for the appositives, they are equal in their vowels to that to which they are in apposition. The secret of the nominative of the agent and the accusative of the object. The 30th issue. The secret of the nominative of the agent and the accusative of the object. The reason for the agents being nominative and the objects being accusative and the annexed being genitive is several aspects. The first, that the agent is one and the objects are many things. For a verb may be transitive to a single object and to two objects and to three. Then it is also transitive to the object of reason and to the two circumstances of time and place and to the verbal noun and the state. So, since the objects are many, the lightest of the vowels was chosen for them, which is the accusative. And since the agent is few, the heaviest of the vowels was chosen for it, which is the nominative, so that the increase in number might be countered by the increase in measure, and thus balance might be achieved. The second, that the orders of existence are three, an effector that is not affected, which is the strongest, and that is the degree of the agent, and one that is affected but does not affect, which is the weakest, and that is the degree of the object, and a third that affects in one respect and is affected in another, which is the intermediate, and that is the degree of the annexed. And the vowels are also three. The strongest of them is the Dhamma, and the weakest of them is the Fatha, and the intermediate of them is the Kasra. So they have joined each type to its like. They have made the nominative, which is the strongest of the vowels, for the agent, which is the strongest of the categories, and the accusative, which is the weakest of the vowels, for the object, which is the weakest of the categories, and the genitive, which is the intermediate, for the annexed, which is the intermediate of the categories. The third, the agent precedes the object, because the verb does not do without the agent, but it may do without the object. So the enunciation of the agent is found while the breath is strong, so it is no wonder that they gave it the heaviest of the vowels at the time of the strength of the breath, and they made the lightest of the vowels for that which is enunciated after that. Types of the nominatives and their origin. The 31st issue. Types of the nominatives and their origin. The nominatives are 7. The agent, the subject and its predicate, the subject of kana, the subject of ma and la that resemble Lysa, the predicate of inna, and the predicate of the la that negates the genus. Then Al-Khalil said the origin in the nominative is the agent, and the rest are assimilated to it. And Sibawai said the origin is the subject, and the rest are assimilated to it. And Al-Akfash said, each one of them is an origin in itself. And Al-Khalil has argued that making the nominative an inflection for the agent is more fitting than making it an inflection for the subject. And priority necessitates primacy. The clarification of the first, that if you were to say Daraba Zaid Bakr with the quiescence of the two undotted letters, it would not be known who is the striker and who is the struck. But if you were to say Zaid Qa'im with their quiescence, you would know from the two expressions themselves which is the subject and which is the predicate. It is thus established that the agent's need for inflection is more severe, so it is necessary that it be the origin. And the clarification of the second, that the nominative case is a state shared between the subject and the predicate, so there is no indication in it of the specificity of its being a subject, nor of the specificity of its being a predicate. but there is no doubt that in the agent it indicates the specificity of its being an agent. It is thus established that the nominative is the right of the agent, except that the subject, since it resembles the agent in being that of which something is predicated, has been made nominative in observance of the right of this similarity. And Sibawayh's argument that we have shown that the nominal sentence precedes the verbal sentences, so the inflection of the nominal sentence must precede the inflection of the verbal sentence. And the answer is that the verb is an origin in being predicated of another, so the verbal sentence is prior. And at that point, this statement becomes a proof for Al-Khalil. Types of objects. The 32nd issue. Types of objects. The objects are 5 because the agent must have an action, which is the verbal noun. And that action must have a time, and that agent must have an accident. Then that action may occur in something else, which is the direct object, and in a place, and with something else. This, then, is the governance of the saying concerning these objects, and in it are rational inquiries. One of them, that the verbal noun may be the direct object itself, like our saying, God created the world. For if the creation of the world were other than the world, then that which is other than it, if it were eternal, the eternity of the world would be necessitated by its eternity, and that contradicts its being created. And if it were created, its creation would require another creation, and an infinite regress would be necessitated. And the second of them, that the action of God does not require time, because if it required a time, it would be necessary for the coming to be of that time to require another time, and an infinite regress would be necessitated. And the third of them, that the action of God does not require an accident, because that accident, if it were eternal, the eternity of the action would be necessitated. And if it were created, an infinite regress would be necessitated, which is impossible. The governing agent of the accusative in objects. The 33rd issue. The governing agent of the accusative in objects. They have differed on the governing agent in the accusative of the object according to 4 opinions. The first, which is the opinion of the Basrans, that the verb alone necessitates the nominative of the agent and the accusative of the object. And the second, which is the opinion of the Kufans, that the sum of the verb and the agent necessitates the accusative of the object. And the third, which is the opinion of Hisham ibn Muawiyah of the Kufans, that the governing agent is the agent alone. And the fourth, which is the opinion of Khalaf al-Ahmar of the Kufans, that the governing agent in the agent is the meaning of agency, and in the object is the meaning of objecthood. The argument of the Basrans is that the governing agent must have a relation to that which is governed. And one of the 2 nouns has no relation to the other, so it has no action in it at all. And if this is dropped, the action does not remain, save for the verb. The argument of the opponent is that a single governing agent does not produce 2 effects, for it has been established that from one there does not issue save a single effect. We said that is in the necessitators, but in the definers it is forbidden. And Khalaf has argued that agency is an attribute subsisting in the agent, and objecthood is an attribute subsisting in the object, and the expression of the verb is disparate from them both. And to base the ruling on what is present in the locus of the ruling is more fitting than to base it on what is disparate from it. And it was answered to this that it is countered by another aspect, which is that the verb is a manifest matter, and the attribute of agency and objecthood is a hidden matter. and to base the manifest ruling on the manifest meaning is more fitting than to base it on the hidden attribute, and God knows best. The seventh door, on the inflection of the verb. The inflection of the verb. Know, then, that his saying, a'udhu, I seek refuge, necessitates the predication of the verb to the agent. Thus, it is necessary for us to inquire into these issues. The first issue. If we say in grammar, verb and agent, we do not mean by it what the scholars of jurisprudence mention, because we say Zayd died, and he did not act. And we say from the path of grammar, Mata, he died, is a verb, and Zayd is its agent. Rather, what is meant is that the verb is a singular expression indicative of the occurrence of the verbal noun for something unspecified in an unspecified time. So, if we state clearly that thing for which the verbal noun has occurred, then that is the agent. And it is known that our saying the verbal noun has occurred for it is more general than our saying it has occurred by his creation and his choice. Like our saying he stood, or not by his choice, like our saying he died. If they say, just as the action occurs in the agent, so too may it occur in the object, we say, the form of the verb, insofar as it is, necessitates the occurrence of that verbal noun for something which is the agent, and does not necessitate its occurrence for the object, as evidenced by the fact that intransitive verbs do not need an object. The necessity of preceding the verb. The second issue. The necessity of preceding the verb. The verb must precede the agent, because the verb, whether affirmative or negative, necessitates some matter to which it is predicated. Thus, the occurrence of the quiddity of the verb in the mind necessitates the occurrence of something to which the mind predicates that verb, and that to which one transitions is posterior in rank to that from which one transitions. So, since it is necessary for the verb to precede the agent in the mind, it is necessary for it to precede it in mention. If they say, we do not find in the intellect a difference between our saying, struck Zayd, and our saying, Zayd struck, we say, the difference is manifest, because if we say Zayd, it is not necessitated by the mind standing on the meaning of this expression that it judge by predicating another meaning to it. But if we understand the meaning of the expression daraba, he struck, it is necessitated by it that the mind judge by predicating this concept to something. If you have known this, then if we say struck Zayd, the mind has judged by predicating the concept of daraba to something. Then the mind judges that that thing is Zayd. And if we say Zayd struck, then the mind has judged by predicating the concept of struck to something, then the mind judges that that thing is Zayd, which was previously mentioned. And at that point we have reported of Zayd that he is that thing to which the mind has predicated the concept of daraba. And at that point our saying Zard becomes that which is reported upon, and our saying struck becomes a sentence of a verb and an agent which has occurred as a predicate of that subject. The connection of the verb to the agent, the third issue. The connection of the verb to the agent. They have said the agent is like a part of the verb, and the object is not so, and in its demonstration are several aspects. The first, that they have said darabtu, I struck, and they have made the final letter of the verb quiescent, so that 4 vowels do not occur in succession, and they avoid their succession in a single word. And as for bakaratun, they have only tolerated that in it because the ta is additional. And they have tolerated that in the object, like their saying darabaka, he struck you. And that indicates that they believed that the agent is a part of the verb, and that the object is separate from it. The second, that you say, as Zaidani Kama, the two Zaids stood up, you have made manifest the pronoun for the agent. And likewise, if you say, Zaidun Daraba, Zaid struck, it is necessary that the verb be predicated to the hidden pronoun in conformity with the rule. And the third, which is the rational aspect, that the concept of your saying Daraba is that the striking has occurred for something in a past time. So that thing for which the striking has occurred is a part of the concept of your saying Daraba. It is thus established that the agent is a part of the verb. The pronoun before mention. The fourth issue. The pronoun before mention is of several aspects. One of them, that it occur in form and in meaning, like you're saying, Daraba ghulamuhu Zaidan, his slave struck Zaid. And the common view is that it is not permissible, because you have made ghulamuhu nominative with Daraba, so it has occurred in its place, and a thing, when it has occurred in its place, it is not permissible to remove it from it. And if it is so, then the ha in your saying ghulamuhu is a pronoun before mention. And as for the saying of a nabiga, may his sustainer reward on my behalf Adi ibn Hatim, the reward of the howling dogs, and he has done so. Its answer is that the ha returns to a preceding mention. And Ibn Jinni said, and I permit that the ha in his saying Rabuhu return to Adi, contrary to the consensus. Then he mentioned a long, unsummarized discourse. And I say, it is more fitting in its demonstration to say, the verb, insofar as it is a verb, is independent of the object, but the transitive verb does not do without the object. And that is because the agent is the effector, and the object is the receptor, and the action is in need of them both, and there is no precedence of one of them over the other. The most that can be said in this domain is that the agent is an effector, and the effector is nobler than the receptor, so the agent precedes the object from this aspect. For we have shown that the transitive verb is in need of the effector and the receptor together. And if this is established, then just as the precedence of the agent over the object is permissible, so too must the permissibility of the precedence of the object over the agent be necessary. The second category, which is that the object precede the agent in form, not in meaning. And it is like your saying, Daraba Ghulamuhu Zaidan. Ghulamuhu is the object, and Zaid is the agent, and the rank of the object is after the rank of the agent, except that even if it precedes in the expression, yet it is posterior in the meaning. And the third category, which is that it occur in the meaning, not in the form. Like his saying the Most High, and when his sustainer tried Abraham with certain words, Al-Baqarah 124. Here the pronoun before mention is not present in the form, but it is present in the meaning, because the agent precedes in the meaning. And whenever one is explicit in its precedence, the pronoun before mention is necessitated. Making the agent manifest and implicit, the fifth issue. Making the agent manifest and implicit. The agent may be manifest, like you're saying, Daraba Zaidun, and it may be an explicit pronoun, like you're saying, Darabtu and Darabna, and a hidden pronoun, like you're saying, Zaidun Daraba. So you intend in Daraba an agent, and you make the sentence a predicate of Zaid. And from the implicit agent is your saying, when it is tomorrow, then come to me. That is, when what we are upon is tomorrow. The verb may be omitted. The sixth issue. The verb may be implicit. It is said, who did it? So you say, Zaid. And the estimation is, Zaid did it. And from it is his saying, the Most High. And if any one of the polytheists seeks your protection, then grant him protection so that he may hear the speech of God. at-Tawbah. 6. And the estimation is, and if any one of the polytheists seeks your protection. Contention in governance. The 7th issue. Contention in governance. When two verbs come, one of them coordinated to the other, and after them comes a noun suitable to be governed by them both. This is of two categories. For the two verbs either necessitate two similar actions or two different ones, and on both estimations the noun mentioned after them is either one or more. These, then, are 4 categories. The first category, that two verbs be mentioned that necessitate a single action, and what is mentioned after them be a single noun, like you're saying, Kama wa qada Zaidun. Zaid stood up and sat down. Al-Farra claimed that both verbs together are governing agents in Zaid, and the common view is that it is not permissible because it necessitates basing a single ruling on two causes, and the nearer is preponderant due to proximity, so it is necessary to assign the ruling to it. And Al-Farra answered that to base a single ruling on two causes is impossible in the effectors, but in the definers it is permissible. And it was answered to this that the definer necessitates the definition, so the matter returns to the combination of two effectors on a single effect. The second category. If the noun is not singular, and it is like you're saying, Kama wa qa'ada akhawaka. Your two brothers stood up and sat down. Here, you either make it nominative with the first verb or with the second verb. If you make it nominative with the first, you say Kama wa qa'ada akhawaka, because the estimation is Kama akhawaka wa qa'ada. As for when you make the second the governing agent, you place in the first verb the pronoun of the agent, because the verb is not devoid of an implicit or a manifest agent. You say, Qama wa qa'ada akhawaka. And according to the Basrans, making the second the governing agent is more fitting. And according to the Kufans, making the first the governing agent is more fitting. The argument of the Basrans is that making them both govern together is impossible, so it is necessary to make one of them govern. And proximity is a preferer, so making the nearer govern is more fitting. And the argument of the Kufans is that if we make the nearer govern, it is necessary to predicate the preceding verb to the pronoun, and the occurrence of the pronoun before mention is necessitated, and that is more fitting to be avoided. The third category, what is when the two verbs necessitate two contradictory effects, and the noun mentioned after them is singular. The Basrans say that making the nearer govern is more fitting, contrary to the Kufans. The argument of the Basrans is several aspects. The first, his saying, the Most High, bring me molten copper to pour upon it al-Kaf. 96. Here have occurred two verbs, each of which necessitates an object. So either what makes kitran, molten copper, accusative, is his saying atuna, bring me, or ufrig, to pour. And the first is false, for otherwise the estimation would be atuna kitran. And at that point it would have been necessary to say ufrighu alayhi, to pour it upon it. And since it was not so, we know that what makes kitran accusative is his saying ufri. The second, his saying, the Most High, here, read my book. Al-Haqqa 19. If the governing agent were the more distant, it would have been said, ha-umu kra-uhu. Here, read it. And the Kufans have answered these two proofs by saying that they indicate the permissibility of making the nearer govern, and there is no dispute in that. The dispute is only in that we permit making the more distant govern, and you forbid it, and there is nothing in the verse that indicates the prohibition. The third argument for the Basrans is that it is said, Maja'an min ahadin, not one came to me. So the verb is a nominative agent, and the particle is a genitive agent. Then the genitive agent is preferred because it is the nearer. The fourth argument, that to neglect them both and to make them both govern is not permissible, and a preference is necessary, and proximity is a preferrer, so making the nearer govern is more fitting. And the Kufans have argued with several aspects. The first, that we have shown that when the noun mentioned after the two verbs is dual or plural, making the second govern necessitates in the first the pronoun before mention, and that is not permissible. Thus it is necessary to hold to making the first govern there. So if the noun is singular, it is necessary that the matter be likewise in conformity with the rule. The second, that the first verb found a governed object free of any impediment, because the verb must have an object, and the second verb found the governed object after the first had acted upon it, and the action of the first upon it is an impediment to the action of the second upon it. And it is known that to make that which is free of an impediment govern is more fitting than to make the governing agent that is conjoined with an impediment govern. The fourth category, if the noun mentioned after the two verbs is dual or plural, then if you make the second verb govern, you say darabtu wa daraban, az-zaidani, and darabtu wa daraban, az-zaiduna. And if you make the first govern, you say darabtu wa daraban, az-zaidani, and darabtu wa daraban, az-zaiduna. The eighth issue, the saying of Imru al-Qais. So, if what I strive for were for the meanest of livelihoods, a little of wealth would suffice me, and I would not seek. But rather I strive for an established glory, and my likes may attain the established glory. His saying, kafan wala matlub, would suffice me, and I would not seek, are not directed to a single thing, because his saying, kafan, is directed to a little of wealth, and his saying, wa la matlub, is not directed to a little of wealth. For otherwise the estimation would be, so if what I strive for were for the meanest of livelihoods, I would not seek a little of wealth. And the word law, if, indicates the negation of a thing for the negation of another. It would then be necessary that he did not strive for the meanest of livelihoods, and despite that he sought a little of wealth. And this is contradictory. It is thus established that the meaning is, and if what I strive for were for the meanest of livelihoods, a little of wealth would suffice me, and I would not seek the kingdom. And on this estimation, the two verbs are not directed to a single thing. And let us be content with this amount of the science of Arabic before delving into the exegesis. The second section of this book, which comprises the exposition of I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed, on the transmitted and rational inquiries, and in it are several doors. The first door, on the juristic issues derived from our saying, I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. The time of reciting the seeking of refuge. The first issue. The time of reciting the seeking of refuge. The majority have agreed that the time for reciting the seeking of refuge is before the recitation of the Fatihah, and it is reported from An-Nakhai that it is after it, and this is the opinion of Dawood al-Asfahani, and one of the two reports from Ibn Sirin. And these have said, when a man recites the Surah al Fatihah in its entirety and says, Amin, after that he says, I seek refuge in God. And the first group have argued with what Jubair ibn Mut'im related, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, when he commenced the prayer, said, God is most great 3 times, and all praise is due to God abundantly 3 times, and glorified is God in the morning and the evening 3 times. Then he said, I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed, from his madness, his arrogance, and his poetry. And the opponent has argued for the validity of his saying with his saying, "Glorified is he, so when you recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed An-Nahl." 98. This verse has indicated that the recitation of the Qur'an is a condition, and the mention of the seeking of refuge is a consequence, and the consequence is posterior to the condition. Thus, it is necessary that the seeking of refuge be posterior to the recitation of the Qur'an. Then they said, "And this is in conformity with what is in the intellect, because whoever recites the Qur'an has indeed deserved the great reward." So if self-admiration were to enter him in the performance of that act of devotion, that reward would be nullified, due to his saying, "Peace and blessings be upon him, three things are destructive," and he mentioned among them a man's admiration of himself. For this reason, God, glorified and exalted is He, has commanded him to seek refuge from Satan, lest Satan lead him, after the recitation of the Qur'an, to an act that would nullify the reward of that act of devotion. They said, and it is not permissible to say that what is meant by his saying, the Most High, so when you recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge in God An-Nahl. 98 is, when you intend to recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge, as in his saying, the Most High. When you rise for the prayer, then wash your faces, Al-Ma'idah. 6. And the meaning is, when you intend to rise for the prayer, because it is said, the abandonment of the apparent meaning in a place of proof does not necessitate its abandonment in the rest of the places without proof. As for the majority of the jurists, they have said, there is no doubt that his saying, "So when you recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge," An-Nahl. 98 may mean, when you intend. And if the possibility is established, it is necessary to interpret the expression accordingly in reconciliation between this verse and the report which we have related. And what strengthens that from the rational congruities is that the purpose of seeking refuge is the negation of the whispers of Satan at the time of recitation. He, the Most High, said, "And we did not send before you any messenger or prophet, but that when he desired, Satan cast into his desire. But God abrogates what Satan casts." Al-Hajj 52. And he, the Most High, only commanded the precedence of the seeking of refuge before the recitation for this reason. And I say, here is a third opinion, which is that one recites the seeking of refuge before the recitation, as necessitated by the report, and after it, as necessitated by the Qur'an, combining the two proofs as much as is possible. The ruling of seeking refuge. The second issue. The ruling of seeking refuge. Atta said, the seeking of refuge is obligatory for every recitation, whether it be in the prayer or outside it. And Ibn Sirin said, if a man seeks refuge once in his life, it is sufficient to absolve him of the obligation. And the rest have said that it is not obligatory. The argument of the majority is that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, did not teach the Bedouin the seeking of refuge among the acts of the prayer. And one could say that that report does not comprise a clarification of all the obligations of the prayer, so the absence of the mention of the seeking of refuge in it does not necessitate its not being obligatory. And Atta has argued for the obligation of the seeking of refuge with several aspects. The first, that he, peace be upon him, was constant upon it, so it would be obligatory due to his saying the Most High and follow him. The second, that his saying the Most High, then seek refuge, is a command, and it is for obligation. Then it is necessary to hold to its being obligatory at every recitation, because he, the Most High, said, so when you recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge in God. and the mention of a ruling following a suitable description indicates the cause, and the ruling is repeated for the sake of the repetition of the cause. The third, that he, the Most High, has commanded the seeking of refuge to repel the evil from Satan, the accursed, because his saying, "Then seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed Al-Amrani 98 implies that. And repelling the evil of Satan is obligatory, and that without which the obligatory cannot be completed is itself obligatory. Thus it is necessary that the seeking of refuge be obligatory. The fourth, that the way of precaution necessitates the seeking of refuge. This is what we have summarized in this issue. Seeking refuge in the prayer. The third issue. Seeking refuge in the prayer. Seeking refuge is recommended before the recitation according to the majority. And Malik said one does not seek refuge in the obligatory prayer, but seeks refuge in the night prayer of the month of Ramadan. For us is the verse which we have recited and the report which we have related, and both of them indicate obligation. So if obligation is not established, then it is at least recommended. Is the seeking of refuge recited silently or aloud? The fourth issue. Is the seeking of refuge recited silently or aloud? Ash-Shafi'i, may God be pleased with him, said in It has been related that Abdullah ibn Umar, when he recited the seeking of refuge silently, and from Abu Huraira that he recited it aloud. Then he said, so if one recites it aloud, it is permissible, and if one recites it silently, it is also permissible. And he said in Al-Imla, and one recites the seeking of refuge aloud. So if one recites it silently, it does not harm. He has clarified that reciting it aloud is more fitting in his view. And I say the seeking of refuge is only recited after the opening and before the Fatihah. So if we attach it to what precedes it, silence is necessitated. And if we attach it to the Fatihah, reciting it aloud is necessitated. Except that the similarity between it and the opening is more complete, due to each of them's being supererogatory, according to the jurists. And because reciting aloud is an existential quality, and concealing is an expression for the absence of that quality, and the origin is absence. Does one seek refuge in every rak'ah? The fifth issue. Does one seek refuge in every rak'ah? Ash-Shafi'i, may God be pleased with him, said in It has been said that one seeks refuge in every rak'ah. Then he said, and what I say is that one does not seek refuge save in the first rak'ah. And I say he may argue for it that the origin is absence, and that for which we have been commanded to mention the seeking of refuge is his saying. So when you recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge in God An-Nahl 98. And the word ida, when, does not indicate generality. And one could say, we have mentioned that the arrangement of the ruling upon the suitable description indicates causality. Thus it is necessary that the ruling be repeated with the repetition of the cause, and God knows best. The forms of seeking refuge. The sixth issue. The forms of seeking refuge, that He, the Most High, said in Surah An-Nahl, so when you recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed An-Nahl 98. And he said in another surah, verily, He is the all-hearing, the all-knowing Ad-Dukhan 6. And in a third surah, verily, He is all-hearing, all-knowing Al-Araf 200. For this reason, the scholars have differed. Ash-Shafi'i said, it is obligatory to say, I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed, and this is the opinion of Abu Hanifa. They said, because this phrasing is in conformity with his saying, the Most High, then seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed, and is also in conformity with the apparent meaning of the report which we have related from Jubair ibn Mut'im. And Ahmad said, "It is more fitting to say, I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. Verily he is the all-hearing, the all-knowing," combining the two verses. And some of our companions said, "It is more fitting to say, I seek refuge in God, the all-hearing, the all-knowing, from Satan, the accursed," because this is also a combination of the two verses. And Al-Bayhaqi related in Kitab as-Sunan with his chain of transmission from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri that he said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, when he stood up from the night, would say takbir 3 times and say, I seek refuge in God, the all-hearing, the all-knowing, from Satan, the accursed." And Ath-Thawri and Al-Awza'i said, "It is more fitting to say, I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. Verily, God is the all-hearing, the all-knowing." And Ad-Dahak related from Ibn Abbas that the first thing that Jibril brought down to Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was that he said, "Say, O Muhammad, I seek refuge in God, the all-hearing, the all-knowing, from Satan, the accursed." Then he said, "Say, in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Read in the name of your sustainer, who created Al-Alaq." 1. And in sum, the seeking of refuge purifies the heart from all that would be a barrier to being immersed in God. And the naming directs the heart to the awe of the majesty of God. And God is the guide. Is the seeking of refuge for the recitation or for the prayer? The 7th issue. Is the seeking of refuge for the recitation or for the prayer? Is the seeking of refuge in the prayer for the sake of the recitation or for the sake of the prayer? According to Abu Hanifa and Muhammad, it is for the sake of the recitation. And according to Abu Yusuf, it is for the sake of the prayer. And upon this principle branch 2 branches. The first branch, does the one who is praying behind an imam seek refuge or not? According to them both, he does not seek refuge, because he does not recite. And according to him, he does seek refuge. The aspect of their saying is his saying, the Most High. So when you recite the Qur'an, then seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. He has connected the seeking of refuge to the recitation, and there is no recitation for the one following, so he does not seek refuge. And the aspect of the saying of Abu Yusuf is that if the seeking of refuge were for the recitation, it would be repeated with the repetition of the recitation. And since it is not so, but rather is repeated with the repetition of the prayer, it indicates that it is for the prayer, not for the recitation. The second branch. If one begins the Id prayer and says, "Glorified are you, O God, and with your praise," does he say, "I seek refuge in God," then say takbir, or not? According to them both, he says the takbirat, then he seeks refuge at the time of recitation. And according to Abu Yusuf, he precedes the takbirat with the seeking of refuge. And from the issues of the Fatihah, there remain some things which we shall mention here. The Sunnah in recitation, the 8th issue. The Sunnah in recitation. The Sunnah is to recite the Qur'an with measured recitation, tartil, due to his saying, the Most High, and recite the Qur'an in a measured recitation, al-Muzammil, 4. And tartil is to mention the letters and the words clearly and distinctly. And the benefit in it is that when the recitation occurs in this way, one understands from oneself the meanings of those expressions and makes others understand those meanings. And if one recites it with speed, one does not understand and does not make understood. So tartil is more fitting. Abu Dawood has related with his chain of transmission from Ibn Omar, he said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, it is said to the companion of the Qur'an, read and ascend and recite with measure, as you used to recite with measure in the world." Abu Sulaiman al-Khattabi said, "It has come in a tradition that the number of the verses of the Qur'an is according to the number of the degrees of paradise. It is said to the reciter, read and ascend in the degrees according to the number of what you use to recite of the Qur'an. So whoever completes the recitation of all the verses of the Qur'an has taken possession of the highest part of paradise." The 9th issue. If one recites the Qur'an aloud, the Sunnah is to excel in the recitation. Abu Dawud has related from Al-Bara ibn Azib, he said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, adorn the Qur'an with your voices." The 10th issue. The preferred view with us is that the confusion of the dad with the zay does not invalidate the prayer. And what indicates that the similarity between them is very great, and the distinction is difficult, is that it is necessary that the moral obligation of distinguishing be dropped. The clarification of the similarity is from several aspects. The first, that they are both from the voiced letters, and the second, that they are both from the fricative letters, and the third, that they are both from the emphatic letters, and the fourth, that although the point of articulation of the za is from between the tip of the tongue and the ends of the upper incisors, and the point of articulation of the dad is from the beginning of the side of the tongue and what is adjacent to it of the molars, yet there has occurred in the dad an expansion due to its fricative nature, and for this reason its point of articulation approaches the point of articulation of the za. And the fifth, that the enunciation of the letter dad is specific to the Arabs. He, peace and blessings be upon him, said, I am the most eloquent of those who have enunciated the dad. It is thus established by what we have mentioned that the similarity between the dad and the za is severe, and that the distinction is difficult. And if this is established, then we say, if this distinction were to be considered, the question about it would have occurred in the time of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and in the times of the companions, especially upon the entry of the non-Arabs into Islam. So since the occurrence of the question about this issue has not been transmitted at all, we know that the distinction between these two letters is not in the locus of moral obligation. The 11th issue. They have differed on whether the heavy lam is from the eloquent dialects or not. And if it is established that it is from the eloquent dialects, yet they have agreed that it is not permissible to make it heavy when it has a kasra, because the transition from the kasra to the enunciation of the heavy lam is heavy on the tongue, so its negation from this language is necessary. The prayer is not permissible with the irregular. The 12th issue. The prayer is not permissible with the irregular. They have agreed that it is not permissible in the prayer to recite the Qur'an in the irregular ways, like their saying, Alhamdi lillahi, with a kasra on the dal of alhamd, or with a dhamma on the lam of lillah, because the proof negates the permissibility of reciting with them absolutely, because if they were from the Qur'an, it would be necessary for them to have reached the level of mass transmission in fame. And since it is not so, we know that they are not from the Qur'an, except that we have deviated from this proof in the permissibility of reciting outside the prayer, so it is necessary that reciting them in the prayer remain upon the origin of prohibition. The 13th issue. The majority have agreed that the well-known recitations are transmitted by mass transmission, and in this is a problem, and that is because we say these well-known recitations are they transmitted by mass transmission or not? If it is the first, then at that point it has been established by mass transmission that God, the Most High, has given the morally obligated the choice between these recitations and has made them equal in permissibility. And if it is so, then the preference of some of them over others occurs contrary to the ruling established by mass transmission. Thus, it is necessary that those who hold to the preference of some over others be deserving of being declared impious, if they are not necessitated with being declared disbelievers. But we see that each one of these reciters is specific to a particular type of recitation, and he urges the people upon it and prevents them from others. Thus, it is necessary that what we have mentioned be necessitated in their right. And as for if we say that these recitations have not been established by mass transmission, but rather by the way of single transmission, then at that point the Qur'an departs from being a source of certainty, certitude, and conviction. And that is false by consensus. And one could answer this and say, some of them are of mass transmission, and there is no dispute among the community in it, and the permissibility of reciting with each one of them. And some are of the category of single transmission. And some of the recitations being of the category of single transmission does not necessitate the Qur'an's departing in its entirety from being certain. And God knows best. The second door, on the rational inquiries, derived from our saying, I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. Know, then, that the discourse in this door relates to 5 pillars: the seeking of refuge, the one who seeks refuge, that with which refuge is sought, that from which refuge is sought, and the thing for which the seeking of refuge occurs. The first pillar, on the seeking of refuge, and in it are several issues. The exposition of the seeking of refuge, the first issue. The exposition of the seeking of refuge. In the exposition of our saying, I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed, according to the language, we say his saying, A'udu, I seek refuge, is derived from al-auz, and it has 2 meanings. The first of them, seeking refuge and seeking protection, and the second, adhesion. It is said the best of meat is its awadhur, which is what has adhered of it to the bone. So, according to the first aspect, the meaning of his saying, I seek refuge in God, is I seek refuge in the mercy of God, the Most High, and his protection. And according to the second aspect, its meaning is, I adhere my soul to the grace of God and to his mercy. And as for Satan, there are 2 opinions on it. The first, that it is derived from ash-shatan, which is distance. It is said, Shatana Daruka, that is, your abode is distant. So it is no wonder that every rebellious one from among the jinn, men, and beasts is called a Satan for his distance from guidance and righteousness. God, the Most High, said, And thus have we made for every prophet an enemy, Satans of men, and jinn al-Anam, 112. So he has made Satans from among men. And Umar mounted a steed, and it began to strut. So he began to strike it, but it only increased in its strutting. So he dismounted from it, and said, You have not mounted me, save upon a Satan. And the second opinion, that Satan is taken from his saying, Shata Yashtu, if it becomes void. And since every rebellious one is like the void in itself, due to his being an invalidator of the aspects of his own well-being, he is called a Satan. And as for the accursed, ar-Rajam, its meaning is the stoned one. So it is on the pattern of fa'al with the meaning of maf'ul. Like their saying, a hand that is dyed, khadab, that is dyed, makhtub, and a man who is cursed, lan, that is cursed, malun. Then in his being stoned are two aspects. The first, that his being stoned is his being cursed by God, the Most High. God, the Most High, said, "So depart from it, for you are indeed accursed." Al-Hijr 34. And cursing is called stoning, Rajim. And God, the Most High, related of the father of Abraham, upon him be peace, that he said to him, "If you do not desist, I will surely stone you." Maryam 46. It is said he meant by it stoning with words. And God, the Most High, related of the people of Noah that they said, "If you do not desist, O Noah, you will surely be of the stoned." Ash-Shu'ara 116. And in Surah Yasin, "If you do not desist, we will surely stone you." Yasin 18. And the second aspect, that Satan has only been described as being stoned because he, the Most High, has commanded the angels to stone the Satans with shooting stars and piercing flames, to expel them from the heavens. Then every wicked, rebellious one was described with that. And as for his saying, "Verily God is the all-hearing, the all-knowing," in it are two aspects. The first, that the purpose of seeking refuge is to guard against the evil of whispering. And it is known that whispering is as if it were hidden letters in the heart of man, and no one is aware of them. So it is as if the servant says, "O you who are upon this attribute by which he hears all that is heard, and knows every hidden secret, you hear the whispering of Satan, and you know his purpose in it, and you are the one who is able to repel it from me. So repel it from me by your grace." For this reason, the mention of the all-hearing, the all-knowing, is more fitting in this place than the rest of the remembrances. The second, that this remembrance has only been specified in this place in emulation of the expression of the Qur'an, which is his saying, "the Most High." And if an incitement from Satan incites you, then seek refuge in God. Verily, he is all-hearing, all-knowing. Al-Araf 200. And he said in Surah Hamim as-Sajda, "Verily, he is the all-hearing, the all-knowing." Fusilat 36. The second issue, on the rational inquiry into the quiddity of the seeking of refuge. Know then that the seeking of refuge is not complete, save with a knowledge, a state, and an action. As for the knowledge, it is the servant's being knowledgeable of his being unable to bring about the religious and worldly benefits, and to repel all the religious and worldly harms, and that God, the Most High, is able to bring into existence all the religious and worldly benefits, and to repel all the religious and worldly harms, a power that no one besides him is able to repel from him. So when this knowledge is present in the heart, there is generated from this knowledge the occurrence of a state in the heart, which is a brokenness and a humility. And that state is expressed by supplication to God, the Most High, and submission to him. Then the occurrence of that state in the heart necessitates the occurrence of another attribute in the heart and an attribute in the tongue. As for the attribute that occurs in the heart, it is that the servant becomes one who wills that God, the Most High, should protect him from the afflictions, and should specify him with the bestowal of good things and good deeds. And as for the attribute that is in the tongue, it is that the servant becomes a seeker of this meaning with his tongue from God, the Most High. And that seeking is the seeking of refuge, and it is his saying, "I seek refuge in God." If you have known what we have mentioned, it will become manifest to you that the greatest pillar in the seeking of refuge is his knowledge of God and his knowledge of himself. As for his knowledge of God, it is that he know his being, glorified and exalted is he, knowledgeable of all knowable things. For if the matter were not so, it would be permissible that God not be knowledgeable of him nor of his states. So, on this estimation, the seeking of refuge in him would be an absurdity. And he must know his being powerful over all possibilities, for otherwise he might be unable to achieve the servant's desire. And he must also know his being absolutely generous, since if miserliness were permissible for him, there would be no benefit in seeking refuge. And he must also know that no one besides God, the Most High, is able to aid him in his purposes, since if it were permissible that another than God should aid him in his purposes, the desire would not be strong in seeking refuge in God. And that is not complete save with absolute monotheism. And I mean by absolute monotheism that he know that the governor of the world is one, and that he also know that the servant is not independent in the actions of his soul, since if he were independent in the actions of his soul, there would be no benefit in seeking refuge in another. It is thus established by what we have mentioned that the servant, so long as he does not know the might of lordship and the humility of servitude, it is not correct for him to say, "I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed." And among the people are those who say there is no need in this remembrance for the knowledge of these premises. Rather, if a man permits that the matter may be so, it is good for him to say, "I seek refuge in God," in a general way. And this is very weak, because Abraham, upon him be peace, reproached his father in his saying, "Why do you worship that which does not hear, and does not see, and does not avail you at all?" Maryam 42. So, if the God were not knowledgeable of all knowable things, powerful over all possibilities, his questioning would be a questioning of one who does not hear and does not see, and he would be included under what Abraham, upon him be peace, made a fault in his father. And as for the servant's knowledge of the state of his soul, he must know his inability and his deficiency in attending to the well-being of his soul in a complete way. And he must also know that if he were to know those well-beings in terms of quality and quantity, yet he would not be able to achieve them when they are absent, nor to preserve them when they are present. If you have known this, then we say that when these sciences are present in the heart of the servant, and he becomes a witness to them, certain of them, it is necessary that there occur in the heart that state called brokenness and submission. And at that point the seeking occurs in his heart and in his tongue, the expression indicative of that seeking. And that is his saying, "I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed." And what indicates the human being's inability to achieve the well-being of his soul in this world and the next is that what issues from the human being is either action or knowledge. And he is, in both domains, in reality, in the utmost inability. As for knowledge, how severe is the need in its attainment for seeking refuge in God, and in guarding against the occurrence of its opposite for seeking refuge in God. And what indicates this are several aspects. The first argument, that how many of the astute, verifying ones have we seen who remained in a single specious argument for their entire lives, and did not know the answer to it? Nay, they insisted upon it, and thought it to be certain knowledge and a clear proof. Then, after the passing of their lives, there came after them one who became aware of the aspect of error in it, and made manifest to the people the aspect of its corruption. And if that is permissible for some people, the like of it is permissible for all. And were it not for this reason, no difference would have occurred between the people of knowledge in religions and doctrines. And if the matter is so, then were it not for the aid of God and his grace and his guidance, who is it that would be delivered by the ship of his thought from the waves of errors and the darknesses of obscurities? The second argument, that everyone only intends to achieve the true religion and the correct belief, and no one is content for himself with ignorance and disbelief. So, if the matter were according to his striving and his will, it would be necessary that all be on the right path, truthful. And since the matter is not so, but rather we find the truthful ones next to the false ones like a white hair on the skin of a black ox, we know that there is no deliverance from the darknesses of errors save with the aid of the God of the earth and the heavens. The third argument, that the proposition in whose validity and corruption a man is in doubt, he has no way to be certain of it, save if the middle term enters between them. So we say that middle term, if it is present in his intellect, the syllogism is formed, and the conclusion is necessary. And at that point the intellect would not be in doubt concerning that proposition, but rather it would be certain of it, and we have supposed it to be in doubt concerning it. This is a contradiction. And as for if we say that that middle term is not present in his intellect, then is it possible for him to seek it, or is it not possible for him to seek it? And the first is false, because if he does not know it specifically, how can he seek it? For the seeking of a thing specifically is only possible after perceiving it. And if he knows it specifically, then the knowledge of it is present in his mind. So how can he seek the attainment of what has been attained? And as for if it is not possible for him to seek it, then at that point he is unable to attain the path by which he would be delivered from that doubt, and would emerge from the darkness of that bewilderment. And this indicates the servant's being in the utmost bewilderment and perplexity. The fourth argument, that he, the Most High, said to his messenger, "Peace and blessings be upon him," and say, "My sustainer, I seek refuge in you from the incitements of the Satans." Al-Mu'minun 97. This seeking of refuge is absolute, not restricted to a specific state. This, then, is a clarification of the completeness of the servant's inability to attain beliefs and sciences. And as for the servant's inability concerning the apparent actions by which he brings benefit to himself and repels harm from himself, this is also so. And what indicates it are several aspects. The first, that it has been revealed to the masters of insight that this body resembles hellfire. And it has been revealed to them that at the gate of this hellfire sit 19 types of guardians, which are the 5 external senses and the 5 internal senses, and desire and anger, and the 7 natural faculties. And each one of these 19 is one according to the genus, except that under each one of them are included numbers without end, according to the individual and the number. And that has been considered with the faculty of sight. For the things which the faculty of sight is able to perceive are matters without end. And from the seeing of each one of them there occurs a specific effect in the heart. And that effect draws the heart from the zenith of the world of spiritual beings to the nadir of the world of corporeal beings. And if you have known this, it has become manifest that with the multiplicity of these barriers and attachments, there is no deliverance for the heart from these darknesses save with the aid of God, the Most High, and his succour. And since it has been established that there is no end to the aspects of the servant's deficiencies, and no end to the perfection of the mercy of God and his power and his wisdom, it is established that seeking refuge in God is obligatory at all times. For this reason, it is necessary for us at the beginning of every utterance and action, and the beginning of every expression and glance, to say, "I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed." The fifth argument, that the pleasures that are obtained in this transient life are of 2 categories. The first of them, the sensual pleasures, and the second, the imaginary pleasures, which is the pleasure of leadership. And in each one of these 2 categories, if a man does not practice the attainment of those pleasures, and does not engage in them, he has no perception of them. And when he is without perception of them, his desire for them is little. Then, when he practices them and stands upon them, he takes pleasure in them. And when the taking of pleasure occurs, his desire for them strengthens. And whenever a man strives until he reaches another station in the attainment of pleasures and good things, he reaches in the intensity of desire and the strength of greed another station higher than what was before that. So the result is that the more a man triumphs in his pursuits, the greater is his greed, and the more intense is his desire in attaining what is additional to them. And since there is no end to the orders of perfections, so too there is no end to the degrees of greed. And just as it is not possible to attain the perfections that have no end, so too it is not possible to remove the pain of longing and greed from the heart. It is thus established that this is a sickness which the servant has no power to treat, and it is necessary to return in it to the merciful, the generous, the helper of his servants, and to say, "I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed." The sixth argument in demonstrating what we have mentioned is his saying, "The Most High, Thee alone do we worship, and unto Thee alone do we turn for aid," and his saying, "And seek aid through patience and prayer," Al-Baqarah 45. And the saying of Moses to his people, "Seek aid in God and be patient." Verily, the earth belongs to God. He gives it as an inheritance to whom he wills of his servants, and the final outcome is for the righteous. Al-Araf 128. And in some of the divine books, God, the Most High, says, "By my might and my majesty, I shall surely cut off the hope of every one who hopes in other than me with despair, and I shall surely clothe him with the garment of humiliation among the people, and I shall surely disappoint him of my nearness, and I shall surely distance him from my connection, and I shall surely make him thoughtful, bewildered, hoping in other than me in hardships, while the hardships are in my hand. And I am the living, the self-subsisting. And he hopes in other than me, and knocks with his thought at the doors of other than me, while in my hand are the keys of the doors, and they are closed, and my door is open to whoever calls upon me." The doctrine of the determinists on seeking refuge. The third issue, on how the seeking of refuge is valid according to the doctrine of the people of determinism and the doctrine of the Qadarites. The Mu'tazilites have said, his saying, "I seek refuge in God," invalidates the doctrine of determinism from several aspects. The first, that his saying, "I seek refuge in God," is an acknowledgement of the servants being an agent of that seeking of refuge. And if the creator of the actions were God, the Most High, the servants being an agent would be impossible, because the attainment of what has been attained is impossible. And also, when God creates it in the servant, its repulsion is impossible. And when God does not create it in him, its attainment is impossible. It is thus established that his saying, "I seek refuge in God," is an acknowledgement of the servant's being a creator of the actions of his soul. And the second, that the seeking of refuge in God, the Most High, is only good if God, the Most High, is not a creator of the matters from which refuge is sought. As for if the agent of them is God, the Most High, it is impossible to seek refuge in God from them, because on this estimation it is as if the servant has sought refuge in God from God in the very thing that God does. And the third, that the seeking of refuge in God from sins indicates that the servant is not pleased with them. And if the sins were to occur by the creation of God, the Most High, and his decree and his judgment, it would be necessary for the servant to be pleased with them, for it has been established by consensus that contentment with the decree of God is obligatory. And the fourth, that the seeking of refuge in God from Satan is only conceivable and good if that whispering were the action of Satan. As for if it were the action of God, and Satan had no effect at all in its existence, then how can one seek refuge from the evil of Satan? Nay, it is necessary on this estimation to seek refuge from the evil of God, the Most High, because there is no evil save from him. The fifth, that Satan would say, if I did not do anything at all, and you, O God of creation, knew the issuance of the whispering from me, and I have no power to oppose your power, and you have decreed it for me, and I have no power to oppose your judgment, then you said God does not burden a soul beyond its capacity. Al-Baqarah 286. And you said God desires for you ease and does not desire for you. Hardship Al-Baqarah 185. And you said, and has not placed upon you in the religion any hardship. Al-Hajj 78. Then, with these manifest excuses and strong reasons, how is it permissible in your wisdom and your mercy that you should blame me and curse me? The sixth, you have made me stoned, cursed, due to a crime that issued from me, or not due to a crime that issued from me. If it is the first, then determinism is void, and if it is the second, then this is pure injustice. And you have said, and God does not desire injustice for the servants. Ghafir 31. So how does this befit you? If one were to say these problems are only necessitated upon the saying of one who holds to determinism, and I do not hold to determinism nor to free will. Rather, I say, the truth is an intermediate state between determinism and free will, which is acquisition. Then we say, this is weak, because either the servant's power has an effect on the action by way of independence or not. If it's the first, then this is the completion of the saying of the Mu'tazilites. And if it's the second, then it is pure determinism, and the mentioned questions are applicable to this saying. So how can the existence of an intermediary be conceived? The people of the Sunnah and the community have said, as for the problems which you have necessitated upon us, they are all applicable to you from two aspects. The first, that the servant's power either is specific to one of the two sides, or it is capable of both sides together. If it is the first, then determinism is necessary. And if it is the second, then the preponderance of one of the two sides over the other either depends on a preferer, or it does not. If it is the first, then if the agent of that preferer is the servant, the first division returns to it. And if it is God, the Most High, then when he does that preferer, the action becomes necessary to occur. And when he does not do it, the action becomes impossible to occur. And at that point, all that you have mentioned is necessitated for you. And as for the second, which is that it be said, the preponderance of one of the two sides over the other does not depend on a preferer. This is false for two reasons. The first, that if that were permissible, the demonstration by the preference of one of the two sides of the possible over the other of the existence of a preferer would be void. And the second, that on this estimation that preponderance would occur by way of chance, and would not be an issuance from the servant. And if the matter were so, then pure determinism has returned. It is thus established by this clarification that all that you have brought against us is applicable to you. The second aspect in the question, that you have conceded his being, the Most High, knowledgeable of all knowable things, and the occurrence of a thing contrary to his knowledge necessitates the turning of his knowledge into ignorance, and that is impossible. And that which leads to the impossible is impossible. So all that you have brought against us in the decree and the predestination is necessary upon you in knowledge, a necessity for which there is no answer. The seeking of refuge invalidates the saying of the Qadarites. Then the people of the Sunnah and the community said, His saying, "I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed," invalidates the saying of the Qadarites from several aspects. The first, that what is sought from your saying, "I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed," is either that God should prevent Satan from the act of whispering with a prevention by prohibition and warning, or by way of coercion and compulsion. As for the first, he has already done it. And since he has done it, seeking it from God is impossible, because the attainment of what has been attained is impossible. And as for the second, it is not permissible, because coercion is contrary to the Satan's being morally obligated. And it has been established that they are morally obligated. The Mu'tazilites have answered this, saying, "What is sought by the seeking of refuge is the doing of the graces that call the morally obligated to the doing of the good and the leaving of the bad. It is not said those graces are the action of God in their entirety. So what is the benefit in seeking? Because we say that of the graces there are those whose doing is not good save upon this supplication. So if this supplication did not proceed, its doing would not be good." The people of the Sunnah have answered this question, that the doing of those graces either has an effect in the preponderance of the side of the action over the side of the leaving, or it has no effect in it. If it is the first, then upon the occurrence of the preponderance, the action becomes necessary to occur. And the proof for it is that upon the occurrence of the preponderance of the side of existence, if non-existence were to occur, then at that point it would be necessary that upon the preponderance of the side of existence, the preponderance of the side of non-existence should occur, which is a combination of two contradictories, which is impossible. It is thus established that upon the occurrence of the preponderance, necessity occurs, and that invalidates the saying of the Mu'tazilites. And as for if there does not occur by the doing of those graces a preponderance of the side of existence, then its doing has no effect at all, so its doing is pure absurdity. And that in the right of God, the Most High, is impossible. The second aspect, that it be said, "Verily God the Most High either wills the well-being of the servant's state, or he does not." If the truth is the first, then Satan, either the corruption of the servant is to be expected from him, or it is not to be expected. If the corruption of the servant is expected from him, while God, the Most High, wills the reform of the servant's state, then why did he create him, and why did he give him power over the servant? And as for if the corruption of the servant is not to be expected from Satan, then what need does the servant have to seek refuge from him? And as for if it is said, "Verily God the Most High does not will what is the well-being of the servant's state," then how does seeking refuge in God benefit in being protected from the evil of Satan? The third aspect, that Satan either is compelled to the doing of evil, or he is capable of doing both evil and good. If it is the first, then God has compelled him to evil, and that detracts from their saying that he, the Most High, does not will save well-being and good. And if it is the second, which is that he is capable of doing both evil and good, then here it is impossible that the doing of good should preponderate over the doing of evil, save with a preferrer. And that preferrer would be from God, the Most High. And if it is so, then what is the benefit in seeking refuge? The fourth aspect. Grant that mankind have only fallen into sins due to the whispering of Satan. But how did Satan fall into sins? If we say that he fell into them by the whispering of another Satan, an infinite regress is necessitated. And if we say Satan fell into sins not for the sake of another Satan, then why is the like of it not permissible in mankind? And on this estimation, there is no benefit in seeking refuge from Satan. And if we say that he, the Most High, has given Satan power over mankind, and has not given another Satan power over Satan, then this is an injustice to mankind, and a specification of him with an increase of burden and harm, and that contradicts the God's being merciful, a helper of his servants. The fifth aspect, that the action from which refuge is sought, if it is known to occur, then it is necessary to occur, so there is no benefit in seeking refuge from it. And if it is not known to occur, then it is impossible to occur, so there is no benefit in seeking refuge from it. And know that this debate indicates that there is no reality to his saying, "I seek refuge in God," unless it is revealed to the servant that all is from God and by God. And the essence of the discourse in it is what the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "I seek refuge in your good pleasure from your wrath, and I seek refuge in your pardon from your anger, and I seek refuge in you from you. I cannot enumerate your praise, you are as you have praised yourself." That with which refuge is sought, the second pillar, that with which refuge is sought. And know that this has come in the Qur'an and the reports in two ways. The first of them, that it be said, "I seek refuge in God," and the second, that it be said, "I seek refuge in the words of God." As for his saying, "I seek refuge in God," its clarification is only complete with the inquiry into the expression of God, and that will come in the exposition of "in the name of God." And as for his saying, "I seek refuge in the perfect words of God," know, then, that what is meant by the words of God is his saying, the Most High. Our only word to a thing, when we intend it, is that we say to it, "Be," and it is annul. 40. And what is meant by his saying, "Be," is the execution of his power in the possibilities, and the flowing of his will in the existence, such that it is impossible that a barrier or a preventative should oppose it. And there is no doubt that seeking refuge in God is not good, save for his being described with that compelling power and that executing will. And also the corporeal things, their coming into being, is not save by way of movement, and the emergence from potentiality to actuality little by little. And as for the spiritual beings, their coming into being and their emergence into actuality occurs at once. And whenever the matter is so, their coming into being is similar to the coming into being of the letter which does not exist, save in the instant that is not divisible. For this similarity, the execution of his power has been named the Word. And also it has been established in the science of the intelligibles that the world of spirits has dominion over the world of bodies, and they are the governors of the affairs of this world, as he, the Most High, said, and those who govern the affair are Naziat. 5. So his saying, "I seek refuge in the perfect words of God," is a seeking of refuge from the human spirits, in the high, sacred, pure, good spirits, in repelling the evils of the wicked, dark, turbid spirits. So what is meant by the perfect words of God are those high, pure spirits. Then here is a subtlety, which is that his saying, "I seek refuge in the perfect words of God," its mention is only good if there has remained in his vision an attention to other than God. And as for when he has delved into the sea of monotheism, and has penetrated into the depth of the realities, and has become such that he does not see in existence anyone save God, the Most High, he does not seek refuge save in God, and he does not seek sanctuary save in God, and he does not rely save upon God. So it is no wonder that he says, "I seek refuge in God, and I seek refuge from God in God," as he, peace be upon him, said, "And I seek refuge in you from you." And know that in this station the servant is also occupied with other than God, because the seeking of refuge must be for a seeking or for a fleeing. And that is an occupation with other than God, the Most High. So when the servant ascends from this station and is annihilated from himself, and is also annihilated from his annihilation from himself, then here he ascends from the station of his saying, "I seek refuge in God," and becomes immersed in the light of his saying, "In the name of God." Do you not see that he, peace be upon him, when he said, "And I seek refuge in you from you," he ascended from this station and said, "You are as you have praised yourself," the one who seeks refuge. The third pillar from the pillars of this door, the one who seeks refuge. And know then that his saying, "I seek refuge in God," is a command from him to his servants that they should say that. And this is not specific to a particular person, so it is a command by way of generality, because he, the Most High, has related that of the prophets and the saints. And that indicates that every creature must be one who seeks refuge in God. The first, that he, the Most High, has related of Noah, upon him be peace, that he said, "My sustainer, verily, I seek refuge in you, from asking you of that of which I have no knowledge." Hud 47. At this, God gave him 2 robes of honour, peace and blessings, which is his saying, the Most High. It was said, "O Noah, disembark with peace from us, and blessings upon you." Hud 48. And the second he has related of Joseph, upon him be peace, that when the woman solicited him, he said, "God forbid." Verily, he is my sustainer. He has made my dwelling good, Yusuf 23. So God, the Most High, gave him 2 robes of honour, the repelling of evil and of lewdness, where he said that we might turn from him evil and lewdness, Yusuf 24. And the third, it was said to him, "So take one of us in his place," Yusuf 78. So he said, "God forbid that we should save him with whom we found our property," Yusuf 79. So God, the Most High, honoured him with his saying, and he raised his parents upon the throne, and they fell down prostrate before him, Yusuf 100. The fourth, God has related of Moses, upon him be peace, that when he commanded his people to slaughter the cow, his people said, "Do you take us in mockery?" He said, "I seek refuge in God from being of the ignorant." Al-Baqarah 67. So God gave him 2 robes of honour, the removal of the accusation and the reviving of the slain. And he said, "So we said, strike him with a part of it." Thus does God bring the dead to life and show you his signs. Al-Baqarah 73. The fifth, that when the people threatened him with death, he said, "And verily I have sought refuge in my sustainer and your sustainer from your stoning me ad-Dukhan." 20. And he said in another verse, "Verily I have sought refuge in my sustainer and your sustainer from every arrogant one who does not believe in the day of reckoning, Ghafir." 27. So God, the Most High, gave him his desire, and he annihilated their enemy, and gave them as an inheritance their land and their dwellings. And the sixth, that the mother of Mary said, "And verily I seek refuge for her in you and her offspring from Satan," the accursed Al-Imran 36. And she found the robe of honour and the acceptance, which is his saying. So her sustainer accepted her with a good acceptance and caused her to grow in a good manner. Al-Imran 37. And the seventh, that Mary, upon her be peace, when she saw Gabriel in the form of a man intending her in seclusion, she said, "Verily I seek refuge in the Most Gracious from you, if you are righteous, Maryam." 18. And she found 2 blessings, a son without a father, and God's deeming her free by the tongue of that son from evil, which is his saying, Verily, I am a servant of God, Maryam. 30. The 8th, that God, the Most High, has commanded Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to seek refuge time after time. So he said, and say, My sustainer, I seek refuge in you from the incitements of the Satans, and I seek refuge in you, my sustainer, from their being present. Al-Mu'minun 97-98. And he said, Say, I seek refuge in the sustainer of the daybreak. Al-Falaq 1. And say, I seek refuge in the sustainer of mankind. An-Nas 1. And the 9th, he said in Surah al-A'raf, Take to pardoning and command what is right, and turn away from the ignorant. And if an incitement from Satan incites you, then seek refuge in God. Verily, he is all-hearing, all-knowing. Al-A'raf 199-200. And he said in Surah Hamim as-Sajdah, Repel with that which is better. And thereupon the one between whom and you was enmity will be as if he were a devoted friend. Fussilat 34. Until he said, And if an incitement from Satan incites you, then seek refuge in God. Verily, he is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. Fussilat 36. These verses indicate that the prophets, upon them be peace, were always in the seeking of refuge from the evil of the Satans, of men and jinn. And as for the reports, they are many. The first report from Mu'ad ibn Jabal, he said, 2 men were reviling each other in the presence of the Prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him, and they went to excess in it. So he, peace be upon him, said, Verily I know a word, if they were to say it, that would depart from them. And it is his saying, I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. And I say this meaning is established in the intellect from several aspects. The first, that man knows that his knowledge of the well-beings of this world and its corruptions is very little, and that it is only possible for him to know that little with the aid of the intellect. And at the time of anger, the intellect departs. So all that he does and says is not according to the good law. So when he brings this to mind, this meaning becomes a preventative for him from embarking upon those actions and those sayings, and a carrier for him to return to God the Most High, in the attainment of good things and the repelling of afflictions. So it is no wonder that he says, I seek refuge in God. The second, that man is not certain at all that the truth is on his side or on the side of his opponent. So when he knows that, he says, I entrust this event to God, the Most High. So if the truth is on my side, then God will exact it from my opponent. And if the truth is on the side of my opponent, then it is more fitting that I should not wrong him. And at this he entrusts that judgment to God, and says, I seek refuge in God. The third, that man only becomes angry if he feels in himself an excess of power and intensity by means of which he is able to overcome the opponent. So if he brings to mind that the God of the world is stronger and more powerful than me, then verily I have disobeyed him time after time, and he, by his grace, has pardoned me. So it is more fitting for me to pardon this one who is the object of anger. So if he brings this meaning to mind, he leaves the dispute and the contention and says, I seek refuge in God. And all of these meanings are derived from his saying, the Most High, verily, those who are righteous, when an impulse from Satan touches them, they remember, and thereupon they see Al-A'raf 201. And the meaning is that when one remembers these secrets and meanings, one sees the path of guidance, so one leaves the dispute and the defense, and is content with the decree of God, the Most High. And the second report, it is related from Maqil ibn Yasar, may God be pleased with him, from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, "Whoever says in the morning 3 times, 'I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed,' and recites 3 verses from the end of Surah al-Hashr, God will appoint for him 70,000 angels who will pray for him until the evening. And if he dies on that day, he dies a martyr. And whoever says it in the evening will have that same station." I say, and its demonstration from the side of the intellect is that his saying, "I seek refuge in God," is a witnessing of the complete inability of the soul and the utmost of its deficiency. And the 3 verses from the end of Surah al-Hashr are a witnessing of the perfection of God and his majesty and his greatness. And the perfection of the state in the station of servitude is not achieved save with these 2 stations. The 3rd report, Anas related from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, "Whoever seeks refuge in a day 10 times, God the Most High will appoint for him an angel to ward off Satan from him." I say, and the reason for it is that when he said, "I seek refuge in God," and knew its meaning, he knew from it the deficiency of his power and the deficiency of his knowledge. And when he knows that of himself, he does not pay attention to what the soul commands him, and he does not embark upon the actions to which his soul calls him. And the greatest Satan is the soul. It is thus established that the recitation of this word wards off Satan from man. And the 4th report from Khawla bint Hakim from the Prophet, peace be upon him, that he said, "Whoever dismounts at a stopping place and says, 'I seek refuge in the perfect words of God from the evil of what he has created,' nothing will harm him until he departs from that stopping place." I say, and the reason for it is that it has been established in the rational sciences that the multiplicity of spiritual beings is greater than the multiplicity of corporeal beings, and that the heavens are filled with pure spirits, as he, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "The sky has creaked, and it has a right to creak. There is not in it the space of a foot, but that in it is an angel standing or sitting." And likewise the ether and the air are filled with spirits, and some of them are pure, radiant, good, and some are turbid, harmful, wicked. So when a man says, "I seek refuge in the perfect words of God," he has sought refuge in those pure spirits from the evil of those wicked spirits. And also the words of God are his saying, "Be," and it is an expression for the executing power. And whoever seeks refuge in the power of God, nothing will harm him. And the 5th report, from Amr ibn Shu'aib, from his father, from his grandfather, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "When any of you is frightened in his sleep, let him say, 'I seek refuge in the perfect words of God from his anger and his punishment, and the evil of his servants, and from the evil of the incitements of the Satans, and from their being present, for it will not harm.'" And Abdullah ibn Omar used to teach it to those of his slaves who'd reached maturity. And whoever had not, he would write it on a document and then hang it on his neck. And the 6th report, from Ibn Abbas from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that he used to seek refuge for Al-Hasan and Al-Husayn. May God be pleased with them, and he would say, "I seek refuge for you both in the perfect words of God, from every Satan and venomous creature, and from every evil eye." And he would say, "My father Abraham, upon him be peace, used to seek refuge with it for Ishmael and Isaac, upon them be peace." The 7th report, that he, peace and blessings be upon him, used to esteem the matter of seeking refuge so much that when he married a woman and went in unto her, and she said, "I seek refuge in God from you," he, peace and blessings be upon him, said, You have sought refuge in one who grants refuge. Then return to your family. And know that the man who sees clearly with the light of God has no regard for the speaker, but rather his regard is for what is spoken. So when that woman mentioned the words, "I seek refuge in God," the heart of the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, remained occupied with those words, and he did not pay heed to whether she said those words with intention or not. And the eighth report Al-Hasan related, he said, "While a man was striking a slave of his, the slave began to say, 'I seek refuge in God.' Just then the prophet of God came, and he said, 'I seek refuge in the messenger of God.' So he refrained from him. Then he, peace be upon him, said, 'One who seeks refuge in God is more worthy to be refrained from.' So he said, 'Then I call you to witness, O messenger of God, that he is free for the sake of God.' Then he, peace be upon him, said, 'By him in whose hand is my soul, had you not said it, the blaze of the fire would have scorched your face.' And the ninth report, Suwaid said, 'I heard Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, may God be pleased with him, say upon the pulpit, "I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed." And he said, "I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. So I do not like to abandon that as long as I remain." And the 10th report, his saying, "Peace and blessings be upon him. I seek refuge in your good pleasure from your wrath, and I seek refuge in your pardon from your anger, and I seek refuge in you from you." That from which refuge is sought. The fourth pillar from the pillars of this door is the discourse on that from which refuge is sought, and it is Satan. And the purpose of seeking refuge is to repel the evil of Satan. And know then that the evil of Satan is either by means of whispering or by other means, as he has mentioned in his saying, "the Most High," like him whom Satan has confounded with his touch, Al-Baqarah 200. Fein. And in this door are abstruse, subtle issues of the rational sciences and of the sciences of unveilings. The difference on the existence of the jinn. The first issue. The people have differed on the existence of the jinn and the Satans, and among the people are those who have denied the jinn and Satan. And know then that it is first necessary to inquire into the quiddity of the jinn and the Satans. We say all are in agreement that the jinn and the Satans are not expressions for gross corporeal beings that come and go like men and beasts. Rather, the refined discourse on it consists of two opinions. The first, that they are airy bodies, capable of taking on different shapes, and they have intellects and understandings and a power for difficult, arduous works. And the second opinion, that many of the people have affirmed that they are existents that are neither corporeal nor subsisting in the corporeal. And they have claimed that they are existents divested of corporeality. Then these existents may be high, sacred above the governance of bodies entirely, and they are the angels brought near, as God, the Most High, has said, and those who are with him are not too proud to worship him, nor do they tire. Al-Anbiya 19. And next to it is the order of the spirits that are connected to the governance of bodies, and the noblest of them are the bearers of the throne, as he, the Most High, has said. And on that day 8 will bear the throne of your sustainer above them. Al-Haqqa 17. And the second order, those who surround the throne, as he, the Most High, has said. And you will see the angels surrounding the throne as Zumar 75. And the third order, the angels of the footstool. and the fourth order, the angels of the heavens, layer upon layer, and the fifth order, the angels of the sphere of the ether, and the sixth order, the angels of the sphere of the air, which is of the nature of the breeze, and the seventh order, the angels of the sphere of intense cold, and the eighth order, the order of the spirits connected to the seas, and the ninth order, the order of the spirits connected to the mountains, and the 10th order, the order of the lower spirits that have disposal in these plant and animal bodies that are found in this world. And know that on both opinions these spirits may be radiant, divine, good, felicitous, and they are what are called the righteous among the jinn, and they may be turbid, lower, wicked, wretched, and they are what are called the Satans. And the deniers of the existence of the jinn and the Satans have argued with several aspects. The first argument, that if Satan existed, he would either be a gross body or a subtle one. And both categories are false, so the saying of his existence is void. And we only said that it's impossible for it to be a gross body, because if it were so, it would be necessary that everyone who has sound senses should see it. For if it were permissible that there be in our presence gross bodies, and we do not see them, it would be permissible that there be in our presence high mountains and luminous suns and thunders and lightnings, while we do not witness any of them. And whoever permits that is outside the bounds of reason. And we only said that it is not permissible for them to be subtle bodies, and that is because if they were so, it would be necessary for them to be torn apart or to be dispersed at the blowing of strong, tempestuous winds. And also it would be necessary that they should have no power and ability for arduous works, while the affirmers of the jinn attribute to them arduous works. And since both categories have been voided, the corruption of the saying of the jinn is established. The second argument, that these beings called the jinn, if they were present in this world, mingling with mankind, then it is most probable that there would occur for them, due to the length of the mingling and the companionship, either friendship or enmity. If friendship occurred, the manifestation of benefits due to that friendship would be necessary. And if enmity occurred, the manifestation of harms due to that enmity would be necessary, except that we do not see any effect, neither from that friendship nor from that enmity. And these who practice the art of incantation, when they repent of their lies, they confess that they have never witnessed any effect of this jinn, and that is what makes it most probable that these things do not exist. And I heard one of those who had repented of that art say, "I was constant upon such and such an incantation for so many days, and I did not leave a single detail but that I performed it. Then I did not witness any effect nor any report of those mentioned states." The third argument, that the way to the knowledge of things is either the sense or a report or a proof. As for the sense, it has not indicated the existence of these things, because their existence is either in form or in sound. So if we do not see a form and we have not heard a sound, then how can we claim to have perceived them? And those who say we have seen them, or we have heard their voices, are two groups: the madmen who imagine things due to a defect in their temperaments and think that they have seen them, and the liars and fabulists. And as for the establishment of these things by means of the reports of the prophets and the messengers, it is false, because if these things were established, the prophethood of the prophets would be void. For on the estimation of their establishment, it is permissible to say that all the miracles which the prophets bring are only achieved with the aid of the jinn and the Satans. And every branch that leads to the invalidation of the origin is false. Its example is, if we permit the penetration of the jinn into the inner beings of men, then why is it not permissible to say that the moaning of the palm trunk was only because Satan penetrated that trunk and then manifested the moaning? And why is it not permissible to say that the she-camel only spoke with the messenger, peace be upon him, because Satan entered her belly and spoke? And why is it not permissible to say that the tree was only uprooted from its origin, because Satan uprooted it? It is thus established that the saying of the establishment of the jinn and the Satans necessitates the saying of the invalidity of the prophethood of the prophets. Upon them be peace. And as for the establishment of these things by means of proof and consideration, it is unattainable because we do not know of a rational proof that indicates the existence of the jinn and the Satans. It is thus established that we have no way to the knowledge of the existence of these things. Thus it is necessary that the saying of the existence of these things be false. This, then, is the sum of the specious arguments of the deniers of the jinn and the Satans. And the answer to the first is that we say, the specious argument which you have mentioned indicates that it is impossible for the jinn to be a body. So why is it not permissible to say that it is a substance divested of corporeality? And know that those who hold this opinion are several groups. The first are those who have said, the human rational souls that have separated from the bodies may be good, and they may be wicked. If they are good, they are the terrestrial angels, and if they are wicked, they are the terrestrial Satans. Then, if a body is produced that is severely similar to the body of those separated souls, and a soul attaches itself to that body that is severely similar to that separated soul, then at that point there occurs for that separated soul a kind of connection to this created body, and that separated soul becomes an aider of this soul attached to this body in the actions befitting it. If both souls are of the pure, radiant, good souls, then that aid and support is an inspiration. And if they are both of the wicked, evil souls, then that aid and support is a whispering. This, then, is the discourse on inspiration and whispering according to the saying of these. The second group are those who have said, the jinn and the Satans are substances divested of corporeality and its attachments, and their genus is different from the genus of the human rational souls. Then that genus also includes species. If they are pure and luminous, they are the terrestrial angels, and they are what are called the righteous of the jinn. And if they are wicked and evil, they are the harmful Satans. If you have known this, then we say genericity is the cause of joining. So the pure, luminous human souls are joined by those pure, luminous spirits, and they aid them in their actions, which are of the domains of good, righteousness, and piety. And the wicked, turbid human souls are joined by those wicked, evil spirits, and they aid them in their actions, which are of the domain of evil, sin, and transgression. The third group are those who deny the existence of the lower spirits, but they have affirmed the existence of the divested celestial spirits, and they have claimed that those spirits are high, compelling, powerful spirits, and they are different in their essences and their quiddities. So just as every soul from the human souls has a specific body, so too every soul from the celestial souls has a specific body, which is that specific celestial sphere. And just as the human soul is connected first to the heart, then by its means the effect of that soul extends to the entire body. So too the celestial soul is connected first to the stars, then by means of that connection the effect of that soul extends to the entirety of that sphere and to the entirety of the world. And just as in the heart and the brain subtle spirits are generated, and those spirits are conveyed in the arteries and the nerves to the parts of the body. And by this path, the power of life, sense and movement reaches every single part of the organs. So too, from the body of the stars, lines of rays are sent forth that connect to the sides of the world, and the power of those stars is conveyed by means of those lines of rays to the parts of this world. And just as by means of the spirits that flow from the heart and the brain to the parts of the body, there occur in every single part of that body different faculties, which are the nutritive, the growing, the generative, and the sensitive. So these faculties are like the results and the offspring of the essence of the soul that governs the entirety of the body. So too, by means of the lines of rays that are spread from the stars, reaching the parts of this world, there are produced in those parts specific souls, like the soul of Zayd and the soul of Amr. And these souls are like the offspring of those celestial souls. And since the celestial souls are different in their essences and their quiddities, so too the souls generated from the soul of the sphere of Saturn, for example, are one group, and the souls generated from the soul of the sphere of Jupiter are another group. So the souls related to the spirit of Saturn are of the same kind, sharing in it, and between them there occurs love and affection. And the souls related to the spirit of Saturn are different in nature and quiddity from the souls related to the spirit of Jupiter. And if you have known this, then we say, they have said that the cause is stronger than the effect. So every group from the human souls has a specific nature, and it is an effect of a spirit from those celestial spirits. And that nature is in the celestial spirits stronger and much higher than it is in these human spirits. And those celestial spirits are in relation to that group of human spirits like a compassionate father and a merciful sultan. For this reason, those celestial souls aid their offspring in their well-being and guide them, sometimes in sleep by way of a dream, and at other times in wakefulness by way of inspiration. Then, if it happens for some of these human souls to have a strong power from the genus of that property and its connection to the celestial spirit, which is its origin and its source, becomes strong, there appear upon him wondrous actions and deeds that break the usual course of events. This, then, is the detail of the doctrines of those who affirm the jinn and the satans, and who claim that they are existents that are neither bodies nor corporeal. And know that a group of the philosophers have challenged this doctrine, and have claimed that the divested is incapable of perceiving particulars, and that the divested are incapable of being agents of particular actions. And know that this is false for two reasons. The first, that it is possible for us to judge this specific individual as being a man and not a horse. And the judge of two things must have the two things judged present before him. Here, then, is a single thing which is a perceiver of the universal, and it is the soul. Thus it is necessary that the perceiver of the particular be the soul. The second, grant that the divested soul is not able to perceive particulars in the first instance. But there is no dispute that it is possible for it to perceive particulars by means of corporeal instruments. So why is it not permissible to say that those divested substances called the jinn and the satans have corporeal instruments from the sphere of the ether or from the sphere of intense cold? Then, by means of those corporeal instruments, they are able to perceive particulars and to have disposal in these bodies. This, then, is the completion of the discourse in the explanation of these doctrines. And as for those who have claimed that the jinn are airy or fiery bodies, they have said the bodies are equal in size and measure, and these two meanings are accidents, so the bodies are equal in their acceptance of these accidents. And things that are different in quiddity, it is not impossible for them to share in some of the concomitants. So why is it not permissible to say the bodies are different according to their specific essences and their particular quiddities, even if they share in the acceptance of size and measure? And if this is established, then we say, why is it not permissible to say one of the types of bodies are subtle, penetrating bodies, living for their own sakes, rational for their own sakes, powerful for arduous works for their own sakes, and they are not capable of separation and tearing? And if the matter is so, then those bodies are able to shape themselves in different shapes. Then the tempestuous winds do not tear them, and the gross bodies do not disperse them. Is it not that the philosophers have said that the fire which separates from the thunderbolts penetrates in a subtle instant into the inner parts of stones and iron and emerges from the other side? So why is the like of it not conceivable in this form? And on this estimation, the jinn are able to penetrate into the inner beings of men and to have disposal therein, and that they remain living, active, preserved from corruption until the appointed term and the no time. All these states are manifest possibilities, and the proof has not been established for their invalidation. So it is not permissible to proceed to the saying of their invalidation. And as for the answer to the second specious argument, that it is not necessary for that friendship and enmity to occur with every single one, and every single one does not know save his own state. As for the state of another, he does not know it. So this matter remains in the realm of possibility. And as for the answer to the third specious argument, it is that we say, we do not concede that the saying of the existence of the jinn and the angels necessitates a challenge to the prophethood of the prophets. Upon them be peace. And the answer to the answers which you have mentioned will become manifest hereinafter. This, then, is the end of the discourse in the answer to the specious arguments. Proof of the existence of the jinn from the Qur'an. The second issue. Know, then, that the Qur'an and the reports indicate the existence of the jinn and the Satans. As for the Qur'an, there are several verses. The first verse is his saying, the Most High, and when we turn towards you a company of the jinn listening to the Qur'an. And when they were present at it, they said, listen in silence. And when it was concluded, they returned to their people, warning. They said, O our people, verily, we have heard a book sent down after Moses, confirming what was before it, guiding to the truth and to a straight path. Al-Ahqaf 29-30. And this is a clear text on their existence and on their having heard the Qur'an and on their having warned their people. And the second verse is his saying, the Most High, and they followed what the Satans used to recite in the reign of Solomon al-Baqarah 102. And the third verse is his saying, the Most High, in the story of Solomon, upon him be peace. They would make for him whatever he willed of sanctuaries and statues and basins like reservoirs and stationary cauldrons. Work! Saba 13. And he, the Most High, said, and the Satans, every builder and diver and others chained in fetters. Sad 37-38. And he, the Most High, said, and for Solomon the wind, until his saying, the Most High, and of the jinn, were those who worked before him by the permission of his sustainer, Saba 12. And the fourth verse is his saying, the Most High, O company of jinn and men, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth. Ar-Rahman 33. And the fifth verse is his saying, the Most High, verily, we have adorned the nearest heaven with an adornment, the stars, and as a protection from every rebellious Satan, as Safat 6-7. And as for the reports, they are many. The first report. Malik has related in Al-Muwatta from Sayfi ibn Afla, from Abu As-Sa'ib, the freedman of Hisham ibn Zuhra, that he entered upon Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. He said, I found him praying, So I sat waiting for him until he had finished his prayer. He said, I heard a movement under his bed in his house, and lo, it was a snake. So I stood up to kill it, but Abu Sa'id gestured that I should sit. And when he had finished his prayer, he pointed to a room in the house and said, Do you see this room? I said, Yes. He said, Verily, in it was a young man, a new bridegroom. And he related the hadith until he said he saw his wife standing among the people. And a jealousy seized him, so he brandished the spear at her to stab her due to the jealousy. She said, Do not be hasty until you enter and see what is in your house. So he entered, and lo, a snake was coiled on his bed. So he thrust his spear into it, and the snake writhed on the head of the spear, and the young man fell dead. So we did not know which of them was quicker to die, the young man or the snake. So I mentioned that to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he said, Verily in Medina there are jinn who have embraced Islam. So whoever of them appears to you, then give them notice for 3 days, and if they appear to you after that, then kill them, for it is only a Satan. The second report, Malik has related in Al-Muwatta from Yahya ibn Sa'id, he said, When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was taken on the night journey, he saw a demon of the jinn pursuing him with a flame of fire. Whenever he looked back, he saw him. So Jibril, upon him be peace, said, Shall I not teach you words? If you say them, his flame will be extinguished, and he will fall on his face. Say, I seek refuge in the noble face of God, and in his perfect words, which neither the righteous nor the wicked can transgress, from the evil of what descends from the sky, and from the evil of what ascends into it, and from the evil of what has descended to the earth, and the evil of what comes forth from it, and from the evil of the trials of the night and the day, and from the evil of the visitors of the night and the day, except for a visitor who comes with good, O most gracious. And the third report, Malik has also related in Al-Muwatta that Ka'b al-Ahbar used to say, I seek refuge in the mighty face of God, than whom nothing is mightier, and in the perfect words of God, which neither the righteous nor the wicked can transgress, and in all his names, what I have known of them, and what I have not known, from the evil of what he has created, fashioned, and brought into being. And the fourth report, Malik has also related that Khalid ibn al-Walid said, O messenger of God, verily, I am frightened in my sleep. So the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to him, Say, I seek refuge in the perfect words of God from his anger and his punishment, and the evil of his servants, and from the incitements of the Satans, and from their being present. And the fifth report, what has become famous and has reached the level of mass transmission of the Prophet's going out on the night of the jinn, and his reciting to them, and his calling them to Islam. And the sixth report, the Qadi Abu Bakr has related in Al-Hidayah that Jesus, the son of Mary, upon them be peace, supplicated to his sustainer that he should show him the place of Satan from the sons of Adam. And he showed him that, and lo, his head was like the head of a snake, placing his head upon his heart. And when he remembered God, the Most High, he would withdraw. And when he did not remember him, he would place his head on the core of his heart. And the seventh report, his saying, Peace be upon him. Verily, Satan flows from the son of Adam like the flowing of blood. And he said, There is not one of you, but that he has a Satan. It was said, And not you, O messenger of God? He said, And not I, except that God, the Most High, has aided me against him, so he has submitted. and the hadiths in that are many, and the amount which we have mentioned is sufficient. The creation of the jinn from fire. The third issue. In clarifying that the jinn are created from fire, and the proof for it is his saying, the Most High, and the jinn we created before from scorching fire, Al-Hijr 27. And he, the Most High, said, relating of Iblis, may God curse him, that he said, you created me from fire, and created him from clay, Al-Araf. 12. And know that the occurrence of life in fire is not improbable. Do you not see that the physicians have said, the first attachment of the soul is the heart and the spirit, and they are in the utmost heat? And Galen said, I once dissected the belly of a monkey, and I inserted my hand into its belly, and I inserted my finger into its heart, and I found it in the utmost heat. Nay, it increased. And we say, the physicians are in agreement that life does not occur save by cause of the innate heat. And some of them have said it is most probable that the sphere of fire is filled with spiritual beings. The reason for naming the jinn. The fourth issue. They have mentioned two opinions on why they were named jinn. The first, that the expression of the jinn is taken from being hidden, and from it is the garden, Jannah, for its ground being hidden by the trees, and from it is the shield, Jannah, for its being a covering for man, and from it is the jinn, for their being hidden from the eyes, and from it is the madman, Majnun, for his intellect being hidden, and from it is the fetus, Janin, for its being hidden in the womb, and from it is his saying, the Most High, they have taken their oaths as a shield, Al-Mujadila, 16, Al-Munafiqun, 2, that is, a protection and a covering. And know that upon this saying it is necessary that the angels be of the jinn, for their being hidden from the eyes, except if it is said that this is of the category of the restriction of the absolute due to custom. And the second opinion, that they were named with this name because they were in the beginning the keepers of the garden. And the first opinion is stronger. The categories of the morally obligated. The fifth issue. Know, then, that the categories of the morally obligated are four: the angels, men, the jinn, and the Satans. And they have differed on the jinn and the Satans. It has been said, the Satans are one genus, and the jinn are another genus, just as man is one genus, and the horse is another genus. And it has been said, of the jinn, some are good, and some are wicked, and the Satans is a name for the wicked of the jinn. The jinn's power over men. The sixth issue. The common view is that the jinn have a power to penetrate into the inner beings of men, and most of the Mu'tazilites have denied that. As for the affirmers, they have argued with several aspects. The first, that if the jinn are an expression for an existent that is neither a body nor corporeal, then at that point the meaning of its being able to penetrate into his inner being is that it is able to have disposal in his inner being. And that is not improbable. And if it is an expression for a subtle, penetrating, airy animal, as we have described it, its penetration into the inner beings of the sons of Adam is also not impossible by analogy with the soul and other things. The second, his saying, the Most High, they do not rise save as he rises, whom Satan has confounded with his touch, Al-Baqarah, 275. The third, his saying, peace be upon him, verily Satan flows from the son of Adam like the flowing of blood. As for the deniers, they have argued with several matters. The first, his saying, the Most High, relating of Iblis, may God curse him. And I had no authority over you except that I called you, and you responded to me, Ibrahim 22. He has stated clearly that he had no authority over mankind save in a single aspect, which is the casting of whispering and the calling to falsehood. The second, there is no doubt that the prophets and the verifying scholars call the people to curse Satan and to be free of him. Thus it is necessary that the enmity between the Satans and them be the greatest of the types of enmity. So, if they were able to penetrate into the inner beings of men and to bring affliction and evil to them, it would be necessary that the harm to the prophets and the scholars from them be more severe than the harm to anyone else. And since it is not so, we know that it is false.